You doing okay? It's been about a minute. We're a bit unstable today, it seems. Apologize if stream's a bit lower quality than normal. You know what, we're gonna... Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, I know what that does now.
Alright, let's go have an adventure.
Stream's a bit more... Stream a bit more stable? Or are we still on the unstable territory? We're still on the unstable territory. Buckle up, kids. We're not gonna have a fun... Oh, I'm drifting a little bit, but that's fine. That's fine. Sometimes I turn when I don't want to turn, but I can work with that. Hi. Alright. We're gonna be starting off the game as Alex. So... Well, good to know that that's on, world and not local. Alright, let's get this going. What is it that I need to do? Oh, now it's excellent. Thank you, Toast. It's all because you decided to look at it, so that's why it's good. It's also my luck with technology. As soon as somebody else looks at it and tries to do stuff with it, it immediately fixes. That's happened to my computer way too many times to count. We'll ride the train, why not? I like the train. Train's always good. Let's see, who's all in here? Who should I expect today? Okay, good. Oh. Well. Good to know that being in a menu does not teleport you. I've figured that out. Let's see, the plan today is to trigger a Toreador's Flaw. Why? Because it's nice. It's also going to hopefully be a little funny. Maybe a little comedic. Who knows? We will see.
Wearing all black, covers his face. Yeah, isn't that one a Malcasian or something?
Taco, did you not just
I don't
see that
remember.
feller walk that way?
What do you want the fucking over?
Malcasian's a bad dude.
I thought you were talking about me.
Oh, not you. No.
No, the path is this way.
Sawyer.
Yeah?
Or
Alex,
was that?
hold on.
Right,
real
Oh,
quick.
never mind.
That's his name. He did
I
something.
hand you
We
a
didn't like
small
it. I don't remember what
felt like pouch that is just filled with gold buttons.
Something about the ass mic.
Well, thank you. Plenty of
Yeah,
Not
replacements.
like filled to the brim, but it has them in it. Right, yeah, no, I just...
Come on,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
tell me
quickly
about
just
it.
kind of...
I'll get Beatrice to sew them on.
Real
It's
quick.
all good.
Something's kind of...
Isn't he Cammy? I mean,
Sawyer.
it
No, I don't
would
care.
be pretty bad to treat a Cammy in their own turf.
He reaches into his like
No,
well, they can,
lab coat pocket like
You can
jacket
arrest
thing,
me.
and he pulls out. Let me get the
they
exact
can try anyway.
a better description of them. Like pulls out like several like very like stunning looking and like very aromatic looking flowers. They are powerful enough to trigger your Toreador Flaw. Here, a gift for your birthday.
Great.
Ooh. And Reginald's gonna poke over Alex's shoulder holding a lighter.
Let's not burn those. If you would like, I can perhaps. Would you like me to get you some plants? I can get you some.
That would be
flowers.
great, thank you.
Now they won't be as good
Oh,
as
he's
that
asking me
one,
at first.
but
As long as they will look pretty whenever they burn.
I'm sure I can think of something.
Did you break him? Is that like a magic flower?
Yes, they are magic flowers.
It's
Oh,
a
okay,
very,
that explains
very
it.
pretty specimen.
They should
I
last
must
up
have
to a
had
month
strong
if you
will and had the
kind of
ability to
care for
resist
them.
it.
Yes, if Toreador Flaw does trigger on that. But do with that as you
Yes,
will.
He's just gonna
I
take the
take
text
it
from the pocket so he doesn't
that,
look at them anymore.
But enjoy.
I take it that they are a Toreador, considering how they're staring so intensely at that plant.
Considering that
Mhm.
not many ways lead away from there, he apparently used
Perhaps
the sewer.
you should,
You skate.
or I guess I should probably wait until they're done staring at the plant. We're trying to talk to them.
Not sure
Just-
if he can use up his skates.
Perhaps
Make sure that they should last for up to a
Again,
month. So wherever your
came-
haven is,
You just
you can
kinda,
put them out on display and
came
just
from
enjoy
that
looking at them.
general direction, right? Real quick.
Okay, thank you. Did you
Came from over there.
need something?
Well, if
So,
you are a Toreador, as I assume, perhaps you should attend one of my concerts. I am told by my many previous
So
showgoers, I guess, that
potentially
it
not
is
be him,
quite appealing to the
probably.
Toreador ear.
considering
Though they were
Saw a fella that
also
looked like exactly like he just bumped
mostly
into that. So,
metal,
let
so
you know.
do with that what you will.
Well, it wasn't me,
Okay.
because I'm here.
Where's the person
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
it was
That's not
just
me,
told to
'cause
hold
I'm me.
this?
Well, I was reading that because apparently I made a head.
Oh, you made a headline. Let me see.
Oh.
ladder.
The only person I saw up there was
Yeah, it's on the
he was in
top.
some sort of trance or something. It wasn't.
There was someone looking like Lance went over there, and it wasn't Ralph.
Flipped wings, that's me, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have obfuscate? Probably. I don't know.
New curfew
When you
enforcement.
grab him, I can dominate the answer out of him.
If
That's a bit
needed.
important also.
Unless suddenly your face is going to appear on the news or something, I don't think that's heavily required.
Also, apparently we're
I
honoring
think
a
it would be
local
best
legend
to
and
do that
remembering John
before
Cena.
Such news appear.
Mate, I don't know.
What? I don't.
There isn't a sewer.
I don't think I remember reading that. Hold on.
It's at the very bottom. It's the last article.
There is a sewer entrance over there.
Wait.
And his name is Johnson.
I don't know.
What?
What are they What are you laughing about?
Apparently, Caliburn Island is honoring a local legend, being John Cena.
Who?
Okay.
It was
There,
a wrestler during our time. I forget exactly when they started, but we were technically alive throughout their entire life. So
Technically, yeah.
there was a really funny meme about
it's
it. That's the
a
main reason I'm laughing.
wrestler, actor, person. I think at one point they did
Yeah.
music,
Oh, okay, all right.
Huh.
like very early. I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah, I guess I didn't see that article at first. I wonder why.
I don't know.
I think you were more focused on the first article on the page.
The
The second
Yeah,
article
I
does
mean,
go on
read
about
a few of
a.
these.
The second one article does
Curfew
go on
enforcement.
curfew enforcement. So
So
Ah, you noticed that
they want to be a
too.
bit more wary. Oh, that was you then?
No, I'd like
Or-
to know who did write in kindred and kind in the article, however.
oh wait, does it actually
The
say
vampire
that?
news?
What? Wait, hold on.
What?
Yes.
No, this
Yes,
is
I believe it's the
general
second to last
public
paragraph.
news. It's not
Second to last.
just
public.
for us. This is public.
Local
Well,
That is not good.
local businesses
that's
with a higher concentration of kindred and kind on the island, safety measures become even more critical to maintaining a peaceful coexistence.
what?
An ironic phrasing.
What? Did a camera reiterate this?
No.
Not that I know of.
Who wrote this?
Huh. But should
That's
say
problematic.
no, it doesn't.
That's
Twice.
masquerade.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find whoever wrote this and give them a piece of
Not
our
a
collective
breach,
mind.
but
Kindred.
close.
Close. No.
The general public won't know what those words
Could tip
mean.
off hunters.
That's
Exactly.
But hunters may.
Someone else take this.
But do any of the articles
They
have
clue them in
any
that this is
sense
a bit of a
of
vampire plot.
Yeah. Not good.
I mean, I say bring it on. I got some Molotov cocktail.
If we can avoid a conflict, it's
Yeah,
always
I
better.
don't.
Well, usually better.
Certainly welcome to come meet me if they're coming, but I don't want to put people unnecessarily at danger.
Yeah,
And
no.
What do you define
Third
as a
paragraph.
conflict, Alex?
Yeah.
Physical altercation is more what I mean when it comes to a conflict.
Yeah. Did I just see you jump off the roof?
Well.
Twinkle would have climbed down a ladder, but I don't actually.
Well, that makes
can't
me
actually
worry
climb
that
ladders, so
whenever
you would have seen him jump down.
my new band
Climb up
starts
and
up,
beat
we're gonna get crashed by a bunch of fucking hunters.
What were you looking for?
Especially since our band's
I
mostly
grasped
made out of
And
or kindred.
and I went up to him, and I told
Then we
him.
gotta.
You know, I
Stop
never
doing what
realized
Actually, I
that
don't
John
think
Cena
we
came
need
from
my
Caliburn.
It was.
Fair enough.
I don't know who John Cena is. never really paid attention to wrestling.
Valor?
It seems like me and
I've heard
Sawyer
the
are the
name,
only
and
ones
people
in
have shown me
the
pictures, but they're always
in the
blank.
joke.
John Cena
Yes,
is
so.
an entertainment professional, mostly known for his
Nope,
superb
never mind,
acting
Twinkle's in.
skills, but he started as a wrestler.
Lance, can I see you over here?
And nobody embraced him?
Yeah, I don't think we've met.
I think he would be a wonderful
Maybe they tried.
Bruja. I think.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, it is a little
I-
late, I think. He's dead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as far as we know. I
don't
mean,
know,
I'm
it's
sure
too
if we
hard to
did
find him.
research into it a little
But
bit, maybe we might find out that they
has,
were embraced. Or...
He has all the qualifications for rape.
Maybe, that is true.
Not his racially after presence.
Did anyone notice the person just run past over there? Or was
I
that
believe that was Wrath, or Urath, or whoever
Okay.
it is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, yep, there he is. He's still there. He's walking back this way.
Yep. On his
An
usual
interesting guy.
Malkavian kid.
He is aware that he is a bit vulgar, right?
I don't think he is.
So,
no.
I haven't met him yet.
It's not. Don't. He's
Don't.
a character.
Okay.
He
Or
is-
do, but be
a
aware
little
that he is a
obsessed with-
character. It's personally your choice.
He's a little. He's a little.
Definitely is using the suit.
Little obsessed with Ian.
Is he now?
That won't.
Is he?
Now, that's quite interesting.
Half of the conversations I've had with the man were something penis. So. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only met him once. I didn't want to be left alone in a room with him, put it that way.
Oh yeah, leave me alone in the room with him. I'll give him a piece of my mind.
Hold on. Lance, have you seen the painting yet?
If not, you need to see the
Reggie,
painting.
You would definitely give him a piece of your mind. That is very true. Just
Painting?
not how you want it.
Okay, come on.
Yes,
come
he
on.
is a Malkavian, ain't he?
I know, a Bruja interested in a painting. It's quite interesting. But you'll like it. I haven't gone in here since the renovations. Are they complete, or are they still in progress?
We did some pretty good redecorating. Havoc, and it's very nice.
Now that I like.
I'll let you two.
Learned that
just
the
fully
Malkavian was
welcome to
just in here.
you. Who? Oh, anyway, come on. Raph, or Lance, whatever your name is. Not
Yeah,
good.
don't call me rat.
Preferably,
I'm
yeah.
not. Yeah.
I'm not crazy. At least not that crazy.
Is that the new statue?
I was about to say, is that Theo Bell? And I was right.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't
Huh,
approve
they
of everything
expanded
you
the seating
camis
here.
do, but I like this.
I mean, it's
This gets my seal of
a
approval.
bit more important. Yeah, it's just. I want to say like emblematic of the kind of society I want to make, but that's a bit too.
This isn't part of a long play ploy to make me join the Camarilla, is it?
No, it was just
You
it
want me
was a
that
gift
badly?
from the Archon that visited us.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Reginald is nervously flicking at the lighter.
Sawyer's already seen it, so I don't think it can re-trigger the whole thing. I don't know, but yeah, it's a very nice painting. It kind of compounded very well with. If you see outside, there's somehow a picture of me. I don't know exactly who did that. That's a little scary, but
It would be a nice gift,
No,
at
when in
least.
doubt, blame the Malkavian.
probably clearing out Morningstar fluff from this plate.
Speaking of
that's the
which,
painting,
are you
if you-
doing anything with these chairs?
Why?
Well, I've had interactions with, oh geez, 1, 2, 3, 4 princes in these chairs. So if you're throwing them away, I would like to give them a better home than a garbage dump.
I'm not throwing these chairs away. They are nice chairs.
I can
Very
reduce them to ash.
Let's not do that,
Don't.
Reggie. Reggie, if you want, you can look over there into the fireplace. If you want to light something in fire,
Ooh.
it has to be something that is already inside the fireplace. And you
Why
cannot
not
put
the
things.
cube? I think that's just
that
something to do
sounds
with the VRChat update.
So, like,
Wait,
if there's a piece
Out
of
character,
wood
can
in
everyone
there.
see that?
Yes, everybody can see the cube.
The cube? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that was just Quest users. Okay, go back to it. Wait.
Nah. Nah.
So, like, if there's an
But yeah, no,
unlit
it's-
piece of wood that's already in there, go for it.
But that's supposed to be on fire.
If your intention is to set the world on fire, I would ask you to lead by example.
I mean, I wasn't
From what
gonna
I've
say
heard of
anything, but
Reginald, that's already
he
kind of
really
happened,
likes
right?
fire.
Yes, actually. I got hit by a flame pillar the day of my embrace.
Knock, knock.
Ah,
And it's not a soldier boy. Jim.
wait. Princey boy, there's someone knocking at your door.
Yeah, hang on.
Princey boy is fucking
oh,
gone.
Yeah, just went AFK. Hmm.
Good evening.
Simply
Technical
couldn't handle our
difficulties.
style.
I also think the sound
waiting for
deadening
him to
cube is
return
one
my
of
Oh,
those.
there-
I'm not here in character
Hold on,
yet.
let me
Must
try and pull
not.
this up.
Pushed into fireplace.
You know, you really like fire for something that is really combustible.
Yeah.
I believe he's mostly
Oh, the rest of you are
obsidian.
I'm fine.
Well, yeah, we're
During
all
this
combustible.
film.
But you can what?
I'm a gargoyle. I can turn into stone. It's the thing we do.
Oh, for a second I thought you
Like,
said
here,
snow.
check this shit out. Oh. Nah, here, check this shit out, and he will temporarily turn
Anything
into
that you need to,
stone as, like,
you would
fucking
like to
cat.
talk about?
That's weird. Okay.
Not particularly at this
Cool.
time.
After-
We do have to have a meeting off on the side,
After a
but
few moments, he turns
Is it
back
about our
Yeah,
current
nothing
situation,
publicly.
or
Oh,
And
wow.
that is how you hibernate in the middle of
in a low priority sense, we don't
Because
need to
fire,
break away immediately, but
the
we do
sun,
need to talk
everything
at
did that
some
too.
point.
I can see what I can do.
Now,
it
you also
should be
can't do
no
anything
problem
of that
for me.
sort, but-
Once again, it's a low priority matter.
Wait, you telling me
Don't take-
like unfucking churches? They're all vampires?
Yeah.
Like, all of them?
No, not. Usually they aren't. Gargoyles are pretty rare nowadays. But
Oh. okay, I got
sometimes
scared for
you
a
will
second.
find like an entire church that is covered in vampire gargoyles because they've all decided to set up there.
Oh, you learn something every day.
So that is pretty hard to find, considering that churches are usually ran by other vampires. We're rather reclusive,
Ah, tell me about it.
just because the premier fucking hates us. Except for the ones on this island for some reason. And considering what I've heard of your past history with gargoyles, you have more reason to hate them than most Tremere.
Impressive.
Yes. Look even better on fire.
No, I don't think it would.
But must burn pretty things.
I'll be sure to get you something.
I mean, I'm pretty new here, so I know he's a Torido, but only because, you know, the whole box of hands thing. Sorry.
Box of what?
You forget about it.
Box of
Let's not worry about it, Reggie. If you would like to know, I can tell you when Sawyer's not present.
I know you're a gargoyle. I know the prince is a Bruja. Everyone else, until they tell me or do something that lets me know, I haven't got a clue.
Well, everybody else here is Premier, I think.
That is correct.
I was gonna guess that from the outfits, but yeah. I don't mean to generalize.
Well, I mean, you could also probably guess maybe, perhaps, Ventru. You could guess that. Maybe
I don't know, you guys are an
the
asshole.
Sombra. Could guess
You're
that
not the
with the
kind of
outfits.
asshole that Ventru.
Sorry, one
Apologies,
second.
I had
Because
to take care of something real quick. So
because you said Ventru.
Sorry. Who said Ventru? What said Ventru?
Nothing. We were just talking
Don't
about
say it. Alright, bloody
outfits.
Blaming
It's fine.
Ventru.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Nocturne.
Hey, Reggie.
Nocturne, would you kindly, kind of leave the doorway?
Leave the doorway or close the door?
Yes, there's someone behind you.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Biltmore. Prince Biltmore, my apologies. I was simply... Well, we redecorated the chateau a bit. I was a bit excited, is all.
Oh, of
I
course.
apologize for not
I'm also
seeing...
very excited, Your Majesty. It is
Listen,
your domain.
Yes, Before we begin, I deeply apologize for not being able to see you sooner, getting all the kinks
Oh,
sorted
never
out with
mind
the
then.
warden and whatnot. I offer you a minor boon for my lateness.
Graciously accepted. But please continue on with your tour. I am very interested.
Well, less of a tour, more of a simple invitation.
See,
The painting is...
it's beautiful.
It is quite.
yeah, and she's new. I don't know who she is, but she's new. So I don't know.
Nice acoustics in the place. You can really hear people when they enter, you know.
I suppose it's fitting for
Is
your
that-
office, so you know if somebody enters your building.
Did not know you were... That is true, yes. I obviously did not realize you were coming. My deepest apologies. Is there something that you need that you would grace us with your presence, sir?
Oh, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to speak after you're done with whatever presentation you need to do. I would never dream of infringing upon your domain's business.
It is... You were causing no offense, please. I believe you did come in a little late. All of the presentation that I planned to do, as slapped together as it was, has already happened, so...
I love the painting of you. It really captures you.
Yes, I don't know who did that, but it is quite nice. It just appeared here. I don't know.
There is an open door. Is this an open invite meeting?
Well, it's not a meeting exactly. It's just people in my office admiring the new decoration and the painting that I was so graciously gifted.
All right.
Okay.
Good to see everyone.
No.
Where's Biltmore? Good evening. Hey, Jim, we're gonna have to talk about a couple things eventually. Doesn't have to be right now, but it should be soonish because it's relatively important.
All right. Thank you for letting me know. All right. Just.
Oh, lag. What happened?
Oh, and he's back. Okay. Oh, we were just talking about how we, kill your character, etc., etc.
I don't believe I've seen you before.
Oh. Prince Biltmore.
We've definitely met.
Obviously,
Your name is
I'm not
Reginald,
good with
and we have definitely met several times, couple times actually.
formal speaking.
Talking to me?
But how are you? It is very good.
Or
To
talking
see
with somebody else.
Out of
That's all right.
character,
That's a Georgiano Crivelli.
I have a sort of
Georgiano
hypothetical
Crivelli.
question for you.
Nice to meet you again. It's all right.
If,
No problem. I
let's
forget
say,
things too.
Imperial
Not offended.
Majesties were all
got a lot of things going on in here. Most of them are
See,
bad.
I remembered you because I got a race that
several
works for me.
other
His name is Reginald
princes
too.
in New England
So.
were to blood hunt that same
And
person.
you're Lance. I met you the other day too.
What do you think would be
Yeah.
your
So
reaction to that?
Nice guy. Nice
I got a filing cabinet up in here.
I
Not much gets
believe
past
that
me.
if such a situation were to happen,
Well, how have you been?
person.
It's been a couple weeks. It's been a couple weeks,
welcome,
all right.
Caliber.
Yeah, it's been a week, couple weeks. How about you?
Of course. I would
Well,
think it
I
would be
made a
very likely
news headline, so
that
I'm
you would blood
sure
hunt them as
that
well, correct?
already says quite a
Correct,
bit
yes.
about how the last couple of
Very
weeks have been for me.
I have with me a list.
Largely
This is
just
a
been
list
a month
including the
Congratulations.
Imperial Majesties and 7 other princes
Okay.
in New England who have intention to
Reason you're hiding off in the corner there?
raise blood hunt in their domains
antisocial
or lead a Morning Star.
That's fine. I'm
I
not
want
trying
to
to
know
judge.
whether or not you would like
Just
to be
wanna
the
make
first
sure you're
one to
okay.
do so officially.
Anti-social Toreador.
Well, I mean, he apparently hosted
If
a
I'm
party.
being
I
honest,
unfortunately could not attend that party.
I don't
Had to
know
go to
what has come
church.
over me that I
But,
have not done
it was
so.
nice. Did the party go okay?
Well, you know,
Don't
stereotypes.
either, but
Like,
clearly
you
you
might
have
even meet a
very
nice
important
venture
business
with
at hand. So, being the
Have
case,
yet to meet one of those.
I feel like you should probably take care of it.
I'll be sure to introduce you sometime.
Quite, yes, I
As
agree
soon as
with
that
you
is done,
wholeheartedly.
I
these
met a
other
nice
princes
venture
will be
once.
Interesting. It
following
wasn't
They
them.
were an anarch, though.
It wasn't good.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess.
Thank you
you
for
take him as you
informing me,
got him.
Prince Biltmore. Make the
Only thing
announcement.
I've heard
I
about
also wish
the party
to
was
pass along the regards of your
severed
cousin,
hands. Like, what the
Romana.
fuck happened?
and Dragon,
Ah, shouldn't
Oh,
Princess
yeah, they were
Commonwealth
talking
of
about that
Connecticut.
in the thing, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, somebody brought
Very
you some severed
eagerly
hands.
awaiting such an announcement.
Who bring?
Yeah,
What,
no.
Did you accidentally invite
I'm-
someone from the Sabat over?
No,
That's the only.
please, can we not talk about
What
this?
are they talking about?
They're talking about the hands.
Yeah. You gotta respect
They
his
are,
company.
yes,
You're
I-
gonna upsetting him. Looks like he's a little bit
New,
fragile.
I'll handle it.
New kindred to the island, a bit more younger.
Fair enough.
Reggie, would you like to step outside with me? I can explain in better detail and it'll be away from Sawyer.
I don't know exactly who. They don't know exactly. It's just
Sure.
Nice of you to help out and give Sawyer a hand like that.
I love that guy.
I have to say, that painting's really good of Jim. Or did... Okay.
Wait, painting of you. Where? Where?
I didn't go down there.
Wait, where did you go?
I'm still upstairs.
Oh.
I just simply walked over here. I figured over here is a place where we more than likely won't be bothered. And Sawyer can see from standing over there that we're over here talking about the hands.
Okay, severed hands.
Yes. There was a box of severed hands that were delivered to Sawyer on their birthday. And as a result, just a whole bunch of weird things are going on with that. Sawyer is a bit flustered and scared of them because, well, they don't like gory things. I understand that. I myself was a lot like him, believe it or not. Oh, you're going to learn a secret about me. I used to be afraid of blood.
See, seems like a pretty problematic phobia to have, vampire.
Do you want to know when I got over that?
When?
When I arrived on this island. Or a few weeks after I arrived. No. A few weeks after I arrived to Caliburn Island. By that point, I had already been embraced for quite a long time. Not as much in the grand scheme of things compared to you, of course, but, you know.
Well, kindred are embraced all the time. At this point, I don't give a shit. Yeah.
So, essentially on that night, they were given a box of hands by a person by the name of Absalom, I believe. And they wore a mask, and they tend to frequent the Toreador feeding grounds, from what we know. Let's see. Seeing as Sawyer is one of the only Toreador on the island, the only thing that I can think of would be, perhaps it might be a Sabat Toreador, who decided it would be funny to play prank on a Camarilla Toreador by gifting them a box of hands. Keep in mind, this was also done in during the attendance of Emoji, which is the Imperial Harpy of Boston, and a group of the other Toreador. So, it was quite bold. I don't think they were planning on being that bold, but it was quite bold.
You know, I can respect having the ball, but if this is craft or maybe even Sabat activity, I'm sure this needs to be dealt with in a rather
It'll be handled.
Unforgiving manner.
It'll be handled. Just filling you in. And during their birthday party, they were just gifted a random box of hands by a person named Absalom. So, I believe those are the former princes over there. On the other side. I know you don't care. I know you don't care. I believe some were taken to the Umbra, some were killed. Various things.
People die all the time. I'm surprised they
Good evening.
put so much stress on the board life at this point.
Yep.
An important moment in Bruja history.
Decided to enjoy the new decoration and atmosphere of the chateau of Caliburn Island. With the arrival of His Majesty
Do people
Imperial of Boston, Prince
definitely
William Biltmore,
I believe that's a rather important thing.
Something very important. That a certain individual who has insofar gone unpunished, unnoticed by our people in the terms of the larger Camarilla and any other sect, has done so for far too long. It is with only Prince Biltmore's arrival that has reminded me what I became Prince for. Protect this island, to protect its people. And saying that, I will happily be the first official domain to call for a blood hunt on Lido Morningstar. I want her head on a spike delivered to me, preferably.
Woo! Murder!
And that's all I have to say. Is there any other business that you need to ask me for? Please, I will be in the chateau.
It is following with the
But
very
other than
loyal
that-
prince's lead. I, William of House Biltmore, Prince of the Imperial Domain of Boston, acting in accordance with the Imperial Princes of the Commonwealth of Connecticut and of Providence, Rhode Island, hereby declare upon our authority a blood hunt upon Lido of House Morningstar in all domains under our imperial action, including the 17 domains which swear fealty to us. Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you for extending
Sounds
this
like
message.
Pluto person is getting fucked.
I can explain a bit
I
more if
wish
you would
to
like more
express
later.
the following in following this moment, as 3 blood hunts have been called upon this individual. It has now come upon Her Majesty, Romana Pendragon, Architect of the Ivory Tower, that Sheba shall be sending a missive to His Grace, Theodore Bell, Justicar of Clan Bruja, asking for the Justicariat to seek an appendation to the Red List. Thank you.
Ooh,
no.
red?
Mild disrespect intended. It's actually Theophilus Bell, not Theodore.
Bag is gonna
Now
try
she'll
to
be
grab
memorialized as Camry's most wanted.
you and start like dragging you out of the room. Are you resisting?
Oh, we going into rounds?
Absolutely. Yes, we are going into rounds.
Okay. Here we go.
Well, okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm not trying to do
hang on,
damage or
I'm
anything.
gonna
I'm just
mention
trying to
this.
pull you out.
I'm gonna hang
Okay.
on.
I don't think he's okay with that.
I'm gonna mention
Nope.
this. He is actually corrected as Theophilus, and that in fact William Biltmore would have used the correct name. I will say that.
Alright.
That was my
okay.
bad. That was a my
Would you
bad
have
moment.
said that remark?
He would not.
If he said the correct name, I would not have corrected him.
Yeah.
Alright, alright.
Okay,
Let's back up.
then we don't need it. Okay.
That was my bad. I'm sorry.
Like he can say Captain Crunch. You pull that shit. I'm
Yeah,
dragging you
he's
out.
one.
Keith.
Yeah, Theo Bell's one of the few cam
When
people
Cole
the
was about
Boondock
to start
Saint
throwing
respects.
It was going down.
Get back in character.
All right.
I would like to state on behalf of the Anarch movement of Caliburn, specifically of our Protectorate of Brighton Beach, that Lido the Morningstar will find a safe haven in Brighton Beach. That specific safe haven will be hers to protect her as long as it stands. This protectorate is a wooden building filled with straw.
Oh, I'm glad the Anarchs also have a pyromaniac with them, if that is the case.
I suppose thank you for allowing us to know where she would be should she ever have the audacity to return to Caliburn Island.
Assuming there's enough left of her.
If you could please forward me the address of said wooden building filled with straw, that would be most helpful.
I believe quite a
If
few
she
people
arrives-
would
if
arrive
she,
with torches.
If she seeks refuge there, you'll just need to follow the fire trucks.
Suppose that would be true. Again, I believe that's the only announcement I had as of now. I thank you all for your time and wish you a wonderful evening.
He's going back
Things
upstairs.
are getting bloody with the camies, eh?
Hey, Dom, are you doing okay?
Yeah. I mean, it's about time.
Hey,
I'm feeling
he's
quite
right.
myself this evening, so
You're not feeling quite yourself?
yeah, I'm feeling quite myself.
Is
Not
there
gonna lie,
anything that
I
you
understand
need to
how
request of
cold
me
it is.
before I leave for the evening?
Full of straw.
Sorry?
No. I'm
Is there
pretty sure I
anything
can
you
put
wish to
something
request of
together
me
in like
before I leave for the
20
evening?
minutes
My
with a
work
trip to
here
Home
is
Depot.
done.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, there was a lot of big words, but it pretty much came down
I-
to they're finally
No,
handling
Mr. Biltmore,
their
I do
problem.
not believe I need. Thank you for gracing us with your presence once more and extending this
Of course, it's gonna have
very
to go
well
through about
I will
20
need-
rounds.
I will need you very briefly, for a moment.
Of course,
Of course.
considered, but
And you, sir.
since that pretty important looking.
Oh, I thought they were pointing to me initially. Well, that also works, I guess.
A lot of big words. I assume it will happen a bit more quick.
I wish to express something to you, Prince McCoy. The reason why I wish to have a meeting with you. It is customary that the subordinate domains, and I use the term subordinate very lightly as it is your domain and your sovereignty is deeply respected, that an offer be made to you that you wish to swear fealty to the Imperial Princess, that you be given the opportunity to do so. This is an oath of fealty which is bound by blood, one which carries with it great strength and benefit to it. Up until now, you have enjoyed the loyalty and respect of the Imperial Triad, and we believe that it would not be a mistake on our part to make you this offer. This particular arrangement allow you the ability to rely on the strength and backing of the Imperial Triad in some of your most dire times of need. It is an old kind of fealty, one which hails from the darkest ages of our community. If you're willing to swear this fealty, then I'm sure it would be of nothing but benefit to you. Are you willing to do so?
I respect the Imperial Princes greatly, and I thank them for everything that they have done so far, but Caliburn, as it is, I do not believe should be connected to any one particular sect too strongly. It is, as a place, far too dangerous to be anywhere but its own.
Well, it's very true. And I, again, will not be stepping on the sovereignty of your domain. This is a show of loyalty, strength, unity. It is symbolic. It is strong. It is something which grants you the respect and, as you just saw, continued backing of the remainder of the region. I would mention to you that there is a wall, previous princes outside, who did not have this offer given to them because they were not worthy of it. They are not prince here any longer.
I simply want what is for this island.
As do I.
Very well.
step forward. I will. So, what he's going to do is he's going to be initiating a mental challenge against you, which you may choose to relent to.
Would I know what in nature this challenge would be? Just a challenge.
No, it is a challenge.
I relent. I relent.
So, Prince Biltmore is going to look into your eyes, and he is using an elder level of dominate called fealty. The way that this works, the mechanics of it are that as long as this power is active, he has familiarity with you, so he could, for example, engage you in telepathy and that kind of thing, as though you were within his range.
Right.
He is always considered to have your gaze and focus for the uses of using dominate powers. In addition, you are. In addition, you are basically like you have penalties to attempt to use dominate powers on him. But here's the best part of this is, yeah. So this is the best part of this is you are able to use a portion of Prince Biltmore's willpower. So 3 times a night, you may use his willpower to retest anything which would anything that would cause you to potentially violate this oath of fealty, which is basically just asking for you to be loyal to the tower and protect the island. So it's very, very open and broad, so you can use that in any way you wish to. So 3 times a night, you can use willpower that does not belong to you, that belongs to William Biltmore, to retest
Basically,
things
just
like
get a free
dominate,
retest.
temptation, that kind of stuff. You basically get 3 free retests per night.
Golly.
In things that are related to protecting the island or serving the king. So he's going to read out this very long and flowery oath that is essentially like, do you swear that you will be loyal to the imperial princes, the Camarilla, that you will protect the island from harm, that you'll a whole bunch of stuff that seems very much like it is entirely stuff that is in your favor. So there's no weird small text in it. And then he just asks, after he's done with that, he says, "Do you agree?" And you just say, "I do."
I do.
This now takes effect, so you have this ability to do this fealty thing. You do know that discipline has been used on you. You know that it is an elder level of discipline that has been used on you. He then explains in character terms what I just explained mechanically. And that's it. It's done. He's all
right.
And for this, and for being a sworn prince in service to the imperial domain, I name you as a loyal member of the Camarilla.
I accept your gracious. Damn it, what's the term I'm looking for here? Out of character, I would have said something. Approbation,
Say approbation.
Yes.
It's a good word. I love that. Approbation.
Yeah. I thank you for your generous approbation and hope only to do what I have been protecting this island.
Very good. I believe that this island is in very good hands, and that the Camarilla here is also in very good hands. I would remind you that there once was a city which was possibly the finest kindred city ever. You have the opportunity to rebuild such a city here, and I believe in you.
Thank you.
He's going to vanish from mind's eye.
If you can find the avatar.
I can find the avatar. Oh, just in time. I just got an ST call.
Uh-oh.
Going to respond to
That's him vanishing from mind's eye.
There we go. All of this talk of all of that, maybe I should write a missive to my sire.
Ooh, I don't seem to be able to teleport to people. That's weird.
Let's see how
Okay.
things
Uh-oh.
are.
Right. Yeah.
Know that you would have had my support either choice that you have made.
I know. I understand. I'm doubting myself, I guess. I don't know. Do that.
Trust me,
constantly.
I feel you would have doubted yourself regardless of whichever choice you made.
You're probably right.
Regrets are going to happen
Do you
regardless
like
of the
what
choice.
we've done with the place?
Oh, I love what you've done with the place.
It is. It's very nice.
Interesting seeing Theo Bell on the wall. Seeing it makes me think of my own.
Yeah, I know.
Justicar as well as my sire.
I hadn't realized he'd returned to the Justicariat. I thought he was still with the Anarchs.
Who knows? Maybe it's in remembrance of them in the Justicariat. Who knows?
He was very good.
Oh wait, no, they mention Justicariat there. William Bitmore did.
Yeah.
That it's
I don't
going
know
straight
exactly
to...
maybe that's the reason.
Going straight to him, too. Personally, when
maybe that's the reason that graffiti was out there in the first case, because I originally thought it was because he left the Justicariat, but no, it might be.
No, I think it's the other way around.
The other way around.
I think,
Speaking of, did you see the addition to it?
Is there another addition to it? I didn't notice.
Another? No, I just... The one that says Leto is the... No, you haven't seen that?
No.
Never mind. There is an addition to that piece of graffiti that basically over the top of basically his face says, Leto is the... And it kind of lines up with the traitor.
Ah, that's funny.
Or is the real. Yes, I'm just... It is borderline a masquerade breach, so I would like to know who did that.
True. But I think the newspaper is more important than that.
Very apt, very good.
Leto...
Yeah, there are...
That's a name. We can get away with the name.
Again, it is. People could just think it's a gang. Though, wait, no, also, you weren't there. Have you seen the local news?
I was
Read
there.
the, scream sheets or whatever the fuck they're called? You were there. Never mind. Okay. I have not the best memory. I'm
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, but...
I was going to ask Prince Biltmo before he left if he would like me to send my own personal missive to my sire, Justicar Ian Carfax. See if that could help with the Justicariat in their decision of their determination of Leto, but I'm pretty sure with the whatever evidence
decided, considering he showed a list of 17 other domains that basically immediately blood hunted her after I said that. So
good.
Anyway, I do have to meet with Georgie, so
well, I also have to meet with Bag.
Yeah. All right. If he's still in, that's the good question.
Well, I'm sure Bag will still be in.
The lab is fully stocked, and within 2 weeks' time, the lab will be fully permanent.
These obviously
Have either of you seen Mr. Crivelli? Doyen Crivelli?
Yes, he just had a private talk with Back.
In the advisory council.
Probably.
Have you met that horrifying little girl?
Well,
I assume Bag and the Doyen are inside?
Yes, sir.
Well,
They are.
No, I wouldn't want to disturb them. I'll wait.
Do send Bag in my general direction. I'll be up there, talking with him.
Very well, I will, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Walter.
I see you kind of entered right as I was giving the announcement.
But
Hopefully both, since it is a bunker.
child. I don't know. Rubs me the wrong way.
What is it, Reggie?
She looks alright. horrifying child down there?
You would notice on the
Who?
two people behind Alicia, if you look
Alicia,
very closely,
gives me the
you'll
heebie-jeebies.
see that there are stitchings.
It's quite
or
nice.
Mechanical parts on the faces.
It's an acquired taste.
Okay. Would since Darkland is very
Usually I try to avoid tasting other vampires.
know which area the stitchings are?
Reggie, I'm a Tremere.
Or more like where are
Come
the
on.
Stitching on one would be on the eyes and around.
Alright, that was a good one. I'll give you that.
Area. The second one, it would just look like lines of like a faceplate.
I see.
Fantastic. Okay.
I mean, I never met many Giovannis before I came here. They seem alright.
Interesting development.
They're nice.
They
I've
have
enjoyed my
always
company. I
been-
enjoy their company.
How they will do in action.
They have always been a not exactly friendly, but much less hostile face in my adventures.
Of course.
They're usually a
Very important.
bit less focused on killing people they don't like than making deals that work to their advantage.
I was going
Which
to say
means
you're
be
the first
careful with
gargoyle
you-
I've ever met, but from
Send
what
them
you
on
told me, I
random
probably met quite a lot of them and just didn't know it.
Tasks
It's quite possible.
other than communication.
If I had to guess, that's
While some of them can appear as totally mundane to both Kine and Kindred, I can only do it to Kine. I'm not that talented.
It's about time, and it's
I'm more focused on the
A pity that
final stages of
can't be made
Viscer
in such a way that you get
Viscertique rather than the
safely
beginning.
delivered.
oh, I'm sure her ashes will be paraded.
Viscertique is a very interesting
And then
discipline.
dumped
It's a
somewhere
shame not many more
unceremoniously.
clans know it.
I was
What we do
expecting a
Though,
meeting with Bag, but I'm surprised that he has not either come out of that
Practitioners
room.
of Viscertique outside of gargoyles, they acquire a stony skin texture and are very masquerade breachy. So,
How are you today, Sawyer?
Yeah, I would have guessed
I
that,
don't
but
think
the
I'd
wings-
I hope for her
I
that she
don't
makes it
really
to
know.
oblivion before
Overall, good, bad,
one of us find her
neutral.
afterwards.
Bad, I guess.
Do you mean
And why is that?
Oblivion, or do you mean the Oblivion the others?
I'd rather not talk
So,
about it right
I don't think I've asked
You
you
sure?
this yet. What
Not
brings
even in
you to the
private? We can
clan?
go somewhere.
In private might help a
The
little.
Morningstar has critical
I'd
information.
rather not talk about
Oh.
that.
I believe that room right there is
Alright.
open.
It's
Shall
nothing
we?
dangerous. Like, I'm not gonna...
Do not want
Yeah.
I'm not
her
gonna
to
bring
enter the
danger
Oh,
here.
come
It's nothing
on.
dangerous. I just don't want to talk about it.
It's all kind of. Well,
She has important information for everyone, or for just the warden.
Oh, I've never been in this room before.
Take care of whatever is stored on the island.
Well, what's wrong? Is it simply the talk of that thing, or?
No, there's more. You remember how my sire is haunting, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He's been trying to give criticism, but it's felt more like insult. And
I see.
I'd rather not. Needless to say, I feel like I should just watch the sunrise today.
You're okay. Trust me, there's many times that I myself felt that exact same thing. Sawyer, during
hello,
my
can I help?
time in the Boston, during my time in Boston with fellow Tremere, we, the Tremere are a society that are a lot more critiquing, insulting, and abusive. Sometimes. Just outright.
Yeah.
Especially to those that they deem are failures. I myself was deemed as such. I personally prefer to just simply study other normal things instead of practicing disciplines, thaumaturgies, things like that. And as a result, I have gone through some abuse of my own, and I understand. I understand the feeling of wanting to see the sun rise. There are many times where I go down a spiral of thinking about all of the things that have happened, and it once again brings a surgence of who cares? Let's just watch the sunrise one last time. And I understand that. However, I keep going on so that way I can continue to support others. I can continue hopefully making their day better.
How am I supposed to go on when I did something bad?
Well, why don't you tell me what you did, and I'll see if you did something bad. How about that? I'll tell you straight up. I'll tell you straight up whether or not I think about
I know it's bad. I know it's bad because I accidentally killed my sire.
That's...
I'm the reason he's gone, and it's my fault.
Explain it a little bit more.
That's why I was sent to the island.
Explain it a little bit more, okay?
I'm gonna go as far back her memory until she starts getting sick.
When you know my sire saved me from
Check the whole thing.
dying. I wanted to die and I frenzied.
I see.
I wanted to see my mom again. And now he's gone and I have no one.
So you have a lot of people on this island. You don't have no one. Trust me. Alright? If you ever need anything, I'm pretty confident I gave you my address. You can come over whenever you need. And we can just sit there and talk. I'm willing to take any amount of my time out of my day to make sure you don't do something that other people are going to have to see or deal with, or... In short, they'll feel bad, and I don't want that. I'd feel horrible knowing that I could have prevented it. Okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Things will be okay, Sawyer. And they will get better.
Okay.
Trust me. I know that's weird, but sometimes you have to have a little bit of trust.
Yeah. It's just hard.
It's always going to be hard. Trust me. It always will be. However, you gotta enjoy the good while you have it. There are good moments still, so look forward to them. Try to be a bit more optimistic about that.
Okay. That makes sense.
You got this, alright?
Thank you.
It doesn't look like she does. I'm fine. It's just a cold. I'm fine.
You'll do.
You go back out there. People are probably wondering where we are.
I doubt it. It's fine. If you need to talk about anything else while we're here, let me know.
I don't know how to put this on.
I think that's it at this point.
Like, how does that... like that? Okay, I'll put that on.
Okay.
There's a lot of people in here tonight. I don't think I've been here before. Is this like a museum or
Did something happen while I was talking to Georgie? Or...
No. some random person I think wandered in. I'll see about handling it.
This is a can someone else explain so I don't have to? Okay,
Marcus, can I
so
borrow
you
you
are
for a
in
moment?
a very friendly building.
Sorry if you're in an important
Of course.
conversation.
Alicia, I have the results of your examination.
No, I was largely just sounded like Marcus wears respirator on his
Exhibiting are
person.
not the same as Freddie Gibbs' grandmother's symptoms, but you
Never
could
mind.
see how these could, like, if left untreated, these symptoms could progress to those.
Standing on the
Give me just
magnifier.
one moment to confer with some colleagues really quick.
Okay, what are we conferring about?
Can I
So she's
speak
got
to
early
you really
onset
quick?
death.
Medical person.
Of course.
If
Upstairs,
she
over
gets
there?
if she gets worse, yeah, sure, upstairs. This way's fine. I guess.
Usually it's better to not talk too much in front of the patient if you're not going to filter the language, you know?
I don't work on a living.
I know
This
you
is
don't.
fucking
I know.
bullshit. Anyways, if she doesn't get better, she will die like that little kid's grandma did.
Freddie?
For 3 rounds, by the way. Only 3
Okay.
rounds long.
So
I-
we might have a human pandemic happening here.
Yeah, do it again, do it again, do it again.
To know, especially since it's. Hold on. What if?
I'm gonna leave that up to left-handed side.
I'm pretty confident it might be something not
To rest.
normal. Like this
And
isn't a
you
normal
feel like
disease.
Sick woman would
If we
end up
believe
No,
the
I think it
spirit,
was-
then the dominant might keep you passed the fuck out longer than 3 rounds.
if
But
we
that's your
believe the
discretion.
spirit, then it might be.
I think I'll make it like a
Good to see
thing
you,
where
Lord Payne.
it's sporadic. Who knows how long she'll be
Good
out?
to see you as well, Dawn Cornell.
It'll be.
Hope you are having a fine and I hope mostly uneventful evening.
Well, you know, that really depends on how you look at it. Trying to get stuff
Oh
done.
dear. I definitely think it's not normal. I believe the spirit, what they were saying, and that the corpse reanimated and answered the phone. So.
Maybe not quite unfortunate that you didn't be able to.
I mean,
that you weren't able to hear my
I think it's a
Ghosts
supernatural
sometimes do that
pandemic.
anyways.
officially have
I think it was definitely supernaturally made.
Morningstar and Imperial Prince of Boston, who was visiting at the time.
We're gonna have to watch our herds, make sure it doesn't get to them.
You'll forgive me for just a second. I don't mean to be rude. I gotta go
Okay,
talk to
you
a
know what?
guy.
Out of character, I wouldn't be that stupid. Out of character, I wouldn't be that stupid. I'm sorry.
We wouldn't be jumping ahead thinking that, would we?
I think it's safer if we jump ahead and start thinking that, and if we're pleasantly wrong, then we're pleasantly wrong.
I've been told that I'm helping you out with something, and that I need to
Expect
talk
the
about
worst,
it.
hope for the
What do we
best.
need to do?
So do you want to talk about that in the Primitive Council room or somewhere?
Well,
Is this something we should talk to others about, or
depends on how
keep it
heartless we
quiet
want
for
to
the
be.
moment?
Depends on how heartless we want to be. We could just quarantine them and observe their symptoms until they expire, or then also see if they do anything weird in the sense after death. We could try to fix them, cure them of whatever is plaguing them.
Mr. Saber and I have
And if we can't, using any of our
My-
expertise,
Is Saber around?
well, who knows?
at the moment, he's currently
I mean, technically my lab is not meant for living people,
I don't
but I
technically
can
have
surely
a lab.
empty a room in the lab.
No, if you feel like
I don't have a medical
If
lab,
we
to
wish
be
to
quite
quarantine
honest.
her
but
in a room in my laboratory,
that would be up to you. I would say that would be your call. I would definitely be willing to help work on this and help figure
it
out
shouldn't
what's
be too
wrong.
difficult.
Seeing as they appear to be homeless, that shouldn't be too much of a problem in other ways either.
I've just been working a lot recently.
Or maybe they're not homeless. I heard work.
Got a bit of this, but I'll be fine. You know, I've had colds before.
Do you have medicines for these symptoms?
On hand, no. Can I get some? More than
If I
likely.
get her to my lab,
Sometimes you just gotta take a walk.
I can contact someone with influences in the hospital to get me what I need.
Yeah. Oh, why are you here?
because if we're going to study her, I would like to keep her alive as much as possible, at least until pain.
Mm-hmm.
Due to our
Alive as long as possible, or
due to our particular line of work,
cured. There's a
Alive as
difference.
possible, as in alive as long as possible, as in until cured or in too much pain.
Mm-hmm. Good to know.
Yeah,
That can work.
really neat artwork and stuff.
And even
Walter,
if she
you might be
dies,
needed.
I'm sure a second autopsy will be good.
You are currently influencing the hospital, correct?
Yes, I am.
If I was to ask you for medicines, would you be able to acquire them for me?
It's not usually around this. It's not usually public at this hour due to the curfew. Which makes
You know,
me
just
wonder
I don't know out of character, but
this woman has
I'll have to get with
Mhm.
you know, Toast, and I'll let you know.
Good to know.
Now, how am I going to get her to my lab? Is the question.
Just go to a pharmacy for that. Like, I was taking some of this, like, Sudafed stuff.
Okay.
I could probably use someone with higher dominate abilities than I have.
I'm sure it'll kick in eventually.
How good's Plutarcho? Could perhaps ask them.
I'm okay. I don't mean to
I
be
can
weird,
probably
but
s-
they
I
all
could
glare at
probably
me,
I could probably spin this in a way of
well, it is highly unusual.
No,
Does anybody know what she's doing in here?
no offense.
No
you are
clue,
causing
but
a
she-
little
Because I
It is a
wouldn't like
sick
to
lady,
take them
and
100% against their will.
Trent is off.
Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of weird that she coming in here of all the places she could possibly come. It can't be coincidence.
I don't think it is.
I wouldn't think.
There was another sick
Okay.
person a week or two ago. A grandmother,
Sometimes I feel a
and
little
her symptoms,
need to sit
the
down.
person down there, if worsened, will equal exactly to what the grandmother had, and she will eventually, you know. But
Oh, fuck.
and it's also a case of the grandmother's body reanimated
Plutarcho's gonna
and answered a
use,
phone.
mesmerize, or rather,
So we're thinking
Sorry,
it might
what?
be
All right.
conditioning
a little
thing,
bit supernatural
Yeah.
related. There might be a
and
contagion
he's
going
gonna
on.
dominate her every time you notice that you're sitting on this
I'm
chair.
concerned about Dominus. She's got she's got it too.
She's got
Her
it.
mortal, her ghoul's guy has it.
Once
Her ghoul
sticks
has
for
it,
That
yeah.
3
is
months.
For 3
unfortunate.
sleep for 3 months.
That means it also affects
Alright.
ghouls. But
That conditioning is gonna stay for 3 months.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any goals, but there are definitely mortals that I want to not die. So
it definitely needs to be
Dominate
fixed.
is-
probably
should be
Yeah.
2 mesmerism.
Wait, I can't take them with me.
Ghouls.
At least not directly into the house.
Gotcha.
If
I'm sure you know,
We'll have to enter
looks
my
like
lab through the
Plutarcho's got a well in
cemetery.
hand.
that should be
I'll
fine.
fall asleep then.
Finally, knocked out the NPC.
Now,
Well, I guess that solved my problem.
You doing okay, Alicia?
Let's hope she
All right,
suffocates
glad to
on
hear
her
it.
sickness so we can ask.
What about you, Alex?
I'm doing quite fine. Worried about Sawyer
I was
personally, but I'm
more-
fine.
Allow me.
No, I mean after like what happened at the party.
And among other things, but should be fine.
Perhaps see if we can make sure you make.
Okay. Yeah, I mean he wasn't kidding when he said he's antisocial. He actually asked me to stop talking to him.
So
I don't get that a lot.
He's not having a good
I mean,
day
I'm not
today.
exactly
Ghouls
Mr.
as
Talkative,
well.
but that guy barely speaks.
He's not having a good day today.
Yeah, you know. Something else happened? No, fair enough. It's none of my business.
Personal matters, but yes.
Ah, okay, all right.
It's okay. I'm
Well,
So need me to haul her off to
What did
drop
It
her?
looks like they got everything in hand.
I miss you, mister.
assistance is always appreciated, but I don't know if it's needed. Just keep that in mind.
Well, if you ever need my help, I'm happy to help you with whatever. I gotta tell you though, authority becomes you. You really,
Unconscious.
you really grew into this position. I remember when you came here, you were, I'm not saying you were Sawyer by any means, but you weren't the man you are now.
I just hope that I
I
still
don't mean that
slightly
as
stayed the
critique.
man I was. Still a little bit,
Yeah, I mean, you know,
good.
I'm sure all the good stuff stayed. Yeah,
I would hope. I would hope.
Wasn't trying to tell you went down a dark path or anything.
I'm gonna shake her a bit, yeah. I'm gonna look her deep into the eyes again. Give her a new mesmerize. Every time you see her, you faint. Alright.
I'll be right back. Fuck me.
You are not giving me
Better
Yes,
than any
Alicia.
She's good to go. I would like to deliver her as soon as possible.
It makes me
If you would like to help. It shouldn't take too long.
I'm not the most physically able, but I should be able to carry a body.
I'm sure you're not the only one who feels
I would. Another subject you can perhaps quarantine with them is Dominus Ghoul.
does it way too good.
Now they're a ghoul, so
Let
that
me
shouldn't be
speak to
as much of a
Domina,
problem.
and
but-
we
Oh,
can
also, if you would like,
figure that
I
out
believe
as well.
Domina's down there, so we can talk to her now.
Let's deliver the living woman first. And go from there, because I don't have a lot of space.
Would we like Marcus to
Extra?
come with us, so that way he can at least obfuscate, so that way we're not holding a body through the
Take
streets?
care of the people who work with me,
Yes.
but you know, but I don't use
Marcus.
compulsion. You know, I just make sure that they like their
Yeah.
weekends. So
I'm gonna need you for obfuscate and heavy muscle.
it's appreciated. It's appreciated.
All right.
We're taking her to my cemetery entry to the lab.
Treat 'em like people, you know what I mean?
Marcus hauls her up onto his shoulder and disappears. To anybody that wasn't
Oh,
looking.
now hefted on her shoulder. Yeah.
I got a painting.
And of course, every time I
To
look
the
at her,
lab?
I pass out.
Because as a Giovanni, sometimes it's easy to forget, you know.
I'll
To the
definitely get in
lab.
contact
Whenever I let
with.
myself forget.
I'll definitely be getting in contact
The
with Walter
lab.
about the medicines.
Oh my god, there's gonna be so many downtimes going into this shit.
Oh, so many, but it's also like a really good plot point that I'm hyped for.
Finally!
especially if it's
The
connected
science
to grandma.
nerds get to do things!
Let's go. Like,
All right, so all of our characters are going on, which means we. Okay, I guess we all have alternate.
I don't have
Two of
alternate
us.
characters.
You don't have to
Is
stay.
is she,
on
is she not
forever,
back
I
yet?
don't think.
Is she not back yet?
She is not back yet.
Okay.
Hmm. We're gonna have another sick person as an NPC. That Reginald and Blindy are going to encounter.
Honestly, possible.
Alright, well, since you've absconded with me.
All right.
Also, I totally hang on. This is for the memes. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. This is for the memes.
Oh God.
I don't know what's for the memes. She said it was for the memes, but then she didn't tell us what it was.
Oh,
Hey, it's
Marcus
Blindy.
showed up for.
Oh, you're bringing the guards with you.
Oh. Well, yeah. They are my creations. And are purely loyal to me, so we'll go wherever I go, as long as they have a human disguise. Oh my god, this gives me perfect opportunity here.
There you go.
Does the invisible man count as a human disguise?
It does tonight.
Hang on. Everyone get in here! Everyone get in here! I don't know if you can see it, but I have a selfie camera in front.
Everyone look.
I'm like writing stuff. I can't physically get in there.
Hang on.
I think I should be Marcus for this because then I don't have fucking wings in the way.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go drop her off and jump into a different character. You'll see.
Alright, Reggie time. For like 15 minutes. I've already played enough Reggie.
Yeah, Marcus is only needed for the transport, so he's good to come back whenever.
I gotta figure out how long it's gonna take for me to. How long it would take for me to come back. Oh.
About 15 minutes if you want to
I
leave
think that
Alex
staying
alone
behind-
in the lab.
Cool. We'll be at the lab together. I got something figured out. I got this.
Oh, ooh.
Nuh-uh.
Alright, I'm not quite in character
I
yet.
wonder what I'm gonna do tonight.
Okay, you don't have the sock puppet on this time, do you?
Not the sock puppet.
Okay. Reginald is scared of the sock bucket.
It says Hanako, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm Hanako.
Okay.
I've got Hanako and Beatrice right now. It's not going to stay that way, but it is for right now.
Oh, it's the short one.
Oh?
Oh, you call it
Well,
short. I mean, if you're
that's
talking about
it.
her, yeah, she's short. She's the short one. I'm the taller one.
Yeah, I'm still taller than you.
Look, an inch is an inch. You shouldn't be upset about that. You know how inches are. You're either the inch that you want to be, or you're not the inch that you should be. Either way, I'm still taller than you. Yeah. Has anyone seen that guy with the glasses who had the birthday party thing? Because we have a gift for him.
You'll know she's carrying a box.
It doesn't happen to be severed hand, does it?
Oh, no, I saw severed hands. Honestly, we were very disappointed that we didn't get the severed hands. We really wanted those severed hands, but then they said that somebody else is taking them, and we're gonna see if we could find them. That would be very nice. But otherwise, no. This is our gift to him for his birthday. It just wasn't ready for his birthday at the time. But we'd really like to give it to him and see him open it up and see how much he likes it. Beatrice worked really hard on it, and it's really, really nice. You should see it when it's done, because it is done. But you can't open it. Only he gets to open it.
I know that Sawyer was inside the chateau last I saw him.
Oh, okay. So he's inside. Okay. Well, we'll make sure he gets it then. Thank you so much. Right. I forget
Reginald.
your name. Reginald. Okay. Good. Well, I'll see you later. I like your wings, though. They look really good on the dog.
That is
Reggie?
one weird Malkavian. Yes, Blondie?
I forgot to tell you about something. I did tell Ghost when I noticed it, before the meeting started. You remember that concert that you had?
Yes, the one that I had at Live Current.
I helped with the lighting and stuff for that, but I noticed in the crowd that there was a lot more coughing and stuff than normal. Like, there was a lot more sick people in attendance than, a normal concert might have.
Well, that's concerning. Has there been anything else about, like, sickness showing up recently?
Not that I know of, but in unrelated news, I do actually own a keyboard now instead of practicing on an actual computer for piano. So I can play. I'm actually pretty good at it now. It can double as a guitar, I think is what it's called. It looks really nice. So, yeah, piano is going along really good. I'll be sure to finish up my personal training with it whenever there's an actual event or something, though.
Well, I do think next month we'll probably be trying to push out our first concert because
then
I know
I'll make
Clipped
sure it's
Wings
done soon.
I know Clipped Wings fans are just clawing at my fucking throat trying to figure out who's going to be in the next band or what the next band is even named. They've already guessed Twinkle.
I don't think anybody's gonna guess
fair
me.
enough. Yeah, unless you're big in the music genre, and I'm just not aware of it.
No, I'm not at all. Do I need to come up with a stage name, or is Blindy just fine for that too?
I mean, Blindy works if you want to be called Blindy by all of the adoring kind. But you can definitely come up with your own stage name.
It's gonna be something to think about, I guess. When in doubt, I'll just go with Blindy. And put it in like little quotation marks or something. So they'll know it's a stage name. And then when they try to look me up, they won't find anything.
Well, I'm sure some psycho fan's gonna, get all attached to you, then make a whole Wikipedia page on you. It's a whole thing, stage
I'm sure it'll
life.
be
I wouldn't
fine.
worry about it personally. Just don't go in public places in show gear.
Oh, am I going to have to get a new outfit?
You probably want to wear a new outfit.
I think it'd be kind of funny if I
Especially-
was just if I just kind of wear my normal outfit and everybody else is kind of like really dressed up for the event. And I'm just over here in my sweater.
That would be kind of funny, but I'm sure someone would throw a hissy fit and Twitter would go mad. I'm sure Twitter would go mad at just calling the blind person Blindy too, but that website survived since the 2020s off of nothing but vitriol, so.
Yeah, a lot of anger.
It's only gotten worse.
I really wouldn't know, I guess. Should we go inside? Or do you want to stay out here?
Maybe we can get... Nah, there's more people inside. Maybe we can get some answers on the whole coughing thing, too.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good idea, I think.
Every emotion, it's every emotion now. It used to be just whatever emotion you were feeling strongest gets either blasted to the max or dull. No, I didn't look at it. The change, if they've changed it to all of them, then that power is so much more horrifying.
About her shock.
Yeah.
Well,
Emotion.
Anyway, so let's do the
Alright,
challenge.
good
So
idea.
Drew and
Good
scissors, go ahead
suggestion.
and you do scissors, paper, rock, and if you tie, I'll tell you your polls. Paper. Okay, so you doing a retest against him? It's a awareness test.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
willpower that, and then throw.
Ooh,
Hi.
scissors.
Okay, so you are gonna your awareness plus mental and your mental plus subterfuge.
My mental and subterfuge.
Assuming you have, yes, and your awareness plus mental. Assuming you have the awareness skill. 14. Okay. Okay.
Mental is 8, subterfuge is 2, so that's 10.
Okay, so he wins. So you know that the doll has magic on it.
I mean, I already knew she made magic dolls. That's why I banned her from
I
Brighton
was
Beach.
waving at Blindy.
Well, that's why
and
I'm
then I
working on
realized
it.
how
Right.
fucking stupid that is.
You know this one specifically. Okay.
All right.
Oh yeah. So do you like it?
And by the way, it looks dead up like you. It looks just like Sawyer. It is an extreme, beautiful replica
You're right.
of
It does
Sawyer.
need
fighting. We're not starting a war, are we?
Yeah, you know, it's been a rough night. There's a lot of stuff going on, so I think it's probably best that I turn in. Like I said, but
No,
if you guys
I
need
get it.
me,
His emotions are
yeah, if you guys need me, if you need me, let me know, okay?
Wait,
Just,
I can see him even though I don't have medium, or is he just?
No, I don't think you can see him at all. You're invisible right now.
Okay,
right?
all right.
Drape a curtain over
Right,
the
okay.
doll.
Making
But
sure.
you did see
making sure.
Georgie talk to somebody invisible, which is probably not weird for Jivan.
I am here now, carrying a curtain
All right,
from one of
all
the
right.
windows upstairs,
Yeah.
and I drape
Let
it
me know.
over the doll,
Just give me a
obscuring
call.
it from view.
You could obscure the doll
Yippee.
from you with the curtain. She's just gonna like reach over and start pulling it off.
And then I pick up the doll out of your arm's reach, and I walk away with the doll.
Was the doll on the ground or
don't.
something? Was the doll on the ground?
It's still in Sawyer's hand.
Oh yeah, you have to take it out of Sawyer's hands
Oh,
first.
I didn't
You
realize it was in
get
Sawyer's hands.
I'm gonna get him.
My bad.
It's in Sawyer's hand.
Didn't realize
It's
it
still
was
in
in
the
Sawyer's
box.
hands.
Well, it's
Still
Okay.
in the box. So you'd have to take the box.
I will
Why do
attempt to
people
take the
keep giving him
box then.
creepy
Let's
stuff in
let's throw
boxes?
chops.
Okay.
Are you resisting?
I don't know.
Transportation?
Yeah,
To keep
because Sawyer's,
giving him
That is true,
creepy
yes.
stuff? What?
Oh, okay. I should probably send my willpower.
Oh,
Okay,
was
go
it
ahead.
Another
So,
doll.
Blinding.
So paper and rock.
Right now, in
and
this situation,
I
you
will
are
stay
very
right there.
fortunate.
Yeah.
Quite.
I mean, I
So we
know
have to throw again?
kind of about the dolls.
Yes.
Twinkle had one, and it did feel a little weird, but
Hell yeah.
Scissors. All right.
Time he
He
won.
grabs it.
Oh,
Technically
that's-
speaking, you would have also had to spend additional willpower because that's a disarm action. So you're down 2 willpower.
Oh.
Anyway, so
Right,
you grab
right.
the doll out.
Why does the
And I
tagline say
walk
that on
away
Reggie?
with the doll.
Give it
Don't
fucking back!
move.
Because he put it there.
Ooh,
Whoa.
ooh,
Okay.
Oh, I love it.
Oh god.
Okay. He took the doll.
Give it back, you
Hey,
Come on,
motherfucker!
Blindy.
Okay.
Hey!
Octavian and
First time I heard that
Torador
before.
are now chasing an estimate. Due to a goal. That is a fascinating story.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling a little weird. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah. Feel free to stick around in case anybody needs you. I'm gonna take a few. I'm gonna take a break.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna take a
bet Blindy
breather.
before, I
Not
know
a
he is.
literal breather, obviously.
Okay. All right.
But thank you for your concern.
I thought
Yeah.
they didn't like to
All
be
right.
called Asamites.
Have a good evening, sir.
Banu Hakim.
Yeah, you do.
They
Banu
seem-
Hakim.
I know Banu Hakim, but they
Sorry.
seem to call themselves that. I'm sorry. Do you prefer Banu Hakim or Asamite?
oh, I don't really care. Either works for me, at least. I wouldn't know about the others, though.
Fair enough. The few I've met didn't really like it.
Okay.
But then again, that
The
was you,
few that are
so-
here seem to not care, based on previous experience.
I mean, we get
So-
what you mean, at the very least. So, it works.
All right. Let me just see if they're not like fighting in my. Excuse me.
So, Reginald,
Are you guys like in combat, or can I like
Hmm?
walk up here?
Good evening, Elder
have something
Plutarch.
to report?
Is this part of the
No.
dementation thing with that
Came
doll?
to,
People keep talking to thin air.
Be around if needed.
I mean, I usually have to talk to thin air all the
We'll
time
be
anyway.
it. What are your specializations again?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
What were your specializations again? Out of character, your main Arcanoi.
This place does seem a little different.
I
Has there been
don't
new stuff going on?
Can you generally
Well,
describe them?
the prince was showing me a couple of new paintings, but I
Like,
wasn't
as
going to
in what
mention
they
it to you
usually do,
because,
or as in,
I mean,
you know,
The general, what the general do.
If
they
it's
are
really,
generally,
really,
they
really
can
close
do
to my face, I
security,
can kind of
accounting,
make it out.
and house service.
okay.
Also
I've got to
helps
apologise
with,
as well. You're literally
No,
the
I
first
meant
kindred
the
I've ever
wraith
met who's blind, so I don't really know how to act around you.
That
it's
I don't
fine.
know because I don't have a sheet for him. I am
just
technically NPCing at the moment.
treat me like other people, but then occasionally remember, oh wait, they can't see. And then it'll work out.
Retainer? Or is he the ghostly retainer?
Okay.
Also, if
So,
you need
if you
information
want me-
about a lot of things, I can help you with that.
If you don't mind me
That would be
asking,
a good question for
if
Blake.
you can't
actually.
see, how do you hunt?
A lot of people feel bad for a blind person.
I think he's a retainer.
I don't know why I looked over there. I wouldn't have heard that.
Work either way, because if he's
And
depending how many dots.
I usually feed around a
also
nice
influences
gardening
how,
shop, so I can usually talk to them about
either how
plants
many
beforehand,
Arcanoi
get to
or how
know them,
powerful the
and
Arcanoi
then take them into probably a back area.
A 5-dot
because,
returner
you
would
know,
could have
anyway.
two Arcanoi, like Wraith Disciplines at 5.
Fair enough. Everyone does it different.
Out of character, give me one second
if
to
you
find
like, can you show me the pictures?
because I'm gonna message
follow
my
me.
Discord real quick to see.
I'm assuming you know where I am.
Kind of. I know you're behind me. But I do know you were going upstairs.
Well, it is in the room in front of us, but it looks like there's a meeting going on in there.
Don't you dare put it in the fire! Can you keep the doll in this room then until you are leaving? Would we count that as a third, or do we want to give them a chance to actually give me an answer?
Sawyer?
Sawyer.
I say torch it.
I activate
awe.
That's your answer for everything.
Right now.
Hey, Jim is
If
activated.
you wanted to see this beautiful picture, it's to your left.
Everyone pays attention to Jim. Hey, Atticus, everybody pays attention to Jim. He has activated awe.
Hello.
Your
I
Majesty.
highly suggest you
The prince told me it
allow
was Carthage.
Boondock to set the doll down. You can stay in this room with the doll, but you will not be leaving until you have calmed down. Is that fair? Okay, Boondock, put the doll down.
You should probably have a seat.
For sure.
Catch your breath.
I set the doll down right here. It is still covered though. Now when you go to leave for the
And uncover
when
the
you
doll.
go to leave for the evening, when you go to leave for the evening, cover the doll and bring it out with you. If the doll,
I
if
just
you and the
uncovered
doll
it.
are just hanging out there with everyone else, and the doll is not covered, I will take the doll and put it into the fire. No power on this planet can stop me.
Also, if you're 3 steps
do
away
we
from the
agree?
doll and I just uncovered it, you have to do a test.
Alright, hold on.
God fucking. Even if you already
I don't know.
succeeded
I don't think I'm
in
within 3
avoiding its
steps. I do
powers,
know
or-
that my gaze and focus is on Jim because he has awe.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I think everyone aside from me would not be doing a test because I'm like, you know,
yeah.
hey, look at me, look
I
at
would,
me, look
I
at
would
me.
definitely say that. I would definitely say the fact that he has awe is taking people's gaze and focus. So now if you're within 3 steps of it though, which I think you guys are
I'm
like
taking the
right
test.
outside of that 3 steps. If you guys are within 3 steps of it, then
Yeah, I
yes,
am.
still. But anybody
It's already
outside
been
of 3
impacted.
steps, I think, is gonna be looking ahead.
No, you're fine.
I think you're already
still
affected by it.
impacted.
Yeah. I think it would be
Yeah, okay.
reasonable if I was. I'm relatively new to where Brunduk put it. I think I would be taking the test. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. If you think you would,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
fair.
Okay.
Alright. I threw paper.
Scissors.
My
Oh,
paper
I don't
got.
see your paper,
I
but
guess
I'll,
I get
I'll agree with you.
3.
Yep.
Rock.
You did
So
willpower.
everybody within
Okay.
3
Rock,
makes the
tie.
test?
Hi. What's your? What's the test on that?
Versus your
The test on
social
that
plus
is-
willpower.
Social plus willpower. So that's.
Yep, social plus willpower.
9.
Yep. Against my
10,
social and
14.
12 and 5, so 17? No. Oh.
Yeah, you beat that.
Yeah, 17.
Already
I'm
did.
pulling 17.
Is that? No, well, let me take a second to understand my merits real quick, because Blase Code of Honor.
What's your
Blase.
character code there, Jim? I think I just brought it.
Yeah.
Protector.
No, I mean
character
your
code.
character code.
No, like, yeah.
100602.
Good year.
Blase, Ironheart, and Code of Honor.
Yes,
I
you are
have-
going to get.
I have
Yeah, you're
free
going to get a
retest.
free retest on that.
Okay.
Cool.
I use that free retest.
That would be Blase.
Gonna be Rose
Drew?
Rock. Yes.
Scissors, actually, you won that one.
I won.
Look at you.
Can I now do an awareness test to see that to see that the doll would have been affecting me? Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You could do an
I
awareness
throw
test on
scissors. Scissors.
Hi.
What is your mental
Mental-
plus awareness?
Mental plus awareness is 12.
Yes, you are aware that the doll is the source of some kind of power. It was attempted to use on you and failed.
I put
Now-
the drape back on the doll. We're not having this right now, Beatrice. There are a few important conversations going on. Your handiwork is very impressive, we'll admit, but it does cause a few situations that I would rather not have in my office. I hope you understand.
Oh, she's very sorry, sir. She wasn't entirely aware that she was going to be doing something like that in your office. If it needs to remain covered, that's okay for now. As long as Sawyer gets his doll at the very end of the night, that's okay.
Sawyer?
As long as he can.
I understand that you're
As long as he can follow what I said.
off right now. But I want you to know that the doll will be affecting you a bit. I think you continue to look at it, potentially, later. Once you calm down, I want you to be aware. All I will say, leave you in this room with the doll. Everyone else, aside from you two, I understand you were having a conversation. I apologize deeply for this interruption. Please leave.
Yeah, my apologies. This was the room with the leader.
Oh, that was a good idea. Could have gone better, though. You probably shouldn't have said much.
Well, crisis averted.
Well, I know I did most of the talking, but maybe if you had spoken up a bit, that would have been a good idea.
Last time I looked at one of that crazy
Don't she creeps me
Malkavian's
out.
dolls, I almost burned down a building.
Yeah.
And
Same.
get the time.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I like Malkavians. They just creep me out.
But, you know, he'll get it one day. That's fine. That's fine.
No, I
by the
think
way,
it is inappropriate to refer
Does
to.
anybody know of somebody who has a boat?
Nah, I just fly everywhere.
Oh. You can't fly into the
Beatrice.
water, can you?
Wings make good paddles.
What
That's
do you
probably
require
fair.
a boat
But
for?
if I need a boat. Oh, there's some stuff that we're gonna go look for in the water. Mm-hmm.
Well, if you need someone to search underwater, I do know a particularly good swimmer. Or, wait, no. Marcus knows a particularly good swimmer. I don't.
You do not. You're right.
Who? Water? What's going
That's
on?
okay. We'll probably just go walk under the water for a bit anyway. That's all good.
That should be a bit troublesome because the ocean floor is very soft.
Oh, yeah, I know, but, it's okay. I don't need to breathe. I mean, technically, I need to breathe. She doesn't need to breathe. But she could probably go by herself. Or she could always take Amadeus. You could go with Amadeus, He's good with that.
Amadeus?
Yeah, I know. He's a little bit weird. Oh,
think
yeah,
he's the
Amadeus.
stuff.
You haven't met him yet. He's a nice guy. When he's quiet and he shuts up and he doesn't come out of his room. I don't have to be nice to Amadeus. I have to be nice to you. You put the money in my account. But Amadeus is a little bit of a meanie to me. And I don't really care for him all that much. And that's fine by me. Fine, he's okay, and he's nice, and you'll like him if you ever get to meet him, and you might come
Why
by
exactly are
tonight.
you going to
I
the bottom of
don't
the
know.
ocean? Again, I kind of missed that part of the conversation.
Oh, we're just looking for something.
We all did.
What exactly
You're just
are you looking for at the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, remains.
You're not going to be finding very many remains at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, no.
And unless you got, like, really high fortitude, I don't think you're walking down there either.
I mean, it depends on how deep they have to go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
Definitely
always
need a
true.
light
Yeah, it
source.
just depends. It's okay, we'll figure it out.
You don't want to wind up like that one submarine in 2023.
Or, even if
That
we
was
went underwater
hilarious.
for a
No one
bit,
of value
you
was
might just
lost.
be gone for a little.
So true. Something, I don't know.
Rich people.
I think one person of value was lost in that.
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Oh yeah, there was one kid who had no say in whether or not they went. That sucked for them.
Oh,
Definitely had a say.
That was a legitimately sad loss, but the rest of them knew what was going on.
Well, it was a
Alright,
sad
well, I
loss.
think we can stop referencing events from like 30 years ago, if that's alright.
No loss is really sad. It just means that they're ready for everything that's gonna happen.
Yeah, so anyway, it concerns me how chill everyone is with the Malkavian using their powers on everyone flagrantly.
Oh, that's what that is?
Yeah, is no one gonna do anything about that? It's not my territory, so I did what I can.
Oh, I thought-
I'm getting her moved
Amarillo?
away from Brighton Beach.
I thought that was just how you guys had fun.
Oh, see, the thing is, it was a present
we
for
have
Sawyer
fun.
for his
Whenever we do
birthday.
it,
But
station.
birthday, it wasn't done by it, so I gave it to Sawyer. I didn't tell Sawyer to open it up. Sawyer just opened it.
Why do you insist on making your dolls so emotional, is what I ask.
Oh, why do you do that? Oh, yeah. She only puts things on it like that so people really feel what they're feeling. It's okay to feel what you're feeling, You should be okay with your feelings.
That's very true. Unfortunately, what you tend to do is allow people, force people to feel things that they may not be comfortable feeling or do not want to feel.
Like the time I
Oh,
almost
no.
burned the painting.
That's not how it works.
It's one of
The
your
thing is, she
dolls.
doesn't make anybody feel the things that they don't want to feel. It's something you're already feeling. So if you didn't want to feel it, you shouldn't be feeling it. And if you're already feeling it, well, you know, it's just how you're feeling. Some people
Okay,
don't think
give me
about
this
it and they don't
example.
address it.
Say
Hanako,
you
I'll
take-
translate into something that might make more sense. You give such a doll to a Bruja, or in the vicinity of a Bruja. What are the Bruja known for?
Oh, leather coats and looking a little bit angry. But yeah, we got a
That
lot
is
of scowls on
extremely
their face.
offensive. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Pretty accurate though. Come on.
Look, I'm just going off of what I know. And he's wearing a leather coat, it looks like, and he looks a little angry.
Well, they're not an
Yeah,
anarch, I can
that's
tell you
fair.
that.
But I'm just gonna say, like,
Beatrice is a
Jim is
member of the
pretty,
Ivory Tower.
not, Prince Jim, he's got it pretty well handled.
I see.
And I think it's kind of sad to sit
Right.
there and think that all Bruja are always
Apologies.
angry all the time.
They're not
Right.
angry
And
all the
say
time.
I were to
Not all the time. Sometimes I'm
feeling
asleep.
rather alright. I mean, generally. Again, little angry all the time, constantly, because that's how the Bruja can
Nice.
operate. But, you know, able to work with that and live a relatively normal life. Say I were to look on one of your dolls while I was talking to someone that I didn't particularly like, but didn't want dead either. I would then kill that person.
No, not entirely. You have to have that little urge in you, that little murderous rage. And if you're not feeling murderous rage, you probably wouldn't kill them. But you might see something you don't really
Murderous rage
entirely
that every
necessarily enjoy.
vampire has the way inside of them called the beast.
Bruja. We can say that too. Bruja. Bruja.
What's other Bruja known
Are we
for?
breathing? Is
Throughout
this an
history?
exercise? Oh yeah, it's very
not a
nice.
bad
I like
thing.
it.
I was doing a perfectly fine analogy, right? Analogy, right? Was that? Did you understand what I would mean by that? It was alright.
Again,
Starting
I
to
didn't
sound like
tell
an
them to
anarchist
open it
now.
right now. They just did. I do apologize. I just didn't want him to throw it in the fire. It was a lot of hard work.
What?
Well, I understand that. Well, Sawyer was having issues and
Was it not obvious that that
Getting
Sawyer was a
his
little
words out.
delirious at that moment, caused by said doll?
Oh, delirious is one thing. No, he was just feeling things. I didn't do anything to mess up his mental abilities. No, he could still think just fine.
Toreador. You show them a good-looking piece of art, and they're already going crazy. Now you're compounding it with more emotion magic.
I'm surprised
Do you not
Sawyer was
understand
even able
the
to.
recipe for disaster?
Honestly, I don't
I'm
think she
honestly
actually thought of that. It was a really nice piece of work. She wasn't really thinking about the Toreador stuff. She just wanted to give him something nice for his birthday.
I'm honestly surprised
I'm
Sawyer
sure
was
it's
able,
a very
even
nice
able to go
gift.
back downstairs after they came up here the first time and saw that portrait of our dear Prince fucking Chad over there. God damn, that is a nice
I still have no clue
portrait, may I say.
who did that paint. Okay, who ordered that? I didn't ask for that. I mean, it's a very nice
I
painting.
wish I could take credit
Absolutely,
I
but
don't know,
but I
but
have
I'd
no
like
idea.
to know who it is. It's nice.
Your Majesty, would you look this way? It is a very fine representation of yourself, I will say.
thank you.
Oh, it is.
It is
very
very
nice.
nice. I will do nothing but admit that. And
Okay. Well, since we all
Ugh,
have an
just
understanding, we're good.
a little tiny teensy bit unnerved because I just don't know where it came from. Oh, that's all I want to know.
When in doubt, blame the Malkavians.
You know, well,
They
don't
like
blame
Beatrice,
us
did you
for
do that?
things.
I mean, it doesn't make me want to cut my head
What
off,
did
so
I
it
do?
probably
What
wasn't
did I
Beatrice.
do that? Well, I can't. I didn't do anything. I don't do any of the work. But Beatrice with painting? No. She paints dolls.
No, I
She doesn't
I
draw
asked
faces.
Beatrice Hanako. I apologize.
Oh, no, I understand. I was realizing I was speaking for her, not, well, for her. Anyway, no, she didn't do the painting. I would have known. I would have been there
Okay.
the entire time watching. Mm-hmm.
Probably, yes. So I'm just.
Not to mention, she probably
regarding
actually
the
also used
dolls.
blood
I
paint.
just want you. I just want you to think about it sometimes. All I'm asking.
Perhaps
Oh,
contain it
Sheila, my
only to
Priscilla,
willing
she's very sorry if
individuals who
she's
are willing
upset you.
to have their
Mm-hmm.
I certainly hope that is reflected by her actions.
Oh, it is. What do you think about the thing? She would like to offer a minor boon as an apology. Mm-hmm.
I accept this minor boon and spend it to, again, relatively enforce that you keep your word on the matter. Think about what you're doing, who you're giving your dolls to, how you think they would react to it.
Very
Okay.
wise decision. Such members of the Camarilla as yourself probably likely understand that there are great social penalties to those who would break even a minor boon over such a matter. One would hate to find themselves at the far, far lower end of social society, not just in the Camarilla, but as far as many other kindred are concerned.
Speaking of boons, where is Domina still in there, or?
I believe she still is, but I did not
I
see
have
her
not
leave.
seen her leave.
So Beatrice says that she's well aware of consequences to actions and things of that nature if she does not follow through what she's supposed to follow through with.
Very good. If I may ask, when is it that Miss Beatrice became kindred? I'm curious as to know if she is relatively new.
God, I miss being able to fly.
Oh, she's been around for quite a while. She's not exactly new. She's been around for like 100 and odd some years. So she knows the routine.
Very good. Well noted. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, next time I'll make sure that they know to open it outside. Or around friends who actually want to see what's inside. That's a good idea.
Or a question had it come. Would it be possible to safely look at a doll through glass?
Oh, no, not through glass. You have to be, as long as you can see it, typically it impacts you, if there's anything on it. There's not always things on it, though. Beatrice makes quite a few things without anything on it. Okay, well, she needs to go get back to work if no one knows anything about boats.
I'm really concerned with the Malkavian wants on the sea of a island that is basically used as a vault for evil things.
Well, is the seafloor technically leaving the island at that?
Depends on the line, on how far she goes.
Okay.
And as far as I am aware of the coast, she cannot get very far without getting crushed.
Okay. Well,
Lovely.
So technically, you could have a nice little sail around the island and not break the law.
I would still always be acutely aware where you are on that little sailing trip.
Fair enough.
May go windsurfing.
Good to know.
Then again, it's hard finding a surfboard that doesn't sink whenever I stand on it.
Actually, that's a damn good point. You can fly. No one else here can, as far as I know. How do they punish you if you leave?
I mean, I know that there are some other ways to fly in our society.
Giovanni, he can fly.
Again, that's fair.
I'm
Let's
pretty
put it
sure
this way,
Toast
Lance.
can also fly.
Let's put it this way, Lance. What can a Giovanni do that most do not have access to, but kind of reminds... No, that would be an insult to Giovanni. That would be troublesome for Gargle to find out mid-flight.
I don't know enough about the Giovanni. I've only met like 5 or 6 of your kind.
What do you know about the Giovanni?
I hate to sound stereotypes, but I met your kind when I was in Italy. I only met a couple of them. They were perfectly nice. They put me up for a while. Didn't ask anything of me. And then I left, and that's all I know of them.
Chance, when were you in Italy?
A while ago, after the war.
Ah, okay. I was in Italy during the war, so we just missed each other.
We need to be a bit more precise. We're talking about Europe. Which war?
The second, I'm not that old.
World War II, I think they call it.
Yeah, as far as I know that.
Well, there was that revolution, but that doesn't count.
Be very unwise, he would make an involuntary out-of-body experience.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a rather uncomfortable fall.
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
And since you would be over the deep ocean, and it would take quite a while for you to return to your body, I think physics will do the rest.
A recreation of the Apollo program.
Exactly.
I mean, I have to admit,
damn it, that
my
kinda
knowledge of the other clans, yeah, not great. I know basics, but I don't like to pry. Feels rude. And I know a Bruja worried about being rude to people.
I don't know. Not all Bruja are bike riding assholes. I mean, look at the prince.
Yeah, he's actually the first prince I've met who I've liked. No offense.
I mean, I just try and do what I can. Try and do that for people.
If you would have known the alternative, everyone would have been overjoyed for Jim.
I just leave the title up because, like, it can be assumed that if I'm invisible, I'm obfuscated, so, yeah.
Okay, I'll just assume your arms are crossed like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit, there was something I was going to say, but I forgot.
Okay,
Damn
I'm
it.
back. Sorry.
Oh yeah, so all I hear is if I want to escape the island using my own wings, just invest in a lot of fortitude.
weird how people like phrase it like that. Invest, like it's something you like put stock into. A learning experience.
How do you?
Well, you have to
increase
invest the
fortitude?
time and training.
Yes.
The pain.
It's you invest time. It's not like you're investing in the skill itself. I don't know.
Time is
Eventually
money.
investing
Weird
in
terminology.
Fortitude Futures.
And vampires are filthy fucking
Yes,
rich.
yeah, it sounds like that.
But
Reggie,
Mr.
it's very
Giovanni.
kind of you that you have made me aware of your fortitude.
I thought everybody knew the guy made out of stone has clan fortitude.
That is true.
Well, that you apparently seek to focus on that discipline. It will make my response more dedicated to your kind.
Happy to help, I guess. Ultimately, I don't plan on leaving this island at all.
I probably loop in a lot of like higher up matters, business, what have you. I wasn't aware that Theo Bell returned to the Justicariat. Were you?
This guy?
Yeah.
I don't even know who he is. Remember, I'm not Camarilla. I've never been with the Camarilla.
He's the fucking reason most of the Brujah left the Camarilla. They were following in his footsteps.
I have to admit, I don't know anything about that.
I'm gonna let you
Okay,
handle this
alright.
one. I'm not messing with it.
Look, for most of my own life, I've been kind of a loner. This is the first time I've even interacted with many other kindred.
That's fair. That's fair. I was just questioning the matter myself. I just wanted to know if someone else in my clan were aware. Apologize if I offended you in any shape or form. I don't really think did or care, but you just
It takes a lot to offend me, and
official
trust
enough.
me, you'll know if you have.
Mm-hmm. But no, yeah, he's the reason most of the Brujah left the Camarilla. Convention of Prague, I think it was.
To be fair, I don't go in for all the politics bullshit. I am who I
That's
am.
fair. I absolutely would agree with you. If not, very unusual circumstances kind of forced me into this position.
I agree we were talking about mortal politics, but kindred politics are completely different.
You might
I would
actually
not
know a bit
exactly
more
call
on
them
the matter,
bullshit.
Lord Payne.
In fact, kindred politics are quite entertaining. Especially whenever
I was simply
it's
not aware
Camarilla
that
and
Theo Bell had returned to the Justicariat.
I don't know.
Assumed he
With
still
kindred
was
politics,
with the Anarchs.
I kind of feel like it's like
to know
mortal
if you
politics.
knew anything more
but
about
with
that.
the bullshit just ramped up
Oh,
to 1,000.
Theo Bell was Theo Bell served as an
Yeah, that's pretty
Archon
accurate.
under the Brujah Justicar for many years.
I mean,
after the retirement
okay,
of the previous
this is also coming
Justicar
from the
Torpor,
perspective of
Theo Bell
a medieval
was
peasant,
then arisen from the Brujah ranks
instead
to
of, modern
take upon
man.
that seat. He has
So,
been Justicar ever since.
I don't know what politics among kind society looks like nowadays, but I know.
Oh.
Back in my day, politics was who's the king
There
fight.
was a very pervasive rumor that Theodore
It's
Bell
pretty
had
simple.
joined the Anarch movement, but I think that was simply rumor, if anything.
In our day,
Very easy
politics
one that
was
gets passed around
backstabbing
very
people
easily.
without knowing that they were backstabbing.
It was. It has reached my ears as
I mean,
such.
what I was talking about,
Yeah,
the kindred I've met.
Thank you for
my whole
clarifying.
point was,
Understandable. We are vampires after all. Rumor is often
I
one of
mean,
those
my
things
sire
that
never
we
really
just
taught me anything beyond
do.
fucking cruelty.
I don't think that
Yeah.
it in any way. I don't think anyone looks bad upon you.
How most
I
tired
often hear very strange
go
rumors
by
about my own
focus.
clan.
Mine was
They are nothing
not
but
exactly cruel, but I was definitely just another piece of the war machine.
Thank you again for.
I have to admit, I don't know much about
Ugh,
cruel.
little weird, admittedly.
I was gonna call you a
Again, most of my
Fucking hell,
clan
gargoyle.
left the Camarilla because
They
of that.
both begin
process.
with G, okay?
Little
So,
surprising
would you
humans.
mind a bit of a history lesson?
story.
think I
I know
found that
that
fewer
you and
Bruja
the
than
Tremere,
were initially believed
something
actually
going
left
on
the
there?
Camarilla.
Yeah, okay.
just
So,
left because
the
I
Tremere,
didn't leave
I know all about it,
because
I'm just being in character.
I just wanted to protect
He
what
would
I had.
explain dark.
I think there was
One man, I guess.
quite a rumor of Bruja having left the Camarilla, but even that turned out
Including how he was one of the
an
first
exaggeration than
generation
anything else.
embraced gargoyles rather than made gargoyles.
Okay.
Yeah, I.
You know, my
Little funny, I guess, being swept up in a few years after all being given the truth.
Thank you.
We all actually hold up in a premier pantry that we hollowed out for a while. Let me tell you.
You have a good evening.
In my life, I wish I could have invited like some more party hungry vampires, but
I'm honestly surprised William started back who is here to casually hear that. Seems to be around when you admit something extremely terrible for Clan Tremere.
Wait, what?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
I heard the word Tremere, so I'm really worried about it.
What about a terrible
No, I was just
for the clan Tremere?
Oh wait, we're plotting to demise. I'm down for that.
Just saying that Mr. Bag seems to be around a lot of the time when he says something that, you know, like you just said.
Well, if Mr. Bag doesn't like it, he can take it up with these.
Suppose that is true. Speaking of Tremere, where's
Have you
where's
checked
Alex?
in the office?
No, he's not in there. I would not suggest well, no, the doll is covered, but I would not suggest going in there and uncovering what is on the couch. I shouldn't have fucking said anything. Oh, I thought you were just going to go do it, spite me or something. Thank you for showing tact.
No. Just curious.
Yeah, don't do it. It is property of Sawyer. Whatever your last name is, I don't remember. But
I never gave it.
that is fair. Yeah. And obviously it's your call, but you know how it kind of affects people. Firsthand, even.
Yeah, last time I saw one of those things, I nearly burned down a building. I think I've said that like 5 times tonight. I'm running out of material.
Alright, okay. I'm gonna head downstairs.
Just don't go in her shop. She told me about the shop, and I instantly said, fuck no, I'm not going in there.
Yeah.
That sounds smart.
Okay, I got as far as the window, but...
They wanted me to go to the shop one
I
day,
didn't-
but then they realized I was blind, and so it didn't really work out.
It didn't really work. I guess there is some benefit to not having functional eyes.
Mind you, with Malkavians, I've known quite a few. In fact, probably more than any other clan before I came here. With the way their thing works, you know, the thing they have. Do you even need eyes?
Reggie?
Yeah.
Were
Yes,
we going
Blindy?
to actually tell people about the sick people or no?
I recounted the ordeal.
Oh, yeah, right. Does anybody, like, notice that Kine are getting sick real often? Like, I didn't notice this personally until Blindy brought it. Oh, so
Yeah,
there is
she
something
took
going
the
on.
sick person away.
Yeah,
not
at
interested.
the concert for Reggie, specifically, I noticed that there was a lot of sick people in attendance, like a lot more than normal for a concert. So there might be a weird pandemic going on. or something.
You would like, I would be glad
But there was a lot of
Well-
people that were sick. It was more coughs than normal.
I plan on quarantining all of my mortal allies, so
You may recount.
I'll
I don't
probably
know.
try to do
I-
the same and say,
out of character,
wash
I-
your hands
I'm
a
just
bit more.
tired.
I'd like to, if I could pass along some information here. Oh, but the harpy is here. Perhaps it is the harpy that can tell the tale herself. Mr. Saber has been kind enough to grace us with his presence. I think that there is kind things that should be said. If you'd like, I can recount it myself again. It is up to you, Madam Harpy.
Oh no, I would be happy to speak first of my condolences to Primage's Saber, and to tell you that what you
you're right there.
is
What exactly are the holes on?
Camera politics are boiling.
I think any kind of politics is interesting.
Okay, all right. Clarification.
Same with the mainly because I want to know the history behind it, not really because I want to participate.
any Camarilla member formerly in this domain, and that your actions
Well, history is fun, but sitting around listening to some stuck-up venture drone about another venture's accomplishments gets a little grating.
The only person who really knows all of what I know is Nocturne. It's fun.
I'm gonna initiate a physical challenge.
Yeah. The bullet holes.
Okay.
Well, he'll try to resist it.
Cool. Sounds good.
When he was smashing up the place. So.
Scissors, paper, willpower.
Are you asking me to,
Clock.
I guess I just showed up at the right time.
Yeah, you probably did.
If you find the
All right. So
Fight!
Lord Payne is going to
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Lord Payne is going to grab you by the throat, and he is going to snarl, you will not say anything about Maximilian Saber. He has done more to protect this island than you will ever hope to." And then he will drop you.
All right.
And I'm going to attempt to engage you in attempt to do an intimidation challenge with you, just as I'm letting that go, if that's cool.
Sure. Rock.
I will already retest that.
Rock.
Ooh.
Paper.
Out of character. Albert, am I still here?
You are. You seem to be.
Yeah.
This way.
So
Yeah, I think.
yeah. So yeah. Yep. So yeah, he grabs you by the throat. He snarls. He says some threatening things about don't say bad things back Saber. He's done more to protect this island than you could ever hope to. Very intimidating. He drops you. He just kind of like drops you on the ground. Yeah.
Albert?
Oh,
me.
you're Blake's name.
What?
Oh, you're over there.
Ratask.
Oh, you're
What's
right.
happening?
Ratask needs you.
So,
Here, I will choose. I would change
Someone who is
if I need
shooting, taking the time to reload.
apologize for disturbing the solemnity of the moment.
Out of character.
I don't think that I'm going to stand and allow this one to be so disrespectful in the moment. I would very much like for you to continue. Perhaps by hearing the story, you might feel inclined to apologize. Regardless of sect affiliation, what was done was a very difficult thing.
He was laughing.
I'm very confused on what was even said. Like
Maximilian
to start
Maximilian Saber killed his own two childer who betrayed our domain with the Morning Stars. Maximilian Saber is a scion of both Clan Ventru and the Camarilla. And as Harpy, I will not stand for ill being spoken of someone going through such grief right now and has done such a service to all who stand in luxury and providence here now.
They did walk out of the situation.
That's right. Cutlass
I think that
Supreme
he-
is Bay. So, anyways, I don't think
I
we
think that even
formally
members
met.
of the
Hi,
Anarchy movement-
I'm the Boondock Saint. If you lay a hand on an Anarch again, I will drown you in your own blood. Do we understand each other?
I don't think you do. Your Anarch decides he wants to. If your Anarch friend decides he wants to disrespect someone who was protecting this entire island with his
Who do you
actions,
disrespect?
including yourself, he
Who do you
disrespected
disrespect?
Mr. Saber. And
Max
just
Saber's a
in case
cunt.
you didn't understand, just so you don't, just
Max
so you
Saber is a
understand,
sweet little bitch.
Mr. Saber
Max Saber
left
is a
to
whore.
hunt down members of House
the
Morningstar
Camarilla
who
who
were
has-
his own children and killed them in order to protect this island.
Max Saber is a hoe.
Regardless of
If
who
this
you
is gonna-
belong to.
Fuck Max Saber.
Excuse me?
You want to try laying hands on me now? Since I'm disrespecting Max Saber?
This is gonna get violent.
I'm just gonna join you.
Yeah. How's your evening been?
It's been fine. I was not expecting to get my conversation interrupted by someone choking the person that I was talking to, but I guess it's
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I got really angry earlier, and that wasn't fun. I don't like being angry, so.
Well, I mean, I guess we all kind of get angry sometimes, so.
Yeah. Just been a lot today.
Oh, hi.
Nocturne, they're
Hello.
fighting up there. Not physically, I don't think yet, but
What?
arguing. Reggie insulted
Soon they're gonna-
Max Saber, I think, and Payne went over and lifted him up off the ground by his neck and threatened him. Boondock Saint was seeing that, and now they are having an argument up there. I'm down here so that way I'm not in the middle of a fight.
Me too.
That's probably a good idea. We don't need any more Anarch members getting involved in that shit, especially on Camarilla territory. As ambassador, though, I probably should go up there and see what the fuck's going on.
Probably calm it down a
I'm
little.
just checking
yeah.
in. You been doing okay, Blindy?
I've been doing fine. I need to talk to Ghost about all the stuff that I know, I think. But aside from that, I'm doing okay.
Good. Again, if you need anything, let me know.
Oh, and if you need anything, let me
And,
know.
I feel like I owe you more. So, hey, did we met really? Sawyer, I think, is it?
Yeah.
Right. How are you tonight? Don't want to sound rude before I go run up there and see what the fuck's going on.
It's not the best considering everything that's happening, but go ahead. Be careful.
Okay, well, you be okay. I'll see you in a bit. Hang tight.
Okay. I hope everything turns out okay.
I am hoping there isn't Ash up there by the time we go back up.
Yeah.
Mainly because I don't know whose Ash it would be.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
mean... Anyway, we're technically out of earshot in case they tell us to actually, like, fight, so we don't really have to.
Yay.
We won't get any of those weird, status things.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would like to talk about?
Not really. I'm just waiting for that to blow up.
No. Um, I'm not
Is
too
there
good
anything
at
you want to
this.
talk about?
No, not
Me
necessarily.
neither. Don't worry.
Uh, let's see.
This is what happens when two socially awkward people are stuck in a conversation.
What do you like to do? I guess we can start there, and then I can branch off
Yeah,
into what I like to do, and go on that route.
Yeah, I really like drawing and singing. I like anything artsy, really. I'm a jack of all trades when it comes to that stuff.
You sing?
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm sure Reggie, once he's done up there, would love to know about that. He's doing some kind of stuff with a band, but I'm not sure if it's Anarch only or not.
I'm not sure.
I
That's
mean-
why I haven't really said anything. Also, I kind of get a little shy on stage, so.
I haven't really been on a stage, so I'm not sure how I'll do, but I'll figure it out as I go.
I get that. Yeah.
Like, I've learned the piano specifically for that, which was fun.
Piano's nice.
Let's see, you do, what was it, you said drawing, I think?
Yes.
What kind of stuff do you draw?
It really depends on my mood. I guess I just draw what I'm feeling. Yes. How that goes. It makes it easier to draw.
Well, I've always heard that drawing is a pretty good way to get rid of stress, as well as to kind of get your emotions on paper, so that way it's not as if you're bottling them up, you know?
Yeah.
So
Right.
if you are having a bad day, maybe drawing a bit could help.
Yeah. I do have a sketchbook. I could do maybe.
It's up to you.
I just need to find a place to sit.
For
His drawing while standing's kinda hard.
For me, I just mainly study and keep up with my garden.
Oh, you're a gardener. That's really cool.
I studied a lot of botany, and it kind of helps with all of that. And I've studied a lot of different things.
Me too. Well, in art forms I've studied, but not really other things. I was good in school though.
Torid are actually one of the few clans that I don't know too much about.
Well, I don't know much about us either, considering there's none on this island, and I don't know. My sire's gone, so.
Oh, so was mine. I understand that.
Yeah. It's good to not be alone when it comes to that.
Yeah, mine was kind of murdered, so.
Oh.
It is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
I still haven't really figured out why, but I was told not to look into it, so I'm not looking into it.
Fair enough. My mother was murdered, because of a crazy fan. She was a popular singer, but because she
I
got
don't
attacked by
really
fans
remember
and
my stuff before I was a kindred. So I guess my sire really kind of was like my mom in a way, but if so, that's also really weird considering the... Anyway, let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of the reason I got the ear and tail stuff, because they liked that.
Got it.
So, I suppose I catered to that.
I have, you're blind, correct? Okay, I have glasses right now, and they're usually, a lot of people can't see through them. Can't see my eyes very well, but I like them. It helps me. Not. They're more for decoration than anything.
Do you not actually need the glasses?
No, it just makes me feel more comfortable.
Well, I understand that. Sometimes I, obfuscate because I'm a bit too nervous to be around people and all of that.
Yeah. Glad we relate in that way, at least. It took a lot of courage to come here in the first place tonight.
Is there any kind of information you might want to know? I mean, I also know about a lot of other stuff.
At this very moment, not really. I just guess it's just a lot of learning every day about what I can do. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure you can do quite good.
Yeah. I'm still very young for a kindred.
That's fine. Guess I'm kind of young too. I mean,
How many years have you been embraced?
28, roughly, I think. So I'm not...
I think this is my 5th year now?
You are
4th or
really young.
5th. Yeah.
I understand how it was. It was a lot for me, when I was initially...
Yeah.
Especially due to what I am and all of... There's nobody else around, right?
No, it's just us.
Okay. Especially due to what I am.
Hmm?
I'm not actually... Can you keep a secret?
Yes. I've kept several. I can keep more.
I'm not actually an Azamite.
Oh.
I'm,
Well, I mean...
I'm a caitiff. So...
Oh. Well, let's...
These fucking stairs are gonna kill me someday. Am I right, people? God damn.
Someone's coming.
Just keep being you, fellas. Bye-bye, Sawyer.
I do not want to associate with that guy. He's gone.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah. For some reason he knows my name, I don't know how. But... I guess my main thing is my sire never left me. He's haunting me.
Oh.
That's also a secret though, so please don't spill it.
I kinda wish mine was doing that. I miss them a lot.
I don't know why he's been following me, but recently it feels like he's been berating me for all my art and skills and stuff, so I've been having a lot of self-doubts recently about that.
You could talk to one of the Giovanni, I think. They can handle spirits, I think, if I remember correctly.
I could, but I don't really want to.
Says something rude, it's okay to choke slam them.
I think they're done arguing up there.
Something
I don't know.
I will happily do. I mean, if that's something
Do you want me to check?
No, it's fine. We can just chill here.
Okay.
Not at all.
Pete. Hey everybody, I'm sorry for getting everybody here together. Just letting you guys. Hey, sorry everybody. Sorry for getting everybody here together. So there's been some of a weird VRChat bug, probably from the new update that has made it so where tasks can't join, kicked for cheating. So I'm just going to make a new instance really quick, and we're all going to jump to it and get back in character. So I apologize very much for having to do that.
About time that villain got punished.
Yeah. I knew he was
It's
smart.
about time.
Clearly,
Nah,
he looked around and found
he's a
out.
good
That's what
guy.
happened.
We all know that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wondered why I
I
left.
just want to say I love the voice you use for your character.
Oh yeah, I'm talking shit. If
Oh,
the
thank you
opposite
very
happened,
much.
I'd expect
All right.
the same.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, while we're all in the circle, quickly, mid-game RP
Alright.
not.
The new version was
In,
right
go,
here.
go, 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 go.
Where's the
go,
portal?
go.
Here's the portal.
Next.
I was the
Who
first
said I
person to
got
join the instance. I have ST powers now, so I'm sorry. I don't know how to get rid of them.
Damn it. All right. So all right. So let me maybe we invite him, and everything should be good.
Yeah.
God damn it, I don't have ST
Toast, how
powers
do I
anymore.
unmake myself as ST? I was the first person to join the instance, so I just get ST powers.
You don't?
Just don't touch anything, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I plan not to. I'm just making sure. Just wanna.
It's it's fine. There's not anything you can.
do. Hey,
Just
hey,
don't.
It tells me that you do. So close and reopen it, because it may take a minute for it to pop up.
To do anything, so.
It tells me that you do.
There they go.
Alright.
They're back.
So yeah, so it takes like 30 seconds for it to connect to the server and get the list.
Activate the
So
ST voice
you won't
thing,
get them
but
like
nah,
super
I-
immediately.
oh, there's this.
Well, welcome
All right,
to the staff.
yeah, everybody get back in character. I apologize again for the for that happening here. I'm gonna let someone can let Blake know really quick that he should be
We
able
were
to join on me.
mid-scene.
I signed up to the Patreon, so.
Great.
You should be able to join on me at this point.
I did only do the one.
Oh, he's got mods running.
When was that? Like last month or something.
Are you talking?
Dang it, stupid
No.
mods.
If it is the mods,
We
that's
were in the middle of like
sad. I
we were,
wish
in the,
mods.
we were in the middle of secret spilling, and then all of a sudden it's just like whoop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Torvik
The tea was scalding, and then we just got popped somewhere else.
30 seconds for it to download from
No,
the,
I
from the
just
list.
send him
So if you do it again, it
request
should
to join. I let him join.
it should or
Oh,
is
that's
it
really
fuck
funny.
it,
I'm sending him a double invite.
No, it's not being gold.
He's right there. He's right
All right,
behind you.
Gold the whole time.
Let me do that. I'm gonna make sure you guys get added to the
There he
list tonight.
Mine is
I like
the
how it's
cheater.
just like our characters are just like, you
do
know
is-
what? They're fighting. We're gonna leave.
That's what it is. Okay, I'm gonna make sure you guys get added to the list.
So-
We're not gonna be associated with
All
it.
right. So low plane threshold, plus that one with bad eyesight because blind, plus they move slow
I will use my
because
powers to
Kane.
send everyone back to the chateau.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
We just decided to fuck this shit.
I can't see where I'm going.
That from somebody else. That's weird.
No, I'm a.
Back to our corner.
Hey, look, they installed seat warmers.
True.
You're up here.
So
Where's Domino?
Where were we?
I don't remember.
We're over here.
I'm sorry, I started.
I think
we're over here.
Wow.
Where were we?
I don't remember what I was asking. Right. So
Sorry,
where
can't
he
stop
said
laughing.
that if you said something insulting to one of the anarchs, if we would pick you up and chokeslam you, or
If you want, I can investigate a little bit if it was all mysterious with your sire.
If you were to choke slam me,
Oh,
I hope
it wasn't really all mysterious.
Secondly,
I mean,
what I'm
he was kind of prestigious. So I know a lot about him. A lot of people knew him too.
very true.
Okay, well that's
Well, he was well
that
known
should
among,
be fine.
he was well known among the Toreador at least.
Mhm.
If you fought and killed two members of your own clan, and you had a gathering event,
I wonder if they're still doing things up there.
Camarilla members
I don't want to check.
Sounds like it, maybe. I don't know.
About them right then. Do you understand what frenzy is? Are we all aware what frenzy is? Do we know what that is?
I know what frenzy is. I am very well
We're
aware
all
of
vampires. Of
Hmm?
course we are.
Finger guns.
Oh, whenever I do this, this actually allows me to see. Otherwise, I can't see.
And then you see them.
Wait, like, really?
You see someone else attack that person.
I'll show you
Got
after
it.
game. Or around
Cool. So
announcements.
you literally can't see.
Nothing.
And I didn't even use
God damn, this sucks.
I don't have any complaints against you whatsoever.
But,
I don't have any issues with what you did. Again, I'm trying to
I
be
can
perspective here.
investigate other things for you if you need.
And piss on the
Or tell you some
Yeah,
interesting facts and tidbits about other things.
talking about the death of people that they were involved in overseeing over someone's
Facts are always good.
that's there. I'm just saying that, like, if name an important
Sorry, I keep looking around to see if anyone's coming because it's just like I don't know where everyone is.
and then imagine them walking in.
Would you like to go back up?
Thing they just had to do, and how much
You can. I'll just go check and then I'll be right back. Okay?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me. We had an issue a while ago. What was his name again? Right. His name was Wisdom, and he was killing humans.
Yeah.
And then what did we do? That's right. We handled it. And then we had a whole bunch of cam members.
Seems like there's still something going on. I don't know what though.
And you know what we didn't do? We
I think
didn't
they're
beat
arguing.
anybody
I'm
up
not sure.
for it.
It's a lot less loud, but they're still arguing.
Oh, I think it's calmed down then? Maybe? I don't know.
Maybe.
That is not the point. That is not the point.
Secondly, you're insulted and you're hurt about it. Secondly, what I will tell you is,
I'm not. That's the thing.
If a Camarilla member,
What should we do?
insulting the
I don't know.
for A, handling their business, B,
Hmm.
doing something traumatic for the
I
defense of the
mean,
domain,
we could talk
what I told you is, I
about...
would strip every
Oh,
standing
do you
to
know
find a
any
place to
different
sleep.
languages? Do you know any different languages?
I out of character. I made him yes, but I never said them. So
found the anarch movement showed up here.
falls on my part.
What are they?
Handling business.
I don't know. I haven't said them.
Set them now. You got this.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Said, make it anarch style, and I'm sorry I had a head cold.
I can speak. Well, it's not really speaking this one, but I can. I know sign language and I know French.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's cool. I know French too.
Yeah.
And let's see. I also know, so if I'm going down the list in the order that I learn them, Spanish, French, Arabic, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Italian, Egyptian, German, and Indian.
We would not be around.
Or
That's a lot
Hindu.
of languages.
So if you need somebody for any other different languages and stuff like that, I can definitely help.
I've been to the.
I know where to go.
Imperial,
I
by
know
the
who to
way.
go to then.
And here's someone who's defaced one of your paintings. The one in question is likely not one of consequence, but I wanted to let you know in case you want to have it replaced.
I'm just gonna. Sawyer is sketching in a sketchbook now, but you know I don't have an actual sketchbook prop.
Let's see. I'm also pretty good at computers. If you need anything with computers or medicine, I know medicine pretty good too. I can look up things for you if you need something investigated. I know. I've got a basic college level experience with philosophy, mathematics, history, literature, and theology.
I never made it to college.
I did.
How was it?
Well, by the end of it, I was. I met the right or wrong person, depending on context, and I'm here now.
And
Got it.
that is what is
Or at least that was around the end of it.
I will
Yeah.
apologize if
I
something that
I was gonna go to community college then for then an art school.
not
But
what I really meant in the
went to
situation,
community college for about
it's something different if
a year and then never got to real college.
I decided to
Mhm.
say something.
I'm sure you
I
must
was
have been really
embraced
good
when I
at
was
art
19,
if that's
so.
the
I
case.
think that is one of the places where the anarchs and the
Yeah.
Camarilla
I'd
really
like to
differ,
think so.
because anarchs, as Nocturne already said, we don't care what you say. We
Let's
aren't going
see.
to choke slam you till we're stuck.
At least they left.
We just choke slam you if you,
They left Oddish.
do something.
Good to
Actions
have,
speak louder than words.
fan representation, even after the redecoration.
What?
Indeed.
Do you have any questions for me?
At least my favorite.
What do you think the best thing or your favorite thing you drew is?
Here, but maybe you should get out more, A. B, this is an elder who
No.
helped found
I take pride in a lot of my work, but I guess when it comes down to it, the most recent is always the best in my eyes.
I like that perspective.
Yeah, because the most recent is the most
What
improved.
ivory tower he erected? Like,
no, maybe you like choke slams. Maybe you like being
That makes
choke
sense,
slammed.
right?
Maybe-
Yeah.
Mhm. It's a good way of thinking about it. I like it.
I mean, if he wants to start slamming
That's
anarch
good.
members,
Tell me, do I have a
he may have to face the consequences. Like,
Um,
I'm just saying,
yeah.
he mad overreacted. He mad overreacted to something.
I'm not really quite sure what to talk about.
I'm
So.
not either.
You are confused as
We
to
don't
the
really
scale
need to
of
talk
his
if we don't want.
act.
We could just sit around and.
He is consequence.
I tend to do that anyway, so I guess we could.
We do. I'm gonna lean up against the wall, maybe draw a picture. No, usual.
But
I kind of heard your pencil scribbling. Are you drawing right now?
like,
Hmm.
if he wants to act out like that,
Let's see, the wall should be right there.
Slammed, and I guess rightly so. It's no concern of mine. If this is what you like, this is
What are you
like.
drawing?
You don't need to educate me. You're not
I'm drawing you because you're in front of me, and I thought it'd be. I'd love to show you it, but you know.
So should I be choke slamming you for making fun of Boondock
here.
back there? Because I
And hands are gonna go towards it.
Okay.
And also, like, pick it up a little bit and really hold it close to the face.
You were making fun of Boondock.
So far, I think you're doing pretty good.
I was saying, are you so fragile?
Thank you.
No, I said, are you so fragile? You so fragile.
And then he goes back to sketching.
You are harmed in such an endeavor.
Because you are directly
Like I said,
insulting
if you
me,
want to
because
pay
I
me,
choke slam
what,
you.
well, how much do you want to pay me to choke slam me?
Oh,
I'm happy
hello.
to receive payment.
Hello?
What would you like
Who's
to
here?
pay
I
me
mean, I got a
to choke
Molotov
slam me?
cocktail.
I can do it for $300. Do you have
Sorry,
Lance's.
Blindy, I keep doing that.
Oh, it's fine, Lance.
No.
I had to come down from upstairs. Too many fucking
Are they?
politics.
Are they still going at it?
Yeah, blah 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 blah.
I'm sure it'll blow over.
great.
Or if it doesn't, we'll see.
Still,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I feel
We've just
bad.
been down here talking.
Why?
I didn't know the gargoyle was with us.
He mad overreacted.
Oh, yeah,
And
he
in
is.
fact, it's probably a good thing I didn't, because that Ventura wouldn't have a hand anymore.
The anarchs and doing things, because I know that's exactly why you were trying to break it up.
Would probably would have resulted in a lot more of a conflict if that was the case, seeing as that's William Payne, if I remember correctly.
I'm trying to be good, I really am. I know I'm new here. Fucking hate Ventura.
The main thing about him is that he's a very prestigious Ventru elder. I can talk to you a little bit more about it if you want to know more about him.
I know he's old. I know he's an elder. I know we're surrounded by other camis here, so I'm not going to do anything stupid.
Well, he's the descendant of Doran, who is a Ventrue Prince of New Orleans, and he was the prince from 1735 to 1955.
That's a long time.
Mm-hmm. It was, and New Orleans is a very interesting territory, so it's definitely very prestigious, and it's very prestigious of him for that to be his sire. He's still also an elder, so he's, you know, going to be powerful.
Yeah.
But thinking about it it's interesting how a lot of interesting and powerful people are drawn to the island, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, but otherwise usually it's just unique and interesting people who are drawn to the island.
Yeah.
I think at one point I heard that this island is just an island of misfits, but that's fine. I like that. It makes it interesting and
that's
unique.
fair.
My
Yeah.
sire was Sabat.
That certainly fits me.
We don't know each other. But my sire was a Sabat in
I'm sure you'll fit right in.
And so I have chosen my sect very
Fit into the misfits. Who would have thought?
and I am very grateful for their acceptance.
Well, there's other reasons I don't really trust the Camarilla. But I won't go into that now.
I mean, I also have my own personal reasons for being in the Anarchs around kind of like that.
I have to admit, though, I like the prince.
Yeah,
I
no,
genuinely like the
I
prince.
like Jim too. He's a very nice guy. He usually has a level head on him from what I've noticed, but to be quite honest, I'm not around him too much. But
I genuinely thought he was trying to recruit me when he brought me in here, because well, I showed you the painting upstairs, the painting of Carthage.
from the little bit that I was able to like look at and kind of see, it did look nice.
Beautiful painting.
You said it was Carthage, right?
I don't know if you know. Yeah, I don't know if you know much about the history.
Bruja are one of the few clans that I don't know too much about, but I do know enough about Carthage to know it was a wonderful city.
Yeah, and it was destroyed by the fucking Ventrue.
That I also do know. I studied a lot about them.
And some people ask why I don't like them, but yeah.
I did not know the situation.
I wasn't at Carthage. So unfortunately, I'm not that old. But
I don't think I was there
I would
either.
like to be.
How old are you?
He decided to
That's very personal.
and that is the problem.
Sorry. You don't have to answer.
I'm joking with you, kid.
Oh.
Let's. Yeah, I stopped counting at one point. Say 150. That's a nice number.
If I was to stop counting and, you know, round it to like the nearest zero, it would be around 50. But Embrace would be more around 30.
I'm 24 now.
You're then an elder, I assume, and should go have elder conversations with Lord Payne yourself.
You mean on the actual age, not the Embrace age?
Yeah.
You just have vampires that live long.
Oh well, if we're talking Embraced, I'm only like 100.
Okay.
I
was just kind of
4 or 5.
I was just in differentiating.
Oh, okay. You are a young one.
So, just in case.
I mean, I don't care what elders say. To me, age is meaningless.
I
mean, people have told me there's some guys like us who are a lot older. And I've never met one. I think they're all dead.
I used to be a part of the Camarilla before I came to this island, so I used to respect them a lot more, but I think I'm preferring the Anarch's way of doing things, so I'm happy I'm an Anarch.
I've been all over Europe and the North.
I mean,
We can
I'm a
agree
part of
on
the
that.
camera, and even then,
clearly I'm
there's
not
stuff they don't know about me,
convincing
and I'd prefer to keep it that way.
Clearly you're not convincing me.
Everybody has their secrets.
Think we can agree
Yeah.
on that?
I have plenty.
I have no animosity.
Or, well, I mainly keep the main,
This was a conversation based on my loyalty to my elders
two.
and my genuine respect for the anarch.
I mainly don't talk about two. And you know, I think
That's
one
fair.
of them.
Yeah.
You don't know the other
Day
one.
Nocturne, Bye
The only one
Nocturne.
who knows both of them is Nocturne.
Someone in such a situation.
Oh, got it.
She seems nice enough.
She's very nice.
I mean, you and Nocturne are the only ones who actually gave me much time and talked to me at the villa.
Mhm. I wanted to make sure you felt,
Well, and
I didn't
Rex
really
felt
talk to
he's
anyone at the
creepy.
villa.
Yeah, I saw you at the villa. You were just standing off to one side looking at people.
Which,
I'm
I
more
mean,
of an observer than a talker.
I understand that. I'm often like that too.
I was embraced by
I mean, so am I, which is weird for a Brewheart to say maybe, but I'm
No,
not
it's
stereotypical
extremely weird
Brewheart.
for me
I
to
know I
say
might
that
look like it,
Toreador.
but
I've seen all walks of kindred life.
I
I'm an
guess it would be
antisocial
normal for
Toreador.
me. I guess it would be normal for me. To just kind of observe with being an Azamite and all that.
Los Angeles,
Yeah.
I spent a majority of my time amongst anarchs in
I have to
Yeah.
admit, I've only met 4 or 5 Assamites. Or
had a free state over there.
Banu Hakanunu, whatever you like to be called.
Banu Hakim.
I lived in anarch domains a majority of my own life. For at least 50 years in Los Angeles.
Yeah, things people do not expect to go together. Quiet and Toreador. That is a thing that no one expects, and then here I am.
I understand that is.
I mean,
I don't know.
there
I've
are
met a
idea
couple
why
of
Messiah
Toreadors
embraced me.
who weren't the stereotype.
Fair.
I can definitely see the stereotype of silent artist or artist that prefers to stay alone and just produce
Yeah.
their works.
Yeah. It's more so that Toreador are more known to be social and talk to people and throw parties and all that.
I mean, didn't you throw a party though?
It was
Sorry, I
supposed to be a
wasn't
smaller
there.
gathering, but a bunch of people showed up. It's okay.
Hey, I enjoyed the movie.
Yeah.
Talking animals, great.
Yeah, I love Lion King. Anyways.
Oh, it was The Lion King?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a wonderful movie. I really wish I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about life in the Camarilla. The Lion King.
Ayo.
I just got that.
No promises.
I guess.
Lion King is
yeah.
a good movie.
Don't make my job harder, Reggie.
Also, it has good music, and that's
I will
it's always a good
attempt
thing.
not to badmouth Elder Ventru in Develop Ventru.
Are you still arguing?
I think everybody
know.
kind of is. But it'll be fine, I think.
We have the arguing group, and then we have us.
To be fair, that's one of the main reasons I kind of stayed away from most kindred for most of my own life. I just couldn't put up with the fucking politics.
I
Yeah,
usually
I don't
just
really like
studied,
politics.
so I'm not too used to it also, but
I'm not
I'm used to it
either.
enough to know that what certain people are and the different ranks and all of that in the Camarilla, but I wouldn't know much about its founding or anything.
Acting in such a way as to besmirch
All I know is that people keep bugging me because I'm the only Toreador Camarilla here.
the anarch movement, especially from individuals who
I'm
wish
sure it'll
Make
be
some
fine.
more.
Apparently,
to all kindred on this act.
literally the only one. There's no one else. There's no others here.
Anything of similar scale.
Yeah, just make some more.
The anarchs have
You
been
ever taught how?
staunch defenders of the island for the most
No.
part, as far as I've heard, in every
Well,
way.
It's pretty easy.
And I have no issue
maybe
Also, I'd
wait
rather
just
not.
a small amount
regarding the
of
activities
time,
of the
you
anarchs
know?
who've acted with a lot
I
of
mean, I don't really make children anymore. I made 1 or 2 huge fucking mistake.
the active bear 1400
like having kids, but worse.
Oh, jeez.
So just understand, regardless
Never wanted to have kids.
Well, there you go. I think you figured out how you're not going to do that then.
Yay!
It's like having obsessive compulsive kids who secretly also want to murder you.
Ah, great.
I don't think I've ever really wanted to murder my sire.
My sire died far too early for me to.
Well, I would say that I doubt that what
Yeah, that's something we share. Both our sires are dead.
Mine's dead too.
I am assuming that Reggie was just
Yay! Dead Sire Gang!
Last time I saw my sire, he was a blackened skeleton. I kicked his skull and left.
The last time I saw my sire, they were telling me to run very far away and to a certain person. And so I did.
I'm talking to,
last time I saw my sire, I walked over and he was
and then Max Saber and the other.
Yeah, that's usually what happens.
Started giving a
Yeah, mine was.
and I take
what sucked is it was my first day too.
we leave because I think Cameron.
My first day being a kindred, and he died.
And I could not hear
How the
anything.
fuck did you survive this long?
But I guess
He's haunting
they were
me.
still in earshot
Like
of me.
literally.
So I said,
Hey,
look, it's two ventures patting each other on the back.
Okay.
He's doing spooky ghost shit.
Usually what happens whenever ventures show up. I was unaware
Vampires have
that this
ghosts?
is actually a very serious
I mean, I guess sometimes.
Like,
Some do.
they were causing problems for all
Not all the
kindred.
time.
I never really thought about it.
I definitely stand by that, and I understand.
It's definitely
that
more
maybe
of a
if you
Giovanni
care
thing
for your child,
than it for
you
any
do
of
not
us
want
to know.
fucking
So
murder them.
Yeah.
I mean, my sire didn't really teach me much before popping his clogs too, but I know that we're dead because no fucking pulse.
Yeah.
mine
I
taught
don't need to
me.
breathe,
lucky my
although it does
sire-
feel nice sometimes.
Mine taught me.
I was lucky my sire decided to haunt me, because otherwise I would have been dead just immediately. Like dead.
I know.
You get up on your first day, oh, let's see what the sun's like. Ah!
But now I'm
But
sticking with
mine
my
taught
word
me
is
most of what I know.
an elder
So
like a baby.
Yeah. It's like,
It's-
good morning, gets burnt to a crisp. Oh. And then he
they
just died.
were one of the
Yeah.
few people who didn't call me Blindy. Blindy's more of a nickname that I still use that a lot of the other Camarilla members used to call me. But my sire's the only one that called me Encyclopedia, and they meant it more as a term of endearment that they've laid out.
Got it. What do you want me to call you?
Preferably, I guess, Blindy, but either really work.
Got it.
So what exactly was it that he did?
I tend not to refer to people by name that often, so we'll see which one I choose when the time comes.
You can just call me Lance or Hey You Guy. Whatever. Guy with a sword. You know, I've literally got a sword down my pants. I don't know why more people haven't seen it. Hang on. Oh,
Or more people
see, you're on
haven't.
Quest, you won't see it.
Or more people haven't commented about basically, is that a sword in your pants or something like that?
Are
You know?
you just happy to see me?
I mean, oh, see, Blindy should be able to see it if I've done it properly.
Come in for questioning by the Camarilla. When they refuse, he
I can only see it if I do this hand gesture. Otherwise, pure black.
Oh, of course, I just realised what I said. Blindy could see it.
But I'm shush.
that touched him deeply, and it seems to have elicited some sort of emotional state.
But I don't know what's going on with the toggles, because all the other toggles work fine, except for the sword. I have to reset my avatar. And I'm pretty good with avatars, and I have no idea why it's doing it.
Sounded pretty amazing to me, like literally the stuff of.
I didn't know that he had any child.
All the politics upstairs, and then we just have us chilling.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. Main reason I joined the Anarchs. The politics stuff's okay for a diversion, but these kindred who make it the center point of their own life. It's just, I don't want to insult anyone, but I find it kind of pathetic.
When I was alive, I hated politics with a passion.
And
Still kind of do, but
It's more fun learning about the history of it all rather than actually participating in it. At least from my experience.
Yeah, exactly. History class sucked, but that was just my opinion.
Again,
I
I
almost
have
failed that
almost
class.
like a college level of history in my brain.
Yeah.
And
Well,
but
I'm
that's
interested in
but
history.
that's
I mean, it's-
but that's more of kind history. It's not really our own.
Yeah.
Because I know you wouldn't think it looking at me, but you know the Bruja of old weren't like modern Bruja. I mean,
If
we were.
I remember correctly,
We were warrior poets.
another term that, if I remember correctly, was used like philosopher king, almost.
Ooh.
Yeah. We weren't. We were never just a clan of savages. Like, no offense, a lot of the Camarilla say we are. I like to think we still can be warrior philosophers. I love
Yeah,
history. I love history.
I don't think of Berhal like that.
Good. I like you too, kid.
And it's very likely I would never ever fight anyone. I fought no one on the island. I don't intend to.
You know, funny thing, when you first turned up, I had an inkling, because I've came across this before, that you were either a couple of years old, like you are, or you were very old and a very good predator. Oh, I'm so weak. Come into this alleyway with me, please.
I'll admit, sometimes I do go with that approach.
Genuinely, I don't think I could manage to be a predator on anyone recently. Really?
I mean, we kind of have to sometimes, but
Sometimes, but not right now, at least.
Well, as long as you got a place to stay in, at least a small herd. I mean, hell, even if you just got 1 or 2 humans.
Yeah, I do. But I'm set.
Reggie is also within his right, I feel, if that is how we're going to be maintaining this,
But,
so that someone insults him or other members of our movement who have done things wonderful for the
Who?
city, and there are plenty of us who have. That then he may then
Don't worry, I won't start anything.
ways that he feels
Okay.
are correct in movement. I'm not going to say kill anybody, but if he were to again post somebody up by their neck, like your venture friend did, it should not be called into question as to his actions, as more or less what it was the person who
I
spoke.
really want to spit in his face. I won't. It's okay. I won't. I might, but I won't.
preferably let's not do that, so that way we can avoid even more conflict.
Yeah, no enemies, please.
Or at least not today.
Well,
There's been a lot going on today.
Who possesses similar standing to Mr. Payne takes umbrage. You'd best believe I will be courtesying and asking them what they need done. Unless there's a member of my elder clan
I just have this image in my head of 2 baby carriages, and it's just 2 babies throwing things at each other.
Yeah, fair.
And then I guess in the terms of the Sabbat, the babies have guns.
I think so,
Yeah.
but I
It's a
cannot
baby with a gun.
Oh, I remember that.
I'm just... The reason I'm being so careful around everyone is,
I appreciate your time.
well, I'm new here. I don't want to upset the boat, rock the boat, but,
Yeah.
and put myself in danger. But at the same time, if someone pushes me, someone's gonna lose a limb.
Ah, great. I have no fighting capability. Count me out.
That's pretty much the only thing I can do.
I mean...
Mind you, I mean, all you other guys have other talents. I mean, those creepy Giovanni guys,
guys apparently can fucking Ghostbusters.
If I do eventually get cybernetic eyes, like I think Toast was, or Ghost was suggesting, if I was to do anything like that, I think it would probably be anything with something with firearm. I'm not too good physically, and being at a distance is good.
I think if judged by La Sombra,
yeah,
I would be.
Could you have cybernetic eyes? I didn't think Kindred could remove body parts. I mean, you know.
So these
I know they have prosthetics
and
now, but I didn't think we could do that.
so all of the ears and the tail, they were actually put in after my embrace.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I did notice them, but I wasn't going to mention it in case, you know, you get your eyes back and you look in a mirror and think, where the hell did these come from?
A very talented individual who my sire knew was like, I kind of know how they're doing it in the medical field for like cosmetic surgery. So they were able to replicate how it might look on an actual person if they were to get that surgery. So that's what they did with me.
I can jump off of that.
Well, I don't have much potence in that regard.
It was just kind of a fun, hey, you're doing this kind of moment, but I'm okay with it.
Experiment.
Domina.
So if you don't mind me asking, Sire, who actually was your sire? Because I keep hearing people say, oh, we had this famous sire, but I've never heard his name or her name.
His name's Liam. Don't remember his title or last name because I'm. But it's been this many years, and you'd think I'd know his full title. My sire.
We're just having general nice conversations. It's fine.
Apparently, he's really prestigious among Toreador. A lot of people know him.
I just keep everyone keeps saying, oh, blah blah blah, he's really famous, blah blah blah.
The full name is Liam the Au Pair. I've been doing some researching.
Oh. I feel like I might have heard that name at some point.
I highly doubt anyone here even knows my sire's name. I know it, but I doubt anybody would know.
Fair. Yeah, that's the thing about having a sire that a lot of people know. It's just like, you're his
She's
child.
definitely going to be
like,
looking
I
at the
guess
floor
I am.
with that.
I was just saying, the last time I saw my sire, he was a black skeleton on the floor and kicked us. Ah! Oh, Sealy, I kicked my fucking table.
We heard it's better.
We're talking about.
The last time I saw
that
my
was my
sire,
dead sire getting back at me.
he basically told me he'd be right back.
Was he right back?
How many of us are in this?
No, he
we
was
have a
killed by
dead sire
Infernalist.
gang.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where mine is.
So,
yeah.
Am
It's probably dead with ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
50% chance.
Mine comes off in the fucking subway over there, so.
I have noticed that if you don't live with your sire a good amount of time, they're just dead.
Yeah.
By the way, wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, I felt as if I was perfectly on time for something. Anyways. Do you want to do that now?
Convenient.
Or conversation here.
Yeah, if you don't mind. If you guys don't mind if we excuse ourselves. Come step into my office.
Wonderful. This is
Oh, I know where they're going. I know what that means. I know where they're going.
You know, I've noticed you around. I don't think we've been introduced. I keep noticing you standing around.
Not formally. I did suggest you stand out of the way of potential pillar of fire that never came to be, but yes. I'm William Bagg, Primogen of Clan Tremere.
Oh, you're the Tremere guy. Okay. Sorry,
Yes,
when I say the
just
Tremere
the
guy,
Tremere.
I've heard of you. Yeah.
The Tremere are a really
'Cause
interesting
there's
house.
The
Clan.
Tremere guy, and then there's the other Tremere guy, which I like to call the trench coat guy. You know, big white trench coat. Quite fashionable.
Oh yeah.
Out of character, I don't see a trench coat. All I see is a.
I'm
gray
not Alex
hoodie
right
with
now.
Black pants. Is that accurate? Okay.
Oh no,
track it.
he's a different character.
Different character. Oh, hey, you threw your voice. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, it works a little bit.
But yeah, anyway, nice to meet you. I'm Lance, just Lance.
Yes, it sounded like from the altercation earlier, Bruja.
Yeah, how'd you guess? Is it the stylish leather jacket?
No, but that did come up in the conversation, if I recall it right.
Yeah,
Is
it's
the leather
okay.
jacket just like a dress code?
I get leather jackets are fucking awesome.
They are pretty nice.
I was gonna say they keep you warm, but you know that doesn't really matter.
They serve purposes.
And they're really easy
They're
to clean when you
fashionable.
get blood in them.
I guess that is a benefit.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't have to put them through the washing machine. You just get a wet cloth. Whoosh. Jeans in their hand. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Like all these guys with suits, you know, no offense, but I imagine they've opened their wardrobe and there's like 20 suits there with a couple in the cleaners.
Actually, yes, that's very accurate. I've been stabbed, shot, and hit in the chest with sledgehammers, or, well, I think they were called Great Mauls. But yes, I keep going through vests and blazers with a degree of regularity. It's rare that the suits get too worn out to wear. They usually end up expiring long before that.
Got it.
Well, there you go. I guess it's good to
and
have
a
a lot more
grenade,
on.
yes.
I guess it's good to have a lot on standby.
I have to admit, I don't know much about the Tremere. Only what our gargoyle friend has told me.
I mean, I know they're a lot more of a recent clan. They only came about, I believe, well, I don't remember the exact date, but I think like 1300s? 12? Somewhere around there?
Accurate enough, yes.
And that was due to Tremere, doing some things and all of his group following suit, and that clan just kind of popped up, and they knew thaumaturgy. So
Got it.
they figured out how to bring that with them into our society and are masters and practitioners of it.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that is.
Perhaps I might be biased, but I do prefer to state it as a group of dedicated individuals effectively willed their way into both vampirism and vampiric society. That's
definitely a good way to put it. That is definitely a good way to
Also,
put it.
out of character, you're getting real close to. Do you have a lower dot for that?
I do. We're good. We're good.
Oh shit!
I do.
Never mind then. You're good.
I'm aware.
Put it another way, Mr. Dursley of number 4 Pivot Drive was safe to say he was perfectly normal. Thank you very much. Harry Potter reference.
This
There's
is
another
one of yours.
sick person outside.
What?
Well, one of
There's
my
another
what?
sick person outside.
A child? I think. it would've been-
Clanmates.
Oh, okay.
Do you need my help? I know medicine.
Well, I've met
He's
your
had-
prince. I've met Twinkle, who's an interesting fellow.
Ooh.
He's also made
Oh, this is a good
multiple.
Yes, no?
Multiple tours into
It's
the
also,
anarch movement. He can't seem to decide.
It's like one of the sick
side to
people
be
from
on.
earlier, but he
Yeah,
doesn't
that sounds like a
remember
Bruja.
much. And things he does remember, things seem to be. I would, if I were a psychiatrist, which I am not, but if I were a psychiatrist, I would probably diagnose them with schizophrenia.
How are they sick, if you know it all?
Same flu-like symptoms,
Okay, so
but also now including the slight
flu-like symptoms.
mental issues.
Flu-like symptoms with mental issues. Are they taking any kinds of medicine to help with that, or?
No, I think they're homeless. If all want someone to help.
If they die, do call me. I'll help take care of it.
Dark. Needles making the skin. It's a whole constant reminder. Ow! Yobin! Only vulnerable. Like a lone tree in the storm. Storm.
Are you okay, sir?
That's a word. Oh. A word from before the street storm was something to watch.
Sir?
I remember people. Oh yeah, laughter. I don't remember laughter. I remember tears and anger. Maybe love. I don't know. What is love? Soup. Shit, I assume they
Sir?
close the soup kitchen and fucking.
Are you okay?
Do I?
I'm blind, so I
maybe it's
can't
just a-
necessarily see, so that's why I'm asking.
What's
Oh, it's
happening?
cold.
You just have a cold?
A sick person like before. What's your name, sir? What was the name your mother gave you when you were born?
You just ask him for his name.
Name. I had a name. What was it? John, Robert, Richard. I don't know. I don't know. Names are for people with home.
Have you been drinking, sir? Sir?
Why are we messing with this gentleman?
Well, they said they were sick, so I
doesn't?
wanted to
Who
see if I
doesn't?
can't help them.
When who doesn't drink?
There's a hospital up the road, isn't there?
Are you sure? Can you check in there? I'm sure the emergency room can help you.
Check in where? This trash can?
No, the hospital down the street.
No, they make the every time I try to walk into the fucking police want to like pat me down first and fucking.
Do you have something on you?
Are you a
They
criminal?
They fuck. Do you look what the way the fucking they look at?
Aren't we all?
Well, I don't know how they look.
Like criminals.
Oh yeah. Turn. Both of them are busy talking to the same person.
Busy
Do
talking
you
to the
mean
same
Who's there? That
pigeons?
fucking pigeon. God
A
damn,
certain
fucking
person
nasty
with
ass pigeons.
3 eyes.
But they're free, right? They're free. Free
I-
to fly away, to escape.
I guess in a
Well,
way
where would
that they're
I
free.
go? Where does one fly? Destination. Fuck, I remember shit. God damn. Fucking rats and pigeons. Rats with wings and shit.
Are you sure there's anything we can do to help?
Yeah, look at that moon. It's full tonight. It's full and I'm empty. Except for whatever. My lungs. Full moon, empty man. That's a
Okay, well that's a
Gotta be a
symptom.
joke.
They have fluid in their lungs.
Who's here
At
to
least
laugh?
that's what they're saying.
It's a joke. Voices. Always a voice. Just
I think he needs to go.
laugh. It just talks.
Well, it's not like we can force him to go to the hospital.
Can't we though?
I can't.
I used to dream, didn't I? Dreams.
What were your
Dreams
dreams
of,
like?
I don't remember. Dreams are for sleepers. Dreams. I can't sleep. Not anymore.
Why can't you sleep?
I bet the next time I sleep good and deep, I won't wake up. Yeah, the street don't care. Nobody cares. Voices don't care. The fucking moon don't care, that's for sure. What's
With
that?
it being so far away, I understand that.
Almost flipped it all the way over. Oops. That fucking goddamn piece of shit trash can. Oh. Give yourself a fucking. Why is the world the way that it is? Too much fucking smog and light. I can't see the stars. They don't even exist anymore. Ah, fuck. What?
Would you like me to help you get to the hospital? I kind of know my way there, so...
I don't have any money for no hospital. Fucking socialized commies. Fucking.
You do,
Can't afford.
in my unprofessional opinion, look like you may need a visit to the hospital.
What
I'm
do
going
you know
to
about some
use
man
dominate.
on the street? Oh yeah?
I would like to use dominate on the
Yay,
man.
dominate.
Just dominate one. Just the command obey.
Alright. Well, you'll have to roll for that. Where is it? Awful and
Perhaps you overhear Max Tabor complaining about the homeless near the chateau.
Funny.
Seems very venture of him.
I bet you win that. What's your pool? Bet you win that time.
Do I add anything to the dominate? It's social, right?
Yeah.
So
Social plus what? If there is a plus. If not, I can check for you.
Actually, you know what? I think he's gonna listen to your command.
Oh.
What is your command word?
Obey.
It was intimidation.
What do you want?
I would like you to go into the hospital and tell them that you need to see a doctor immediately.
I'm just such a use.
Well, there you go. I guess that worked.
Well, it's 2 for 2 for our Italian friends on the pandemic issue. You know, can't say certain words out in public.
I think it's a lot worse than I thought that if people are even going out at night and doing that kind of stuff.
Yep, this definitely isn't natural.
Out of character, he's gonna get like halfway there and fall on his feet and start struggling to get up. He's like crawling towards the door now.
Oh boy.
Do you still need my help?
I think I can handle it at this point.
Oh, okay.
Marcus will begin to help him back to his feet.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
Thank you. Hand.
There's paintings of the old princes over there. I didn't realize the one on the left is full of bullet holes.
Those in the shape of a dick. They are. They're bullet holes in the shape of a dick.
Oh?
Yeah, so the one on the left there, that's Erasmus Dane. He was the prince. This was like his house for like 200 years, 250 years. He was prince for a very long time here. Then he went crazy. The one in the middle has a Bruja by the name of Gerald Steadhand. He was prince for a little while after Erasmus Dane. And then there was another prince that made the claim of prince, but pissed everyone off by the end of the night after he made his claim of prince, and then ended up dead. So he's not up there. And then the one on the right is a Nova, who's a gangrel. And she was really cool, and she got sucked into the Umbra. Probably still around somewhere. But, he didn't
Yeah, I
come
heard
back.
about that.
Yeah. A lot of good folks went in there. Gerald Steadhand went in there. Yeah.
I don't know the full
And I hope
history
they
of
both
this
come
place
back, honestly.
yet, but I don't know. It's just from what I've heard, it's a pretty interesting place.
From what I've heard too.
Interesting.
Certainly not boring.
Oh, for sure. A lot of stuff just happens here. A lot of weird shit. People think that they can get power by coming here, and other people get sent here because they did shit wrong. Some people just been here forever.
Havoc, are you aware about the pandemic?
Pandemic? No. Well, I heard someone say something about sick people.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't know what was going on with sick people.
There is an increasing number of sick people going that are just popping up. From what I heard about, there was one other person, and I just saw a homeless guy who is now going to the hospital, I think, with the assistance of Alicia and Marcus. Plus, at Reggie's concert, you know how you're going to find some sick people in a large group of people, but this was a larger amount than normal, meaning there's probably an actual sickness or pandemic maybe even going around. So if you've got humans that you care about, You might want to tell them be a little bit more careful because they might get sick.
Yeah, yeah.
I am putting my herd officially on quarantine.
That's probably a good idea.
Is it really that bad?
If it is affecting this many people this quickly, probably.
Okay. Good to know.
That's not good.
By the way, we don't know each other. You can just call me Lance, but I've seen you around tonight, and I have to admit, everyone else, yeah, they look pretty good. Your eyes are fantastic. No, shut up. I just noticed, I don't know what it is about eyes, I just notice eyes. And yours are really nice. I'm not hitting on
The world is about as colorful as my eye. It's to me. Which is just fancy saying I'm colorful.
Yeah. So, sick person, you said that he got dropped off at the hospital?
Yeah, he was taken to the hospital.
Okay. I'll probably have to start having people wear masks and stuff at the Hard Rock. You know, make sure people are being safe.
Oh, you're the person who owns that?
Oh yeah, Hard Rock Workshop over in Brighton Beach. That's me. That's my place.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Feel free to drop by. Pretty much open to anybody.
Vandalizing the chateau. Captain Marcus, not Reginald.
I know who that is without even seeing them.
Boy, you know, if I find someone vandalizing the chateau, I think I might just tear them limb from limb. Have you ever had that feeling? You might just tear somebody limb from limb if they have vandalized a chateau.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh hey Marcus, what's up?
Oh hey.
So Marcus, tell me, when was the last time you got torn limb from limb?
I don't know when was the last time I fought the Abomination.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I was telling fun stories about this painting and the painting in there and statues and stuff. Paintings over there, the princess, the old princess.
Care to fill me in? I know there's something related to Bruja, but
well, let's see here. So this is the legendary, possibly mythological Bruja progenitor on the left and Ventru progenitor on the right. And I was telling Lance here the way the story goes, and I don't know how much of it is true or whatever, but the way the story goes, if you believe old ancient texts that Sabbat worship, is that the vampire Cain was ruling the city of Enoch, and then he left to go get milk and cigarettes or whatever, and the Ventru progenitor assumed he was in charge and started ruling the city with an iron fist, and eventually the Bruja progenitor kind of got him in a because all the everybody, the kindred, the kind of were all in trouble, they were all suffering. The Bruja progenitor met him outside the city at some point, brought him outside the city and killed him in order to free the people of Enoch from his tyranny and oppression. That's the way the story supposedly goes.
Do you believe this?
like pretty basic.
Do you believe the stories?
I don't know. I've heard things about Cain being the first vampire, and I don't even know if that much is true. I mean, let's be honest here. The Camarilla, up until maybe 30 years ago, the Camarilla denied that any of that was even a thing. It was only in the 2010s, 2020s, the Camarilla even came out and said, "Oh yeah, Cain Kane and the whole like antediluvian thing is actually real, and we can talk about it without being murdered on the spot. So, I don't know.
To be fair, I'm only going to put my 2 cents in,
and
but
Marcus vanished. See, this is what happens. You talk about it, and people around you just disappear.
I think it's really interesting. So,
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
only going to put
I
my
think it
2
is too,
cents in, but I've never met kindred who's more than a couple of 100 years old. I think if they did exist, and I doubt they ever did, they've all got to be dead now.
Yeah. I mean, so take this lady right here. Miss Newsmatch right here, Eleanor de Valois. She was supposedly embraced in like the 1100s or something, or before that. I don't even remember. She helped found the Camarilla, but she wasn't even a millennia old. The last time I saw her. So, I mean, I can't imagine Kindred Society is more than a millennia old.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly
maybe
modern
it was
thing.
a disease, or maybe it was magic, or I think it's fairly modern. So I think
I mean,
a lot of
if
this
it
is
was
mythology.
If it was thousands of years old, wouldn't we see monuments with kindred carved into them? I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah.
or maybe it started kind of like how the
Yeah.
Tremere started, with some group of people who just kind of got together. Each person started their own bloodline as a result
It's a possibility.
of just
You don't
doing
know.
some experiment.
Nobody really knows. Yeah.
I mean, I've got
we
to
don't
hand
really
it
have
to.
a lot of antediluvians to ask. Outside of, I'm made to understand that Giovanni's progenitor is still around. So I don't know.
Really?
Other than that, I don't think we really have too many. Yeah, apparently that's what they were talking about a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Someone was mentioning them that they. But that was relatively modern too. I don't know.
Oh, see, there's my trackers all dead. One floating foot and one permanently rooted to the floor.
No. Your skateboard.
They're only HTC
Scooting
Vive
along.
2.0s, so the batteries are not great.
Yeah, you need a skateboard. You can scoot along with the one stuck. No?
That's fine.
Yeah. And then, so this is Eleanor de Valois. She's the Bruja that helped found the Camarilla. There's this one right here. And happens to, just by coincidence, happens to also be my sire. And then over there, across the way, are the three
princes.
The three former princes of Caliburn. Yeah, there's technically a fourth one, but he claimed himself prince and then was dead before the next gathering, so I don't think anyone actually considers him prince.
Yeah, you mentioned
Rasmus
all of
Dane
them.
is on the... I am so sorry. I'm being terribly rude. So
It's all good. It's
I
all
am
good.
pointing across the way. There are three paintings.
You said the left one was Erasmus
three
Dane, the middle one's Gerald Stedhan,
Yeah.
and the right one was Nova.
Yeah. Yeah, so the one on the far left is he's a dude, he's dressed kind of like a fancy pirate, with a big mustache and a big hat. And that's Erasmus Dane. There's a dude in the middle. It's in kind of like this long black coat and looks like someone shot his dog.
Oh.
And that is Gerald Stedhand, who looks perpetually sad. And then on the right,
He looks
you
like an
have
emo
this chick with like... He does. He looks like an emo kid. He really does. On the right, you have this chick with face paint and wolf ears and long kind of silvery hair. And you can't see it in the picture, but she has like massive tits. And that is Nova. And
good to know.
She's fantastic. Just absolutely beautiful. This painting right here, over here that I was talking about, guy on the left is in like this red cape and is looking very angry. And I think he's hitting the guy on the right's in armor, and the guy on the left is hitting him with a rock on the head. Which is what the myth goes, is that Troyal struck Venture over the head with a rock.
Alternatively, two people trying to have a conversation in the middle of a rock concert.
Yep.
Do you think that
Megadeth mosh
might at
pit
all
goes wrong.
have correlation to, or do you think this myth might also have correlation to Cain and Abel, in that story? since the rock
See,
and
that's the thing, is like
stuff.
the way the Ventru tell the story is different. The way the Ventru tell the story is that Ventru was like the favored child of Cain, and that Trael was jealous of him and killed him. And they play it with a very Cain and Abel kind of.
Okay. So
But
it depends on who's telling the story.
Very interesting.
Okay, that makes sense.
It depends on who's telling the story. 100%. Yeah. And then there's two more paintings over there. One of them is of Jim, and he is looking very distinguished. And there's another one of the Bruja Justicar Theo Bell, who's this he's a kind of young cool looking black guy in a leather jacket. And that's Theo Bell. Leather jacket, white t-shirt.
Nice.
Yeah. He's Bruja, so leather jacket.
Leather jacket. Exactly.
It's become a bit of a joke, but I had to tell someone earlier. Leather, it's hard wearing, easy to clean. You just wipe blood straight off it.
Exactly, 100%. This jacket's red. Like, I don't necessarily need to wipe blood off straight away. Leave it on there for a little bit.
Havoc, actually, if I could ask you about jackets.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I wear the one you gave me? Yeah. I like the feel of it. I wanted it taken in. I've been sleeping on top of it.
Yeah, I don't mind. It's, yeah, that one's fine. I don't mind. I didn't give you the one with, like, armor plates in it, right? So, yeah, that's fine.
Oh no. I just like the fabric, that's all. I just like it. It was a nice act.
Yeah, it's leather. Yeah, glad to help. I was sitting here swapping Brewhouse stories. I was being an old man and telling stories way back in the day.
I love hearing those stories, so
before I
if you ever want to do it again,
get kids
please
off
let me be
my
there.
lawn. Totally. You want to hear the story of the time that I didn't talk to, didn't interact with, but I saw Theo Bell? Saw him in person before he was a Justicar.
And what was that like?
There was a big shindig going on in Boston. This was 1880, 1885. Big shindig going on in Boston. And they had invited, like, basically everybody. And this one dude showed up who was apparently he had committed some crimes and thought he had gotten away with it. But somebody had invited him specifically to be there, and they had also invited they had been able to coordinate to get an Archon to show up. And I mean, this is 1920. It may have been the 1920s, come to think. Anyway, they invited an Archon to show up. Theo Bell, like, we're talking fresh-made Archon. He was probably an Archon for like a year and a half. Shows up, and so this guy is sitting, he's chilling out. I don't remember who the guy was, what clan he was, or he's just sitting there chilling out, got a glass of wine, laughing with people, got like a girl on each arm, like a massive, like, I am the Chad. And so then Theo Bell just sits down next to him, and the guy, like, turns over and doesn't really know Theo Bell from anybody. And so I was there at the party, just kind of hanging out for a little bit, and I glance over and I see Theo Bell, and Theo Bell is just like, I think that you need to leave. And the guy's like, why? And he goes, because if you don't, I'm going to murder you right here. And I don't want to get blood on anybody else's clothes, because then they get mad at me. And the guy's like, what? And Theo Bell, like, grabs the dude and basically bolts, dragging the dude behind him. And he's like, Theo Bell is like running through anything that is breakable. He's like, I feel like there was a path towards the door, and Theo Bell went out of his way to make sure he was running through things that were glass and porcelain. And then he was gone. It was great. Very inspiring. That's my story.
It was a nice story.
I appreciate your story.
And a big shotgun. Big shot. Cool dude. Yeah. Renovations are going nice, though. What else is new? Anything good? Any fun stories? Anybody else? Talk a lot.
No,
I don't know. It's got quiet in here now. Is everyone just in private meeting?
Probably. Brent is in some kind of fancy private meeting in the back there.
I mean, the door's open now.
Oh, is it? Shit.
Boondock's coming out. And Nocturne. Oh, everyone's coming out.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, Harpy, you're up.
Have you seen Domino?
Yeah, she's there.
She's where? Oh,
Up
right
there.
there. Domino, your prince wants to see you.
Alright. Give me a second, I have to feed the cats.
Plutarco and Boondock. Oh, you gotta feed your cat? Cat feeding time.
It's been a weird night.
Yeah, it's been a weird
It's been a very weird night.
Did everything go
We're
okay
about to talk
earlier,
about if
Boondock?
the thing I did to prepare for tonight is going to be something that I had to have done in the first place.
I just realized that
Hey, there you
it's
are,
been a weird
Marcus.
night is my equivalent of I have a bad feeling about this. It's going to be said at least once per movie.
We're just waiting for Callum to come back from feeding his cat.
But I assume that
Sorry, what
the
was that?
whole argument thing from earlier is okay now, Boondock?
I guess.
Argument
What happened?
As long as the understanding, I guess, was that if he lays hands on an anarch again, I'm going to drown him in his own blood. And I understand that if he lays hands on an anarch again, I have to drown him in his own blood. Other than that, I don't know if we really came to any kind of agreement.
Well, hi.
But I guess, hey, what's good?
Hi, Havoc.
Well, sorry, I'm
Not
in.
much.
What the hell happened while I was
Um,
gone?
Well, while you were gone,
the,
Blindy, Sawyer, and I earlier were all talking about dead sires. Visit
shit.
from all
We're talking about
sorts
the
of
Dead Sires
friends
Club?
tonight.
Dead Sires Club.
It's the Dead Sires Club.
Dead Sires Club.
That one, right there. Right there.
Oh, yeah, I'm a part of that too.
Yeah.
Dead Sires Club!
Dead Sires Club. That's the, well, she's probably dead. Probably dead.
Oh, that one right there? The big statue lady?
Yeah, that's Cyrus. Okay.
Who's she?
That's fair.
Yeah, she's probably dead. It's Eleanor Dalloway. She's probably dead.
Who's dead?
That
Probably dead.
name rings a bell.
Our
Eleanor, that's my sire. Eleanor, she's the founder. She is the Bruja founder of the Camarilla. She's my sire.
Oh. Is she that big
She's
in real
probably
life? Or
She is. She
that
is
an
actually, believe it or not. She is. She is. She is. She really found love in later days by marrying the Jolly Green Giant, and that is how.
That must
that's
be
how
that guy,
Daniel was made.
right?
That's how
Is that the
Pearl
Jolly
made.
Green Giant right there?
Is that actually her?
No,
Just...
that's Harderstadt. He is much smaller. He fits in your pocket. So this is
Ah,
some,
well, man, the
magnification.
discrepancy, man.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I appreciate it, though.
let me yeah.
Ah, Plutarco. Right.
All right, let's, I guess, go to the other office.
The other office.
Other.
Wait, the other office is here, or the other office?
Bye.
I guess, well, just the one over
We're just
here.
gonna hang out here and have a party
I'm
ourselves.
never part of these private discussions.
I don't know.
Apparently I'm not
You
either.
guys want to go and investigate sick people at the hospital?
Sure.
find out what's going on.
I
mean, I don't know about you, but I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vampires and some retainers here. That to me sounds like a coterie. Let's go and do some investigating.
I was going to.
Okay.
You know what? Sure, why not? Never mind.
Okay, there we go. Cool. To the clinic.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
It's down at the down at
never-
the front of what is it, Morningstar Lane? Is that what it's called?
I've never been there, so you're gonna have to lead the way.
Oh yeah. Come this way. Hang on, let me grab my
Oh, you're going too.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be right down here at the far end of the street.
Why do you need your sword?
Let me tell you a little bit about this. This town here. So you might notice everything over there in downtown is like all techie and everything. Well, everything out here is all traditional. Because Erasmus Dane, the guy that was a prince, was like really hated technology. So it's kind of funny. If you stand at the front of the chateau, you can't see anything. You can't see any billboards except the ones up on the big buildings, because he would like use his influence to make sure that no billboards were put up that he could see. And that's a roach milk.
Going on my way.
Yeah, it says roach milk.
What does?
Yeah,
Well, it's environmentally friendly.
there's a
Roach
billboard.
milk. It says roach milk.
A billboard says
rat
roach
disgusting.
milk.
Yeah.
I
How'd you milk a
gross.
cockroach?
I
Very
don't get it.
carefully.
If we can figure anything out here. And I'm actually going to swap here really quick into an NPC because Alicia can see an NPC. Well, actually, I'll let Alicia know. Alicia, you know, so Alicia knows that there's a nurse here in the Shadowlands.
Yep.
And she looks very overworked. Oh, I'm gonna set my sword down here. That feels like it's probably inappropriate to have at a clinic. Havoc's
It's okay, I've got one down my pants.
Havoc's gonna conceal that. No, anybody home? Knock, 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 knock. Nobody here.
Seems a bit unusual for a hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better with the door open. Late night staff? Huh.
Oh, there's late night staff. She just hasn't appeared yet.
Oh. Havoc's gonna just kind of be hanging out here for a second. Shit. Not available anymore. Son of a gun.
OOC with Sawyer standing there and the fact the lighting goes off and it's just black. And it looks like a small child who's just shadow. It's terrifying.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah, it's kinda
here's the
terrible.
shadow.
I don't have. So yeah, Nurse Janie, she's here.
With
Give me one second, I'm actually grab a little. Yeah, Nurse Janie's here. She's just like chilling out. She looks very overworked. She's in the Shadowlands, so.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We delivered a homeless man to the hospital earlier. He was very sick. A lot of people have been getting sick recently.
Oh yeah, lots of them. Homeless guy you delivered earlier? He's dead.
Oh. Okay. Right. Not great.
Yeah.
Fuck. I mean,
Yeah. So I'm a little overworked. Just a little bit.
Has everyone that's been sick like that been here? Did they all die?
Everybody that's coming here that's had, like, that's been like in his state, that guy's state, most of them have died. A couple of them got better. I think most of them have died. I'm in the Shadowlands. Most of them have died.
Hey, Twinkle.
Maybe.
Yeah, I couldn't find anybody until I got here, so I started walking in all the buildings.
Yeah. Havoc's here as well. He's just kind of hanging out.
You know, this is a lot different when I'm the one talking.
I'm
Fuck. Okay.
I hate to break up. I hate to interrupt. I have got to run to like 2 more places because this is kind of going on a lot of places. So I gotta run. Yeah, it's a thing.
Uh huh.
You want to talk about it during the week? If you want to come by, maybe like during the week or something. It's just Saturdays are extra busy. People going out, you know, and going to clubs, and then they all get sick, and then they end up somewhere here. So anyway, I gotta go. Bye.
Are you talking to a ghost?
Bye.
She's gonna run out.
I am. And.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that happened. So most people that are getting sick, once they get to the condition the homeless man was in, they're pretty much dead. So.
Oh.
But we also had an incident of one woman died from an illness like this, and she was able to rise from the dead to answer a phone call, and then dead. So.
Must have been a hell of a phone call.
Or this is hella supernatural, and I am going to spend some time within the next couple of weeks to find out if that's the case.
Okay.
Giovanni, this is.
Also, this is happening in quite a bit of
offices.
places.
Oh, I found the guy.
No.
Dead homeless guy.
Oh.
Dead guy on table, covered in blanket. Dead homeless guy.
Humble guy.
Out of character, there is no dead homeless guy.
If
It's
he's
just
dead,
out of character stuff.
Can't say no to this, and I'm going to take some of his blood.
Wow. He does look very dead.
You know what? You know what'll fix this? More rats. I think we need more
I
rats.
don't fix this, but good ideas all around, I guess.
There've been a lot of rats around. Are they two
Yeah,
related, do you think?
Well, we just need it's nope, because they're gonna help eat all the things, the bugs that are causing the diseases. That's why we need more rats.
Are bugs causing this, you think?
Didn't I don't want to like argue with you, but didn't like rats like cause Black Plague?
I believe more specifically it was the fleas on the rats.
It was actually different species, primarily gerbils, that helped to spread that disease. I know because I've studied rats.
I mean, if people are just dying, that's one thing, but rising from the
You know what also caused it? People. Because people are helping us spread the Black Plague.
Yeah, that's fair. Huh. Isn't there like this like a water well that like this one guy figured out was like where people were getting sick from, or was that not the Black Plague? Was that something else?
I believe it was something else. If I have to recall, maybe it was cholera.
Cholera. It's cholera. It's the cholera pandemic. This dude like mapped out the people were getting cholera from a water well because he was like mapped it out on a map and found out that that's
And then
like
what's
the
your
central
face wouldn't
cholera
wash your
pandemic.
hands, and that caused
Yeah,
problems.
exactly.
I don't wash my hands either.
Well, I hate to say this,
So,
but now would be a great time for a Tremere to walk in.
Yeah, is he gonna rise
I
from
should
the dead?
clarify that
Like,
when
do we
I'm
know if
operating my
he...
churro truck, I do obey all USDA standards.
Right.
Well, if all he wants to do is make a phone call, we haven't got a problem.
I don't see.
I've been seeing a
his
lot of
ghosts
homeless
here, I
people
don't
with
think.
rats, like with as pets. Seen a lot of those.
Well, considering the guy in question, do we really want to talk to his ghost?
I mean, it's always possible his ghost could be more sane than his living body was.
I guess.
Do we know like how long it takes them to rise from the dead if they do?
At least 24 hours after, I think, is when the phone call was.
Do you have a cell phone? We call a cell phone. The answer. Too wild, right?
Don't cell phone?
I think I should go do the thing that I was talking about. Or
Okay, bye.
Oh.
out of character. That means I'm going to switch to Alex. Somebody mentioned Shamir. Alex is here fixing the homeless problem. Let's see if I can't find some medicine.
You know,
what?
not saying it is them, but I'm not like
So
What?
possibly. Yeah, I'm not. Again, I'm not blame. It's more of like I gotta keep that in mind. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe.
Why are all of you in here, and why is there a dead body on that table?
Well, we were just about to have dinner, and
just the Tremere
we
I
were
was
just
looking
deciding
for.
what barbecue sauce to use.
He's very fucking dead. We just delivered him earlier. Basically, anyone who
People, they just make it too sugary.
I don't think the woman in my lab is going to live. We'll just put it that way.
Good to know. Well, I won't go looking for medicine then. That's what I was coming in here for.
I do have his blood. So if you want to try and do something with it, to see if you.
Since there seems to be no staff.
Let's see. I mean, I could taste it, see if I can't figure out anything, but I'll see if it's similar to the older woman, because I did also do this to hers,
quickly do
even
that
if it
because
was
so I can test against you.
congealed a bit.
Just as Havoc's looking for something. I just need someone to test against.
Okay.
Is there any cameras in here?
That's a good question.
Did the test.
Out of character, are there any cameras in here?
No, there are
Okay.
not cameras in here.
Then, once all that's done, I'm going to use Taste of Blood.
10 on finding his finding his personal effects. I think trying to locate his cell phone wherever it may have been taken to. Full of 10.
He didn't scratch himself at all before he died, did he? Or that you just need to be like a medicine.
His cell phone where it may have been taken to?
Yeah.
We would have to decide if he has a cell phone in the first place, as many homeless people do, but not all.
That's a good question. His personal effects, and assume he probably does not have a cell phone.
He might.
So.
Did you look at the cadaver?
Yeah, sure.
Tell you what, if you win,
I
he has one and you haven't. You did not win.
Oh.
Can't really perform an autopsy in the next room at the moment.
Yeah. It said he has personal effects, but he has no cell phone.
Actually, give me one moment.
Alright.
I guess it was a long shot. It looks like he didn't have a cell phone.
Alright, we're gonna be seeing if I can't compare the blood of the old lady to his blood at least a little bit and use Taste of Blood. So, medical info, that kind of stuff.
Alright. And I think I can maybe attempt to do some sort of look at the body while it's still here.
Okay. So, yeah, you got a body here. There's definitely something, you can tell there is some kind of a disease of some kind in the blood. Seems like both of them had some kind of a disease in the taste for blood.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like this guy, he's gone through multiple organ failure. His internal organs have the kind of atrophy you would normally see in the elderly. He doesn't look like he's old enough to have some of this kind of organ atrophy. But for all intents and purposes, looks like he has died of natural causes. His organs have just shut down.
Did he scratch himself before he died?
I mean, he has bite marks. Got bite marks. Look like some animal bite marks.
Animal bite marks. Okay, there's a difference. Alright.
Yep.
So, that was from my Taste of Blood and her medical stuff. Okay.
Yeah, you both get that information?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could always...
And of course, he's not a ghoul, right?
See if Giorgiano can send someone to get the body.
Okay.
Do a more thorough autopsy.
Problem. The last victim was an old lady. Yes, correct. But I would eventually need a blood sample from the woman.
I'm just good at hitting things.
Preferably before she expires, and then if she does expire right after, just to kind of compare. I'm noticing something. The internal organs. The internal organs are prematurely, rapidly accelerating their age process. So, he's not old enough for all of those internal problems that he's having.
And then you and me, Lance, we need to...
It is.
Well then, if someone wants to make sure that no one comes in, I can maybe sneak us out some of the organs to have a better look at those specifically.
I can tell that they're both diseased. I can tell, but something about the age just doesn't make sense. So perhaps it could be something that accelerates the aging process of internal organs, but that's odd, if so.
So not your Saya?
It's not something I've heard of, as far as I know, in character.
Dang, the body's leg jerks.
I have a lore specifically for weird sciences. Hey, Toast, can I do my lore in mad science real quick?
Sure.
But
Body's leg jerks.
What?
Makes a noise.
Did,
I was hoping to spook everybody.
did
but
anyone?
I guess they didn't pick it up.
No, I picked it up. I just instantly turned back to look as if there was a body there.
Yeah, go ahead and test with me real quick on the weird science.
Odd.
You know, it doesn't give the indication of like a man-made disease. It's definitely not a natural disease. It's hard to tell. It really doesn't seem like it is something that has been instigated by weird science. If anything, it is something that is more straight up supernatural or supernaturally influenced.
alright, so this is beyond mad science. This is... I'm gonna pretty much say it's supernatural at this point.
Yeah.
I chopped the leg off.
I would say no.
So, not mad science. What are your? Oh. What do you think it is?
Hang on,
if
because
not
my
mad
retainers have
science?
things that can assist me with these things. Well, if it's supernatural, then
Like I
I can
suspect.
only assume that it's some sort of... Well, I can cause pain if someone drinks my blood. Perhaps a sickness through the blood has happened.
It could be. It would make sense on why I'm able to detect the disease relatively easy when having a small taste.
Can you talk to you outside for a sec? Storyteller things.
It's not enough to feed off of,
Wouldn't
so...
that mean that our... Wouldn't that mean that our... Wouldn't that mean that our person 0 would they be a thrall?
It...
I mean, if it's a disease through blood.
Maybe.
Yeah, where is everybody tonight? Like, cause I ran everywhere and only saw you guys.
Are you sure they're not in the chateau?
Vampire Gathering night. I went in there, I didn't see anybody.
Even in the meeting
I mean,
rooms?
there's people having meetings in the chateau.
Oh, okay, I'll go in the meeting rooms.
If they ask you to get out, please do.
Please don't get out. I have permission to go in.
You better not mention me by name. Yes?
You know he's
I've got
going
to ask. I've got to ask, have you got any members of your clan who are like exiled, disgruntled? Because this is
On island,
I'm
no.
just a dum dum, but this is blood related, and you guys do blood stuff.
On island, not that I am aware of. Again, we do blood stuff, but usually it is not the matter of that. Usually we don't do that.
What are we gonna do?
I hope this isn't another thing released.
I fear it might be. It might be another thing released onto the island, is what you're suggesting, right?
Yeah, something that spreads plagues.
You know, like the Abomination. Something else
Abomination
released
2.0.
and now does plague stuff to Kine. And I'm not drinking from
Abomination-
that,
let's
but
see,
I
the
assume.
abominations of war. This pestilence, facing the horsemen.
Havoc, part of me hopes you're wrong, but if you're right, you're a very smart individual. I hope you're
No, I'm
wrong
still
because, I mean, I would hope it's not pestilence, war, famine,
I
death,
mean,
that type of
if each
thing.
abomination is based off of a horseman,
Is there another abomination that we?
dope.
Yeah.
That sounds like bad writing.
But it's possible. It could be a case of we're trying it for the first 2 books, but we'll change it up on the 3rd. But
We never found out why the abomination was so interested in
like a
Leto
season
either.
3 plot.
That is true. Let's see.
We never found out why the abomination hated Leto so much either, did we?
I don't think we did. No. A lot of unanswered questions, but it's not like we can exactly ask Leto or ask the abomination. Oh, did you hear?
I mean, to some extent.
All of the Imperial provinces, including Caliburn, we are now an Imperial province, has blood-hunted Leto Morningstar. It's
Nice.
going all the way to Theodore Bell, or Theophilus Bell, I forget. It's going all the way to him to see if they get a name on the red list instead of just a normal blood hunt called.
Shit. Yeah, that's him. That's pretty heavy.
So, you think Leto would know people who would be able to cause plagues and disease? Killing the kind so that way we starve.
I mean, that's part of the thing is like Leto was the warden here. She had all the documents on everything that was here. So I wouldn't put anything like that past her.
It's possible that.
The question becomes, how did she release it? How did she release it and
Get a couple of people still loyal to you,
we do
tell
anything
them to
about
go
it?
do something, and off they went.
But we might have traitors on the island. We don't know about it yet.
Cover your ears. So, I mean, you were there for the box of hands, right?
I came later.
You're aware of it, though?
Yeah.
The person responsible has been spotted in the Toreador feeding grounds and possibly is feeding. As a result, there are possibly kindred on the island we're not aware of. And of course, I mean, there's also the Sabbat members and things like that. There are people that the general populace of kindred on this island are unaware of still. So, it's quite possible
Anybody want
that...
to take a trip to Toreador territory?
Tap, tap.
Thumbs
up.
You're
good.
The woman
You're
in
good.
my lab. I think I will.
I mean, this is the question: is like, does anybody want to take a trip to Toreador territory and go kick some ass?
I mean, not kick some ass, but I'm willing to investigate more.
Sawyer, we are going to attempt to investigate the guy who gave you that box. Seeing if he's at all...
Got it.
We're seeing if he's at all related to this.
Okay.
Because unknown kindred, weird things start happening. Yes?
Can
I come
you
with?
guys have fun. I'm gonna bounce because it's almost 5 a.m. and my controllers are about to die.
All right, bye.
We could potentially run this kind of scene like during the week too. Maybe so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm available pretty much whenever, as long as you give me some notice.
Same.
Cool. Actually,
anyway, yes, I'm gonna bounce.
Same for the
probably
most
be
part.
doing wrap up announcements, putting stuff into soft RP anyway. So if you want to hang around for another 5 minutes for me to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm happy to hang around. I mean, I've still got like 20.
You're welcome to join. You're welcome to join in once soft RP kicks in.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second here.
Or there was a body.
Hey everybody, I'm about to just call us for like wrap up announcements, and then we'll jump back into RP. So we'll be teleporting everybody in about 10 seconds.
Here we go. Let's go.
Repent.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay, so we're
Owlbear.
just gonna do a super quick wrap up because I know people are in the middle of doing some scenes and everything like that. Do some quick wrap up. Do some quick nods if we can. One of mine, I don't normally go first, but I seriously wanted to shout out Owlbear because I had a really fun time playing with you as Pain in that, and it's gonna be fun to see stuff happen from that, and it's just fun doing that, and also I've had a lot of really good roleplay with people during the week as well, and I just shout that out to people that I've been doing roleplay with during the week. Well, I'm gonna call on for some nods. I'm gonna start, kind of wherever, but anybody want to call out nods?
I got a nod.
I have one.
Domina, Science for Hemp. Holy shit! Like, plays a wonderful, like, extremely pissed about a matter. La Sombra, and we had a scene together, kind of after the big meeting with the spot filler, and it was great. It was very, very, very nice. I don't know what else to say.
Awesome. Anybody else? Next.
I would actually like to give out my nod to you, Toast, for the choke slamming Reginald situation. That was pretty fun.
That was fun.
I would like to give a nod to Angry Sawyer.
Oh.
Angry Sawyer gets a nod.
Oh, I was going to give mine to
Very true. Very true.
Deep Conversation with Sawyer. Talking about the sun, Anyway.
I'll throw into Blake because I overheard some of the Lamorak conversations, and it was fun. Lamorak is always good to.
It was very fun. Yes,
with.
Yeah. Very nice. Very, very, very. Yeah. I'm very tired.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw one at Wrath, because they had a really good scene with Beatrice and Hanako earlier, and that was fun.
Yep.
I wish I saw you so I could rip out your tongue. God damn
I'll do
it.
our normal nod thread as well, so we'll kind of get everybody to do their nods, things, stuff like that. My normal spiel of, hey, look, GIB Games is a thing, and we do stuff, and we make games. Hurry, hurrah! If you don't already donate, then please donate. Hooray! Does that, and yeah, that's really it as far as announcements go. I apologize. There's been some weird issues with the RPG system, and while I stepped away for a little bit to take a look, and lo and behold, that 31 megabyte update that VRChat put out today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon broke string downloading, which is what we use for our character sheets. So hopefully we'll get that fixed here by like Monday or so. But we can still download character sheets, just not displaying entirely correctly, as you may have noticed. So sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
Anyway, that's really about it. That's all I got as far as announcements go. So feel free to jump back in character and do what you all were doing. So thanks, everybody. And we'll just keep on role playing until forever. Because I'm super awake, and I'll probably be awake for the next forever.
Let's go. Hospital gang.
Oh, wait. Picture. We haven't done a picture in like
You
forever.
want to do a picture?
We get a picture really quick. We're doing I cannot take a picture right now because my camera.
I'm taking good buddy fucking Alex.
Let's fucking go.
Somebody could take a picture really quick. I'd be really appreciative.
Yeah.
So not only will this
Whose
be
camera is that? Oh.
Not only will this be a picture, but it's also on the stream.
Aaron, hold on. I need to be.
How's it going? Like
Yeah, I
3
wanna show
different
that
cameras. Which one should I look at?
People in
Any of them.
All of them.
You know,
I take multiple, so we're good.
and you guys may notice I'm actually streaming. Everybody say hi to the people in TikTok Live.
Hey.
Hello. I didn't know
Let's
TikTok
go.
had a live, but cool. I didn't know TikTok had a live.
I haven't.
Oh, they do.
That subscribe button.
I live stream going through pumpkin mazes every year. Or corn mazes.
Pumpkin mazes?
I meant
Smack
corn
that
maze.
subscribe button around the way the camera smacks around people.
Pumpkin, you have a maze?
Subservient to it.
Hell yeah.
Alright, we're done.
Okay.
I
we're
closed my camera completely. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
Let me fly this back towards me and behind my back for the time being. Okay.
FT.
Oh,
What?
The fuck?
oh,
We've
that
been
was
told.
not what that was for.
Oops.
Hospital squad.
Hospital squad, let's go!
Don't do that.
Sorry's not been having a fun time this night.
I like what they like how
I'm gonna be nice, and I'm gonna grab the
nice.
I'm gonna grab the guards for Alicia.
That's a very nice redirection.
It is very nice.
Yeah.
Who's right? Rath's taking photos.
Rath's. How the fuck is he doing that?
Just fun camera stuff.
With a
up there.
flying camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do flying.
Yeah, I know. It's just.
It's funny that he's taking
'cause
him
you
from
said
right
that
there,
it's-
and he's
it's like
nowhere in sight. Anyway.
he's using it like a fucking camera
You want to see
system
a
or
trick?
something.
You want to see a trick? Now
Yeah.
you see me. Now you don't.
I was gonna laugh for a moment because I thought maybe you forgot you fixed it or something. And just
Oh, no, it's not. This is intentional. This goes back to the ST room.
oh, that's cool. Good to know.
Wow.
I will keep that in mind. They've disappeared.
Ah, shit.
They actually went back to the ST room.
No!
I'll call a storyteller and see if so that way they can teleport back. I think.
Hello. Technically, I guess I'm storyteller. I forgot since I joined the instance first.
Did you already read?
I'm not
Did you
actually a storyteller.
Did you
mind
call for it?
I heard the noise.
Did you join it?
No, I heard the noise.
I called it so that way hopefully.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
did
heard
not
the noise because you have ST powers.
Yeah, I called it so that way I didn't.
I don't know how to get rid of
That's
them.
what the noise sounds like.
I didn't know if you
Now
can
know.
quickly
I know what the noise
come
sounds
back
like, yes.
out
It's-
from there.
it's still
So I
very
called for an
silly.
ST in case you wanted to teleport back to me.
Yeah, teleport's broken.
Oh,
the VRChat broke teleport. Apparently, literally, it broke all the like player teleport stuff. It broke like some of it. I don't know why.
The wonders of
Awful,
fucking technology.
Wonderful.
Great. You gotta.
Yeah. Anyway.
Let's go look at a.
On the bright side, when people join late, it's at least it updates labels, so that's good.
That is good, I guess.
Next one
But
thing
yeah,
breaks
no,
6
Toast,
hours.
if you were, you might have already seen it by now, but right here it says with a higher concentration of kindred and kind on the island.
I was so tired when I wrote this.
Hey,
it's
no,
a good plot, I think,
we've turned
but,
it into a
like-
plot point. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Of
Plot point now. Yeah, I was so tired when I wrote it.
That's valid.
Alright, it's plot point now.
Yeah. Where did Frozen go?
Alicia's kind of an important character.
So,
We gotta
what I'm
wait.
thinking is, be either this week or
No, they're not even
Sometime.
in here anymore.
well, yeah. I pressed the left.
Damn.
Okay.
So I'm thinking maybe sometime this week or maybe before gathering, a couple of weeks. Maybe we'll take a jaunt into Toreador territory as long as that's okay with the Toreador, and go and see if we can hunt down dude with box.
That
knock
seems
him
like
around a
it'd be
little
fun.
What's going on?
Give it
Sorry.
time.
Hi, I just arrived because there's a body going under.
Well, okay, there's a couple things. One, that guy right there died of some kind of blood disease.
Can confirm.
Oh.
And then the
Okay.
yeah, two, somebody that was in Toreador territory gave Sawyer a box full of stuff that was not okay to give.
I understand.
And
Yeah,
I'm
that
thinking
I've
about
heard about.
maybe going over into Short West. But you know, even though I'm not Camarilla, I want to try and respect the authority here. Is to say, one, feeding territories are normally adjudicated by the prince, and two, as far as I know, you're the only Toreador around
On the
so
island,
I
yes.
just wanted to make sure
So if
that,
there's
that it is okay.
Did Adam
for
leave
me to lead a
the island, or is there Adam still walking around now?
I haven't seen him in a while. Oh, that's right, Adam. I haven't seen him in a while.
must have
So
left the
basically, I just
island
want to know
before all
if it
this
is
happened.
okay,
Or
Wise.
both with
Wise.
you, Jim, and with you, Sawyer, if a handful of us were to go into Toreador territory, try and find this guy and smack him around a little bit.
I think I will absolutely allow you to do that if I accompany.
Okay.
Because one, haven't seen
Your
much of
island.
Toreador
Your island.
territory, if I will admit. But okay, just letting you know when you're going, I'm coming with.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sounds
Probably
good.
we could probably do it maybe like before, maybe like before gathering. I would say like out of character, like maybe like before social game. We could run it before social game.
Like on the
Or we
29th,
could-
or
Oh wait. Yeah, like I was saying like either like maybe like in the time before social game before it actually starts, or we could run it on the week that we would normally not have game.
So the 29th,
Could be-
because it's a 5-week.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
go.
yeah, 29. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. It's a 5 week. So yeah, we could run it then potentially. Whatever works for you. I'll have to talk to the other narrators about it.
that sounds good. That sounds good from my perspective.
Yep.
And if people want to be
By-
funny
by- no,
NPCs
class.
for like kind that are sick or kind that are not sick, there you go.
Woo! Alrighty.
Um,
Yeah, classes for me won't start to the 16th, so I'm good. In fact, none of my classes are night classes, so sorry. I'm going to college.
I am too. Let's go.
Yeah.
Watch it.
Woo! I'm in community college because I'm little man.
Yeah.
You got this. You got this.
But no.
Just say that the
Sorry.
Does
I
anyone
interrupted.
else's social menu have Boondock on there twice?
I can check.
Social.
For me? No.
No, I do not.
I don't see anybody twice. I went ahead and checked that too.
You have a ghost boondock. Terrible thing to happen.
Yeah, apparently
True.
I got a ghost Boondock in here. Well, all right. Well, let's make plans to meet up then. We'll go
All
we'll
right.
figure out who's causing issues and take care of them.
I think Havoc, basically just asked this, but do you have a weapon, firearm, any kind?
Oh, yeah,
Able
do
to
have a gun.
defend yourself?
No.
You should probably get one.
Havoc, do you remember the gift that you gave them and their whole thing about that?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
What?
That's right. I gave you some armor, didn't I? You want a gun?
Sure.
Yeah, I have a pistol.
Okay.
He's gonna pull, as if from nowhere, he's gonna pull a pistol out. It's a common pistol that has, oh god, what is it? It has accurate. So it gives you it is accurate too, so it gives you a +2 on your firearms pool if you're firing this.
Thank you.
Just, it's also concealable in a jacket. So if you have a jacket or whatever, you'll have a jacket.
Alright.
Yeah, just in case.
Wait, first off, do you know how to fire it?
I don't.
You want to know something
fight.
funny? The last time that gun got pointed at somebody, it was pointed at a Toreador.
Really? Okay.
That's pleasant. I don't
Yeah.
fight. I haven't learned how to fight in my whole life, so. Answer is no.
It was the night. It was the night the Elysium burned down.
Would you like me to help?
So,
would you like me to teach you?
I'd been told about this new Thorador that was in town who was a
Wonderful.
fledgling. And the way
I don't know
that this
how to
Thorador was introduced to
represent
me
that in
was,
downtime
oh, you know,
exactly,
she might have to keep an eye on her, or she
downtime.
might burn something down. Like an hour later,
Toast.
Elysium burns down.
Actually, you know what?
Yes, sir.
How would I just offered to help Sawyer learn firearms a bit more, considering they're very inexperienced. How would how would I exactly represent that in downtimes? Because I just want to.
I would say just I would say probably maybe spend a downtime action towards it. One of the things is that with flaws like untrained combatant, you can buy those off too. You can spend XP to get rid of those flaws.
Straight up has untrained combatant. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I literally cannot fight.
But I mean, also you can like, you don't have to spend a downtime in order to learn skills, but like you could do that as a way to represent it. It just depends
In
on
fluff,
how much
I
you
kind
want to
of,
try
you
it out.
know, I like
In
fluff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can't think of what to spend your downtime on, you're like, oh, I'm learning fire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna learn.
So.
Yeah, buying off flaws requires spending at least one downtime to actually buy it off. So if you want to buy off,
I think that would be a reasonable representation of that.
And
how
I
many
believe
dots does that fly anyway?
That's 3.
I believe you have to spend
Yeah, so you'd
6
have enough.
XP on that. Yeah, it's double XP or double
Yeah.
the dots that you. Yeah.
So no
Okay.
shit, there I was. So this fledgling gets introduced to me as I have to keep an eye on her or she might burn something down. Like an hour later, Elysium burns to the ground. Everybody is having a bad time. A bunch of people had to run into the flames because they were thinking there were people in there. So a bunch of people have like they have their beast has really like risen up. People are on edge. I'm on edge. I ran into flames thinking that there were people in there that needed to be saved, but in reality it was just an illusion. So the Elysium burning down was real, but the screams that I heard of people that were in danger were a total illusion. So I was like always like on the edge of frenzying. And I walk in, and there's this fledgling Toreador, and we had just heard that a bunch of people had come in that were new, who were actually Sabbat infiltrators. And so I walk up to this Toreador, and you know me, I'm a sword guy, but I have this gun on me, and I pull this gun, and I point it right at her, and I'm like, you're going to stay right here until the person that you are under accounting comes back, and we're going to have a talk. And she freaks out, and the person that was in charge of her accounting freaks out, and it like became this big thing of, oh my god, I pulled a gun on a fledgling, tried to kill this fledgling, and the reality of it was like, I want to make sure that this one was going to run and might be involved. It turned out she wasn't involved. Anyway, that's the story, and that's the gun.
Cool.
Well, all right. That's
Beautiful
fairly
condition,
reasonable.
never
Yeah.
Out of character, did I ever get those items
done yet.
from? I don't even remember his name anymore. Previous keeper of Elysium.
Oh, I don't know.
I have no clue.
Because again, we both filed we both filed downtimes. Me and Aziriel both filed downtimes, but something got mixed up, so they never got to me. I think, so I never got like to know their stats and stuff. Because it was like armor and a pistol, I think. So I've just been playing as if I have never gotten it.
It may be he just disappeared.
But that was like when I first became Harpy, so it was like a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'll find out what they are. I'll make sure you get them.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
But yeah, I usually don't fight. My retainer does sometimes though.
Oh, you have a retainer. Okay, that's good policy
Yeah,
to have. I
his
think.
name's Bruce.
Well,
Seems like a
there you
nice
go.
lad.
Oh.
If you would like help training, I mean,
Okay. Is he with us now?
I don't mind.
Not right now.
Bruce, are you in the room with us?
Can you hear us? Bruce, tell me honestly. Does this sound like Rihanna?
What do you mean he can't speak?
He's a bird.
Oh,
He's a bird.
and he
He's a
fights,
condor.
and he fights for you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a condor. A pretty large bird.
It is a large bird. Yeah, that is true.
Dang.
Interesting.
What are you, Gangrel?
Okay, so I do have to be honest. Like, Twinkle wasn't very happy with me bringing this up, but I feel like I need bring up. We've had a rise in rat population, and we have a blood disease that is potentially killing people.
I don't think
just
it's the
wanna make
rat
sure, like-
population.
we understand.
Apparently,
but I don't
according to
think it
Twinkle,
is.
there were no rat bites on the homeless person. I'm just relaying information.
True, but at the same time, I mean,
I'm literally going to go over
Understand we
and
should
check for rat
maybe-
bites in
They are
particular.
just generally carriers
yeah,
of
there's
the
no,
disease.
yeah, there's no
They
rat
don't-
bites. I'm just saying
it's
maybe
not
we
like they need
should,
to bite ya.
maybe we could talk to somebody that knows.
The ratkin, yeah,
Might be able to-
probably. If I could find like Lysander, that'd be great. I have his email. I could probably just contact him.
Email Lysander.
Probably a good idea. Like,
See
like-
if he knows
like
about the
if they-
disease.
If it's not them, maybe they have a way to like track it down, or
Mhm.
maybe they have magic we don't have. Maybe
Right.
it figures
I mean,
out some-
obviously, it's not. It might not be affecting us, but again, a
Well-
lot of ghouls we have. So
There's ghouls and there's
No.
the herd we have, and I'm assuming that our herd hasn't been
Feeding.
getting sick.
yeah.
I'm unsure if we were to actually, try to feed on that body, if we were to actually get sick.
What would happen? That's
Now, what
yeah,
I
which
do
is- no.
for my thing, that's thaumaturgy. I'm not going to get sick and stuff with that. But
Okay.
Like I say,
Is there anything thaumaturgical that you can do that kind of like identifies the disease or?
I know it's a disease, and I kind of know what it's doing, I think.
What is it doing, then?
What I feel, well, Alicia did mention that they believe that it is something supernatural. It isn't man-made, and they don't think it's man-made, and they know it's not a natural disease. From what I know, I kind of know what the disease is doing. The disease is messing with their internal organs, and as a result, it rapidly ages them from the inside. So their organs are aging a lot, and as a result, they die of natural causes through age. However, their outward appearance suggests otherwise.
Huh.
Because there's a lot of organ damage going on in there that's age-related. He's not that old to have those diseases.
well,
That
let's go somewhere that
somewhat
doesn't have a
lines
dead
up with
body
the-
and keep talking, because I'm
Yeah.
getting left out.
Yeah, we can leave
Somewhat
the body.
lines up with the. Yeah, preferably. I mean. Ooh, you know what? I'll talk to you about it a tiny bit later.
Well, we've got time.
Kevin, good.
Yeah.
Seeing
alright.
as,
there you
I
go.
think we're all good. Yeah. I think we have everything. Hang in here with me a bit, just tiny, real quick.
Of course.
Cool.
So that's been my
Sorry,
day,
left.
is handling all of the
Yeah.
pandemics that's been going on.
Yeah.
How's your day been?
Jesus. No, I can understand why you've been a little occupied. I apologize.
Oh no, it's
It's been-
perfectly fine.
well-
I'm working on it.
It's been how a day is usually, you know.
Normal.
Beatrice comes in with a new, a present for Sawyer and
Okay.
shows it right in the chateau, and
I'll talk to her
Boondock
about.
gets uppity about it. Sawyer gets affected
Wait.
by it.
Hold on. Hold on. This had dementation on it.
Yes.
I'm
I
having
felt
a
it.
extensive talk with her
Not
after
like-
this. I told her.
I have basically
about-
sanctioned a boon on her.
I told
to
her.
not do that again.
Good. I told her on Tuesday, the day of, way back then, or when Sawyer initially first mentioned the party, and then she talked about the gift and stuff like that. I mentioned to her, because that was also the day that we were having date night, so I saw that message before I went over.
Right.
I told her, hey, Sawyer is a Toreador. Let's not try to mentally break the kid, okay? I thought she understood that. So I'll have a nice talk with her.
Okay. About the doll, it is under cloth on the couch in my office. Sawyer wants it delivered to them. I just want to make sure that that's done and it's secure in a sense that would not affect him.
Of course, of course. Keep it wrapped in the
Okay.
cloth, and that shouldn't be too much of a
Secondly.
problem. Evening, Twinkle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi, Twinkle.
Hi again. Hi.
We're kind of
We having a
just
private
talking.
conversation?
Tiny
Okay.
bit of one, yeah.
No, we'll all leave.
Thank you.
Well, then the Imperial Prince of Boston showed up.
I was here for
think
that.
You were aware of that. Yes.
I informed Havoc of the Lido
Morning
Morningstar thing. Yeah.
etc.
I told Havoc about it.
That's good, yes. How'd he react?
Oh, they were like, "Oh, that's heavy." Around those lines. Overall, I think it was more positive.
I want
than
you to keep
negative.
Right. I want you to keep this next thing fairly under wraps.
Okay.
I did kind of swear fealty to the Imperial Prince of Boston.
I
a
was
sense of-
standing directly behind you. I was in that meeting.
Okay. I'm very tired.
It's okay. It's okay. I can fill you in on what I know.
Okay.
So that way we
Okay.
don't have to worry about it.
I ask that you relatively not tell anyone. Okay.
Small problem with that.
Hmm?
While we were in there with the body, it was me, Alicia, Sawyer, I believe Lance, and Havoc. I did mention
You mentioned it, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't know it was under wraps. So.
No, it's
going to be public
it may
information
just
anyway. I believe this is a thing you cannot keep secret.
Yeah, okay. Oh well. Anyway, after that, the sick person showed up. When exactly did you leave? What was the last event you saw in Elite?
I believe I saw the sick person, or the sick person was last because I left with them to go
Okay. All right,
with
that makes
Alicia
sense.
to her haven. That was interesting. We set up
Okay.
a nice area for that.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Okay, so after that, a few kind of conversations happened, etc., etc. The gargoyle, the Rockefeller feller.
Okay, Reggie.
Yeah.
Good guy. Good kid.
Reggie, he mentioned, in passing, talked some shit about Ventrue and Lord Payne. He was there also.
Normal
Kinda
anarch
took that as a
things?
slight against. Yeah, and he took that as a slight against, like, Max Saber. I don't know if you were there for that conversation where he and Max Saber kind of...
I was not.
He explained where they were. No? Okay, so Gabriel Payne showed up. Well, we kind of had a chat together. He
Mhm.
mentioned they were off dealing with people who were potentially attempting to attack the Camarilla on the island, assassinate political figures, etc.,
Mhm.
etc. They were two of Max Saber's own children. He asked them to cease. They did not. So he killed them. I find him extremely loyal.
Of course, he would be loyal, especially if he has to do something like that. That's. I
So
feel
did
for
Lord
him.
Payne. And he saw the slight that Reggie had said was against Saber. So he reacted a little violently. Nothing like major happened. It stopped relatively
Okay.
quickly. He shouted at Reggie, kind of grabbed at his neck. Boondock, scene was tense a little bit. Boondock kind of went up in his face and said, "Hey, you don't touch the fucking anarchs," which entirely reasonable.
Correct.
They came to a bit of an understanding. Then the Sabbat priest just appears out of thin air.
I'm so sorry I left you alone.
Somehow, no one fucking noticed him.
Out of character.
So-
out of character with me doing this as Blindy, I totally saw him in the background during that argument.
Yeah. So, sorry. Hi, I was
totally
just
did
informing
too.
Alex of how my day went.
But,
But no one seemed to fucking
Oh.
react, so I just little shocked.
How
Actually,
did
I have
that
no idea what you guys
go?
are talking about. I just decided to pretend that I did.
Yeah. So, Lamorak just appeared. Me, Plutarcho, and Boondock, and eventually Nocturne and Miss Harpy Weiss got in a conversation about, well, first off, a bit of an advocate for the warden in each of the sects, kind of dealing with a bit of a talon for the warden, you know, so he doesn't have to be running around constantly and doing all the. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the topic of them coming into Elysium came up. Well, no, it's what he was here for in the first place. The other conversation kind of preceded that.
Preceded it. Gotcha.
Yes, and then, well, lot of talks happened, a lot of kind of heated, a little bit.
Was a decision made?
Apparently, they are.
Well,
I'm thinking of
first.
one. It will be told at next compact.
First, was the Keeper even here for those talks? Or are you going to be filling him in on what happened with Elysium?
The Keeper was not here, no, unfortunately. But no, I believe for their road to being allowed back in Elysium, I have outlined a fairly reasonable first step.
And that first step being?
I'll just be, letting that for, I think, for now, just kind of, I'm still a little bit thinking it over, so I'll inform you when the time comes.
Good to know.
All right.
Anything else that I missed?
But, yeah. Not that I know of, no. Me and Harvey had a little bit of a conversation after that, and, Lafford saw that, well, apparently you guys were playing poker in the Primogen Council room. It's a very nice table, by the way. Give me a sec, hold on, I need to kind of shut my door a little bit, because cats, yeah.
Who won? Who won the poker match?
Yeah.
We all did.
It was one of those games. Good to know.
Boondock-related story about someone learning fortitude and jumping or being pushed off a bluff.
They did not learn fortitude.
They didn't, no. Because I mentioned that I kind of want to be learning the thing, and I realize that every single Elder Venture will be jumping on that prospect to have me bloodbounded. Binded? Bound?
Bloodbound.
Bloodbound.
Bloodbound, yes. I would have said that. But no, I understand the kind of risks that has.
It definitely does.
But no. Twinkle came in the room, mentioned something about a dead body at the hospital. I came over here and saw it. Yeah.
Oh, Jim.
Yeah, we came down for that too.
There actually is one venture where you can do that with the least amount of worries.
Eleonora?
Correct.
I'll think about it. Oh, do you mind if I mention the kind of circumstances she was in to my seneschal? I understand that's an IA business, and I just still tentatively a member, and
As long as you include the consequences.
Okay. So, you know those hunters that have been skulking around recently?
Correct. I believe so. I mean, I assume that's what called me, or who called me.
Right. Eleanor's been kind of giving them a bit of info. She was. She's not anymore. She's very much under basically lock and key, being bloodbound and severely sanctioned by both the IA and the Anarchs.
Okay.
But no, I just wanted to let you know that the hunters are no longer around, I believe. Are they, did you fully get rid of them, or did you just kind of wipe them out on?
I am not at liberty to disclose that information.
It is relatively important, but very well.
You must ask Dillian.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, everyone's in here now.
Franco.
Well, again, we heard dead body, so we all showed up.
Woo! It's in the there if you want to actually do anything. It's
Do you
not
actually-
a disease,
Well, I wanted to
always.
actually hear what you found out.
Well, give me a moment because my quest is
Well,
like
this is awkward.
malfunctioning. Because are we good?
Yeah.
Well, regardless, I'm able to tell this.
You're good now. I think.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you myself, Persephone.
Who is she again?
Cool.
That's the daughter of Cacophony.
Good to know.
Hi. Oh, no, I don't see you. You're in the Shadowlands. Never mind.
Your legs. Hold on. Walk side to side, real quick, Toast.
Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
Your legs are just spazzing out.
It's
Oh,
nice
sure
to
they-
see you too, Persephone. Hey, step out with me real quick, Persephone.
Well, that was the person I was explaining the body
Okay.
to.
I don't know what was causing that. Well,
Was a little
shoot, yeah. But yeah, no, that's
Oh.
been my night.
A good tidbit of information. That corpse does have a little bit of a weird thing going on with it, like the old lady did. It did have its leg twitch. It is still a very much dead body, but the leg did in fact twitch.
That's well, not relatively common for
I'm
corpses, but
hoping maybe
it does
you
happen.
can answer some questions for me here really quick. I know I've been answering questions
don't
for
think-
you, but can you tell
But,
me why
yeah.
everybody that's come into the clinic here that's sick has not had they have not had to deal with quite as much
But
how we
no,
say
it
explanation?
It's good to see Franco.
yeah, no, good evening. The way kind of bodies decompose. I mean, wait. It's not uncommon, but it does seem
Wait,
rather
information
early
you just
for
gave.
kind of witches.
Alright, so this is where everyone is.
It's not grade combined with the rest.
Decomposing corpses generally have a few things.
It
going on
wasn't-
In
in
here, they
It
die,
wasn't that.
They get
errands.
up. They already seem to know everything that they need to know, and they walk out. Any particular reason?
They
I
wake up again as mortals and leave. Or did they know something about your
Well,
society?
I mean, that
Be
that
talking
only
to
happened
someone, or-
once. But I'm talking about.
Yes.
About their corpus manifests
Oh, okay, all right.
from their death,
Corporate
and
manifests.
the brand new call still on their face wraith is like, I have somewhere to be, and they leave. It's really annoying.
I can absolutely understand that, and it is.
They
very
all seem
tough.
very invested in that conversation. I don't know what
Sorry.
they're talking about.
Just taking a phone call. What
have
exactly
you-
is going on this evening?
Give me a few moments. You might want to talk with Prince McCoy about greater details. I have a few questions to exchange.
Yeah, I'll be
So, have you been able to maybe figure out where they have to go?
It seems like
there he is.
No,
Goes.
it's not my job.
Hmm?
I have work to do. So
Well, I
What
don't
do
know.
their death wounds look like?
I see you.
they'll
It's
You
nice to
alright?
see you,
like
Roll.
the guy in
Character.
there. You know, their organs all fail. They have multiple
No.
organ failure.
I
Okay,
just had like
alright.
the shittiest
Ah,
day of my life.
All right.
That ain't good.
So just like this guy here, we've got multiple organ failure. We've got, we've got various clots, blockages.
Oh, everyone's in here now.
We got defibrillation, liver shutdown, all that. Same as everybody else.
So, I assume there's like a wraith or something in the room. Who exactly?
And then they manifest and know everything they should not know about.
Give me just 1 second. Not supposed to do this.
They look like a nurse.
Oh, okay.
There's a person
I'm
standing
assuming
in the
it's
shadows
it-
now that you
it-
you just didn't notice her right before, I guess, but now
Oh,
she's
Jesus.
here. It's kind of weird. Just
Oh,
standing in the corner.
good
now.
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh,
Sorry.
Franco, got a package for you.
Excellent.
I assume you were talking about the body?
Just trying to fix my audio.
Oh yes.
We're
You
talking
know,
not only about the body, but what happens
multiple organ failure.
An extra tidbit of information on the organ failure as well as other stuff. It is a disease of the blood. I believe it's.
I'd say that detail is seriously not as important as what follows afterwards.
Well, no, it
might
still
be.
would be
Bodies.
affecting.
It might be.
No, believe me, let me finish explaining and you will understand why.
Mm-hmm.
All of these bodies that died had a wraith spawn out of them, and usually these wraiths do not know anything about the afterlife, about the Shadowlands, of what they are, the existence, anything. Told me that they all woke up, and before she was even able to relay any information, they answered with they have somewhere to be.
Well,
and
And
left.
they're gone.
that is important.
I
agree. Can I add in my
Have you tried
information of
finding
it
where
being
they're
a
going?
supernatural effect?
Or-
That this is supernatural, not man-made, not natural. It is 100% supernatural,
Definitely
and
supernatural, yes.
and
Yeah,
I can
that-
tell
that
you a little
does
bit more
not
detail about
sound
the
normal.
organs if you are at all interested in that. What it does is it actually
I'm normally kind of, normally like a welcome wagon, you might say.
Mhm.
So people die here. I'm like, hello, my name is Nurse Holman. Here's a brochure. Let me tell you everything that you need to know. Let me introduce you to the right people. Here's how to not.
Here's
get
your
turned into a
copy of the
chair.
handbook for the recently deceased.
Exactly. I haven't had to do that for a while. With these ones, they get up, they're like, "Excuse me, I have to go somewhere," and then they leave. And I would follow them, except for the fact that's not really my job. I have submitted my reports to the
Thank you very
appropriate
much.
ministries,
Sorry, I'm
and I don't know what's being done with them.
Yeah, no worries.
But
That's why I just
you know,
shot you a message.
Yeah. So, I've filed reports with the appropriate ministries. I haven't heard back.
There you
And
go.
so that you understand, my interaction with you is very much frowned upon by my superiors, so I don't really like asking questions, but it is sort of making it difficult for me to do my job. And I thought, you know what, it might be worth getting written up for. So, you guys know anything about this? Love to know.
aside from
Very little as of this moment.
aside from whatever is affecting them is rapidly accelerating the aging process of their internal organs, thus causing a natural-looking death. No.
You still have the bodies and the their data, right? Their files.
I mean, I have like sort of my like internal files. They're not the same as the clinic files. Like, if you're wanting me to like,
Would you be able to get the
clinic
clinic
files?
files?
I meant the clinic files, yes. Because I could summon one. I could try summoning one of those.
I can try.
I'm really not supposed to do that, and I don't think you understand.
I think it would be better if you could have
Clarity.
Seneschal Uranus
It's
get the files.
Just
Considering he's a
for
bit more.
for clarity. So the Federation, that's the hierarchy local to here, is very big on there not being interactions between the Shadowlands and the Skinlands at all. So using arts such as the ones that you were mentioning for me to be able to get those files are rather strictly prohibited. So
No.
I might be able to do it,
misunderstood.
but there would need to be some like kind of like give and take with.
No. I meant you just tell me if those files, those medical files of the deceased people, are here, then I can use them to summon one of them to ask them questions.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're wanting me to give you
I'll
that
do-
information, and then if you happen to, get them some way, then I didn't give them to you, right? Right.
Correct.
Great. Definitely. So there's all the files from here, they're saved in the cloud. There's a server. I think that our local server is down on XYZ Street. There's like a little hosting,
I do what I can.
group there, like a little hosting module there. That someone could look into and potentially be able to get that data from. But of course, that wouldn't be me giving it to you. It would be you getting it. Right?
Nothing is written on paper.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. Right, exactly. Nothing on paper here.
You might want to take
all
a look
digital.
at. I have a few ideas for.
How good are you with
The body jerks again.
Let's chat after.
Not at all.
The body jerks again really suddenly and like shakes
weird.
really fast.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I just.
Yeah, that ain't natural part of decomposition.
No worries.
Like I mentioned, it wasn't.
Have you had any deaths that are not of this illness that produce a wraith?
Oh,
Recently.
I mean, people die here occasionally, like, relatively often, I would say. I mean, people come in with gunshot wounds, overdoses, it's all the time. That's why I'm here. It's my job to be the welcome wagon.
Right.
Not as often
Do
as
those people-
there used to be, but, every once in a while.
Do those people respond the same as the people that die from the illness? Do they say they have to
No,
be
so,
somewhere and
like-
just leave?
So, like, I had this lady that came in with a heroin overdose, like, last week, and she did the normal thing of, oh my god, I'm dead. Everything's terrible. And
Okay,
I'm like,
alright.
I have to put her through the ropes. But no, and people that die from this, it's just like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, that stinks. I'm sorry, I've got to go. It's like they act like they're late for a train.
Just so that way I can connect two dots. Do you know of the older woman who died of something probably similar to this on Brighton Beach? Inside her home, there was a kid with her, I believe.
Laura Gibson.
Yes.
I got the coroner's report.
Not familiar. I don't really work that area so much myself.
If
I mean,
you want
I
me to
heard
send
about
you
it
the
kind
coroner's
of
report, I
briefly.
absolutely can.
I would love that, but
Sort of like
so-
I heard it sort
Wonderful.
of through the grapevine.
I was just wondering if they seem to be connected and if she did the same thing as well. Because if so, that connects the two incidents.
It absolutely...
No, there's this there's a friend of mine that's out there in that area I was talking to. Little kid, like, yellow raincoat.
Oh,
Good-
like
good-
fucking
good to know,
super
good to know.
awesome, amazing, awesome, whatever his name is.
That's the one. Yes.
Yeah,
Nicholas.
we've spoken with him.
Nicholas. He mentioned something about that last time I
Okay.
was over there.
Good.
Based on the coroner's report, it absolutely looks like the same illness.
Good to know.
So,
Well, the only thing is that was an already old lady, and this isn't exactly an old man, but maybe middle age, I'd say.
out of character, how old does he
It seems to be
look?
perpetrated by animals, creatures.
Late 40s.
Okay.
What was that, Plutarcho?
It seems to be passed on along by creature bites.
Maybe. That might be the case. I didn't. Did I remember? Do I remember any like animal bites on the old lady?
Not that you noticed.
Um,
Doesn't mean there weren't any. It definitely wasn't something you were looking for at the time.
I would have been just doing a general look over the body for stuff, but yeah, that makes sense. More focused on
Yeah.
the scratching of the face,
Yeah, it's just more. Yeah, her big thing was the scratching at the base. Was a big thing.
Just, I don't
Police report
think
misreported
that's the
date of death
case,
the same.
but it's something we could look into that. But I don't think that's
If
going
you're,
to
if
lead
you're
to
looking
the
at the
right thing.
coroner's report, there's nothing in the coroner's report indicating it's.
Yeah, the body significant findings, general observations. The body presents as well preserved, showing no signs of trauma or external injury. There didn't appear to be any bites on her.
Okay. No external injuries, completely false. Because you saw the body, correct? You saw that they have literally clawed their face.
Right. So, whatever happened either undid that, or it was covered up.
They would have had
Those
to.
files.
They would have had to have,
Or your coroner's
or faked the
lazy and
files.
copy-pasted.
They could have. Yeah, that is also a possibility. But
Or your coroner's lazy and
I don't.
copy-pasted.
I don't think that's a corner lazy thing, though. You would note if
when they
you
clawed their
claw
fucking
their
face off. Yeah.
It's kind of a big deal.
I tell you, overworked medical professional will copy-paste in a report.
Apparently the
more
Giovanni.
than you can imagine.
Even if it means.
Am I right in that?
If
Is
literally anyone
Dr.
takes one
Cindy
glance.
Adams under the Giovanni's.
I don't like her. I've seen her around.
Cindy?
I don't like her.
Is she the type of person to do that?
Foreigner. I don't know, probably. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. She just seems kind of smarmy to me. I don't know. She seems like, okay, so she seems like the kind of person that she got a medical degree and she doesn't want to do work, so she got somebody in order to put her up for coroner, she got elected for coroner, and then she has everybody else do her job. Coroner's a very political position. I don't know if you know this. Coroners are like, they're really, really political
they make
positions.
a lot of decisions. They can make a court case go
They
one
do.
way or another.
They can. They can be the difference between something being ruled a homicide and something being ruled a suicide. So, when you're in the coroner
100%.
position, it's usually a pretty important one when somebody wants you there.
Perhaps look into her, see if she's doing anything odd in her downtime.
Likely. Alright.
She's been
I can
coroner
check
for
into
a
that.
little while. 5-6 years now.
If you would like.
Keeps
I
getting
think
reelected.
I
Really,
think
that
probably two avenues of this kind of thing would be helpful, you know?
So,
Well,
I'm surprised
coroner's
if she had just-
specialty.
Oh, there you go. Like I said, I don't like her. Every time she's here, she's always disinterested, on her phone, doing something else.
Then yes, what you've stated might be correct. It just.
Maybe I'm just losing my faith in people, but you don't just gloss over someone clawing their face off.
You had faith in people?
What little
Sorry,
while,
that's
while
a bad
ago,
idea.
yes.
Some is better
Starting to
than
think
none.
it might be.
But having full blind, that's not really good either.
Yeah. Obviously, no, it wasn't that, but like.
Well, how many people have been found like this? So
Faith in
far?
people usually
I-
leads to mistakes.
Can I ask a favor of
That's a
you?
good question.
Found like that.
I feel like you guys and me have a pretty decent working relationship. You know, you're just down the street, I'm right here. I would be very appreciative if guys like that, those guys that are sometimes walking around, would stay outside. That's okay. I know it's not really related to the current situation. There's these
I think
dudes
those
with name
are
tags that I sometimes
Alicia's.
see around.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You mean
Where
that
is
they
Alicia? Where'd she
stand-
go?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Like I would rather like not have them.
I think it
in
just
this area
creeps her out,
because they
and she
freak
doesn't
people-
want them
they
in there.
freak- They creep me out a little bit. But I think they also freak people out when they're new here because they wake up and all of a sudden, like to you, those look like kind of normal people, I'm sure. To me and to people that are on my side of the shroud, those are desiccated corpses. So, I'm sure you can understand why that might be an issue for someone that is getting used to being dead. Is that fair? Is that a fair ask?
I think that's reasonable. I mean, obviously not my decision to make, but
Not mine either.
I feel like does that
Okay,
seem
would you
reasonable
mind?
to you?
The reasonableness of any proposition is usually dealt with by greater men than me. But
If you could pass that along
Please
to
deal with it,
to
Franco.
your people, it would make my job easier. And I think I would say maybe if it makes my job easier and makes it easier for me to like do my paperwork and handle things like that, it would make middle management maybe look the other way once in a while on things like showing up in a dark room and talking to people on the other side of the trap.
Fully beneficial. Of course. I love these kind of deals.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Speaking of the other
Franco
side of the shroud,
did ask a good
I've got to
question.
go back to work. Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry. What was the question?
first off,
Mutually assured assistance.
You probably remember it.
It was
Out of
your
character,
question.
You probably remember it better than me, Hammer.
oh, okay. How many bodies have been found like this exactly?
If
How
you've been
many
keeping
dead
count at
so
all.
far?
I've seen 4 or 5 in the last month or so.
Really?
Any before
And,
that?
Sorry. Just to catch me up, because I mean, got here a little bit late. How long have these bodies been showing up in this way, with their faces like shorn off?
Well, that
No,
was
just the one
specifically
His
the
face
grandma.
isn't really scratched up. That was just the one lady. So they
okay.
get sick. They have, it feels like kind of like cold flu-like symptoms. It gets really bad. They start to get stomach aches, stomach cramps. They start to vomit a whole lot. They start to get dehydrated, and then they die. And then sometimes they move a little bit after they die. And apparently, according to our friend Nicholas, sometimes they move and talk after they die.
Correct. The grandma is even...
This one is being a little twitchy. It's not entirely unusual. Sometimes you have...
Like, just get up after they
well,
die?
I mean, just being
Well,
twitchy is one
the grandma literally leaned
Sometimes they'll
over,
have a-
answered a
there's a medical term
phone,
for it, I can't
talked to the
remember for it.
police, and then hung up, so...
But, you know... Yeah.
I...
But the biggest problem I
you
have
said
is that
explains that, I
their
guess.
rates get up and seem to have somewhere to go, and they all...
So you've seen around 4 to 5. If we assume maybe Nicholas has seen around the same amount, that's perhaps 10 spirits like that have been doing this? Or 10 bodies?
Well,
I mean,
it isn't-
Nicholas just told me about the old lady. I don't think he's seen more than just...
So, probably at least 6.
At least 6, then.
That many, eh? Wow.
Well, I don't believe there's any... I have any more questions, Sawyer. I understand what you're doing. It's probably very, or, I don't know, offensive to how you operate. So... Thank you
I
for the
have to
time.
get back to work. I had to go do my rounds, so... You all are going to walk further into the clinic. The clinic, by the way, is larger than this, of course. He walks further into the
Yeah.
clinic to go and check up on other rooms.
Absolutely crashing right now, out of character. I have to go to bed. But should this body raise wraith, Tarko will summon it and bind it to this place, so he can have a longer talk with it.
Yeah, this one's raid seems to have already gone. Seems to have already left. Where?
Body's twitchy.
Oh yeah, body's twitching.
God damn.
Okay. Then.
If I-
Did Havoc leave the personal effects, like, on, like, near the body or anything, or did Havoc just take it with them?
Poke the body.
Toast.
Yeah.
Did Havoc take the personal effects with him, or did he, like, leave them next to the body or something?
Oh, they're next to the body. It's just basic personal effects of a homeless person. So some change, a little cash, a bus card.
Bus card have his name on it?
Knife. It doesn't. It's the kind of bus card that gets handed out at homeless shelters. They don't have a name on them. They just
Gotcha.
hand them out in packs.
Okay, question. I'm gonna
Um,
rifle through his pockets. Are there any rat shit in his pockets?
No, his pockets have been completely emptied. All his personal effects.
I
are
already
there on
checked
the wooden
for
desk next to it.
animal bites. There are animal bites, but there's no, like, small, like, rodent-like bites. At least from what I noticed.
So these people that have been dying are homeless as well, then, right?
Homeless, not homeless. I believe the grandma was just
take off,
poor.
too. So it's
They're not...
Right. Generally lower class, whoever it is.
Generally.
Likely to be affected by, again, more animal-based diseases.
But it's still not sitting with me to think that this is fully animal-based, or anything like that.
Well, while I was
Well, no,
patrolling the city,
it's supernatural in nature, clearly, and also blood-based, so... I don't know exactly how it'll spread.
Because I'm able to sense it
transplants.
in their blood.
I might have a contagion vector for you guys.
Oh?
I'm been getting to know the local homeless population, and I've noticed that a lot of them have pet rats.
Again, I don't think it's the rats. I want to give Twinkle the benefit of the doubt, mainly in the sense of we have ratkin on
We
this
could
island.
always ask the ratkin.
Yes.
I have
the
ratkin's fucking
aren't
email.
necessarily controlling the rats. I mean, it could be Jimmy the Bruja.
There could
with,
be-
you know, with animalism. Like, I'm just using you as an example, sir. But like,
Bruja don't
it could
have
be
animalism.
With,
Like,
yeah, but you can learn how to control animals. It's not hard.
could learn it,
You have
yes,
to learn.
but generally.
Yeah.
Also,
But I'm just saying that,
apparently,
like, it could be
it's-
anybody.
Yeah. Could be. You sense it in blood, also. Homeless people, drugs, needles could be shared, who knows?
But like the rats, like, why would there be
I
such
don't
a
think it's-
consistency of like dozens of homeless people have pet rats on the streets of Caliber?
Let's just...
Is there like
we
an
need to
initiative
ask the
where
ratkin.
someone has put pet rats out there?
That's just...
I will email Lysander about the matter, see if he gets back to me.
Because...
Sorry, like, out of character, you're referencing like Werekin Ratkin?
Yes.
Werekin Ratkin,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Fucking Skavens.
Ratkin equals, like, shapeshifter rats.
Okay.
We...
Got all kinds on this island.
So, the ratkin and
Yeah.
us actually have a relatively good relationship. So...
Yeah.
If they're doing something, they'll probably let us know. And if they...
Probably good to be proactive first, though.
We can probably
Well,
also
who
use
else within
them...
the city... Sorry, not who else. Who within the city could be, like, an axis for a disease vector? Who could do this?
Who
like, off the top of your
knows?
head?
There are
person on
so
the-
many groups on this island alone.
A new person on the island,
we
perhaps
have
just showing up and
kindred
not showing
of-
themselves. I mean, if that...
Could be. Could also be, like, mages. Could be the weird fucking technocracy. Could be just
It could
Guru.
be re-engineered wither path. Like, it could be many different
What?
things, honestly. The Samedi. They can go up to you and
Could
touch
be.
your arm and turn it to dust. I mean, it could be like a,
Oh,
some
that's-
sort of ritualized, bastardization
Version of that,
some
potentially.
sort of power. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
just in general, someone trying to start a plague or contagion just because they can. Who knows?
You're on Caliburn.
You're on Caliburn.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an island. It's
The
a bad,
worst
bad-
case
bad
scenario
juju.
that Havoc mentioned, I think they mentioned it as a joke at first, but it also kind of... I liked it a
A
little.
jumping species.
No, they
Could be
mentioned...
affecting us.
Well, I believe somebody mentioned that it was affecting ghouls also.
Yes, no,
Domino's
seems to-
ghoul,
her
so...
vessel seems sick.
That's not good.
And as far as
No,
I'm
it
aware,
isn't.
I don't think Domino lets
That
their
means the blood
ghoul
isn't strong enough.
do that stuff, you know? Do you think they
What
let
did you
them
say?
share needles or anything like that? I highly doubt that.
No,
No,
I'm saying
highly
that
doubt
if the disease can affect a ghoul kind, then
That's why I'm saying we need to
that
be
means
also...
that it usurps the power of the blood, though, within the kind.
Mhm.
This disease, the blood doesn't. I mean, in all reality, the blood should burn it out like the furnace it is. and
That's why I'm saying
it should destroy the virus. Yeah.
be sure that
Or
the
whatever
kind
it
you
is,
drink from
mutation.
are safe and not infected. I think if we were to
Oh, yeah.
actually drink that, we would
feel it.
We would definitely either
Yeah,
feel it or become
Out of
infected
character.
ourselves.
Rock.
Yeah.
Have a herd. Make sure that you have a herd. Definitely in times like this.
And keep them safe and
Honestly.
protected
Yeah.
and clean.
I mean, my
That's what I
fluff
mean,
is that
real
my
estate.
herd is just like, I can just get like blood bags that aren't particularly being used. I say, oh, I'm using it for investigative purposes. So I don't know how I'll be able to fucking protect that, but I mean, it's generally donations or whatever have you, so I think it'll be fine.
So long.
Again, that's also just fluff and not mechanical.
That is true.
So.
Well. But Havoc brought up the worst case scenario in my mind, and that is that something on the island has been released. As in,
Well, I mean, what you guys are describing is like pretty biblical shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this sounds
something
already.
so like the Abomination, but we're now having Abomination 2, Plague Edition, not War Edition. Abomination 1 was War Edition.
2, the Necrotizer.
So
frankly, you know what? This looks bad on us because this. I mean, it's reminiscent of like the shit we do. You know what I mean? Like it really is. So like
I don't think anybody's going to be blaming the Giovanni.
Giorgiano.
And if they do, well...
No, I understand that, but... hey, you know, people can say what they want, right?
Yeah.
Business and...
you
know, walking the
So
walk.
we have war, pestilence. When's the next two coming, you know?
Well, the next one would be famine, and then worst case of all, it's we get fourth one, death, and just everything's over.
Well, hello.
Yeah.
I mean...
Howdy, we're discussing the end of the world.
Hello, Nocturne.
A bit.
How are you doing this
Excellent. So
Again?
why are we discussing the end of the world?
Alex, it's a pleasure to see you.
Well,
Pleasure to
Just
see
kind
you.
of hopped onto that discussion with the,
tell
you
me,
know,
how
the
you doing?
diseases going on. And
I'm well.
Yes,
Javier, good evening.
Delvier, you're definitely someone that should
we were
know.
theorizing...
There is a disease going on in the Kain population that affects the blood.
lower class, homeless kind of communities, and
From what we've noticed so far, it is supernatural based, 100%. I do not think this is a natural disease or even man-made. So it is supernatural in origin. It affects the internal organs primarily, and what it does, from what I've noticed, it rapidly accelerates the aging process of their internal organs, and as a result, it looks as if they have died from natural causes.
it also affects
Oh,
ghouls.
this is...
That is also true. It does affect ghouls.
However, capable of overpowering vitae.
So,
Have we seen any
Check in
evidence?
with- I'm sorry.
Animals.
I don't mean to jump in like that.
I don't think we've
I'm
noticed
just
anything with
saying that,
animals.
You know, that Domina's
exactly, Domina's ghoul
Domina,
is the one
when I
we know.
talked to her last, she seemed fine, relatively. Little, like, basically like a minor cold, which is still rather concerning for a ghoul, but...
But I don't...
Yeah, that's
the
not
only
supposed to
thing
happen.
that's maybe concerning about animals currently, and this is a thing that we're going to bring up with the ratkin, is that there is a much larger increased population of rats on the island, and according to Franco, who has gotten to know the homeless population of the island a bit better, the homeless are literally keeping a lot more rats as pets than normal. So
Yeah, it's quite bizarre. I mean, I've seen people keep pets before, but the consistency across so many people within the same demographic. I mean, I understand they're around, they're on the street, but how many people
Or
like
you should
rats?
Course, it doesn't always equal causation.
that's also what I'm thinking. I do not think the rats are
Potentially.
directly behind it until we hear from the ratkin. Well, personally, it's not on my table.
That one is... I mean,
Can we guarantee that, you know, street rats are definitely being implicated in by the Ratkin.
They-
It could be somebody else.
I don't even think that the Ratkin would do that. They're on really good terms with everyone
Yeah,
on the
we're-
island, so
They're
except
generally swell people.
they are.
I mean, we go by your.
Except the group, of course. Being, you know.
I mean, we go by your larger friend. Then the only thing would be do that if somebody, doing something bad to them in the first place.
Mm.
Because that's the
I
only
mean,
thing
like,
I
when
can
I-
remember of violence with them.
I mean, I didn't find any of the people that I was dealing with like contentious in any form whatsoever. So like I don't think the homeless people who are harboring the rat pets are like a threat to us or pose one. Yeah, but it's just
It's
an
something
oddity
to note.
that,
So it might be related, it might not be. I'm leaning on it's not related, but
I'll continue investigating it and see if any fruit is born from it, and I'll bring the info to everybody.
feel free. But
yeah.
Can you check to see if the blood disease is something that came from an animal, or is there a way to?
I don't think I can directly do that without perhaps even getting the sample of the blood from the animal to begin with. So if you notice
we
any,
need to capture something that's sick with it.
all I know is that it's in their blood. The grandma had it too. I'm pretty confident these are the exact same thing. Also, yeah, that body's been twitching. So it's
The rats at the
We
house.
talked to
no, I
apparently
mean
also-
like a
More so than
lot
normal?
more than normal. The grandma, do you remember?
It's been twitching
The grandma literally.
significantly faster than a normal, body.
We talked to a spirit with.
The body twitches.
Thank you. Literally just did it. But point that I'm trying to make, even the grandma's body is said to have literally set up, answered the phone because it was ringing, said no, everything's fine here, and hung up. It had been dead for about, if I remember correctly, it was either 24 or 48 hours.
Got the car.
And then on the
Did they say when they got the? Like an exact date of when they got the call? Because coroner's report says date of death is approximately Monday the 3rd, July 2051.
I believe that the call came in, I believe on the 1st, or on the 30th? And by that point, the old lady had already been dead for a few days. Like, at least 3.
So apparently, they're saying the death was later than expected.
Yes, they're
Or
saying...
later than stated.
Yes, they said that the date of the death was probably about a week. No, not a week.
Week later.
Actually, no, it would be about a week later than normal.
Was there any consistency to the way they were injured?
The only consistency is their organs were completely damaged. But the last one seemed more like I can kind of explain it with the age.
Didn't see any...
Because she was an older lady.
Didn't see any... Yeah, didn't see any significant rat or any form of animal bites on the body.
At least I wasn't...
She did claw her own face off.
Yeah. The only thing that was of note of that body in particular was she clawed at her face in her final moments. Like, a lot. As you can see, it's not the case of
Coroner's
that body.
report also says that...
I mean, what would make you do that? Thinking of just a rational human being.
Who knows?
Going from
Yeah, coroner's report doesn't mention that, by the way. It doesn't mention any external injuries.
In fact, it says there's no injury. Yeah.
So,
another thing,
Have you
and
seen the body since then?
since then, no.
it's in the Caliburn Island City morgue. So you'll have to
I'm
go
just
there.
curious if they marked it as not having any injury. Could we maybe possibly look at it again and see if the injuries have healed in a sense?
You have to get at the morgue, or get in the morgue, and
Or even open up her head and take a look at inside of what she was trying to scratch at. Honestly,
From what I get, it was just
worth a try.
itchy.
lazy. I think it was
just itch.
I believe the injuries, based on what the Wraith said. We spoke to a Wraith about the matter. She's kind of, well, I think she's still around. She's just, doing her Wraith
Further
business.
into the clinic. Went off that way.
Apparently the coroner is just very lazy and probably just decided to overlook the injuries.
Again, it's an injury that you can look at literally once and you will know that the coronary report is wrong. But,
And also, though I am thinking now, it was a deliberate, potentially just a cover-up. Says the date of death is significantly later than what we saw. Does not mention any of the bites.
Like, you can...
Or it does not mention any of the clawing.
The body was definitely a little bit decomposed by the time that I saw it. Just a bit. So, you would definitely... Unless she got it on Monday for whatever reason. And she was just like, oh, dead body, Monday, no external reports. Case closed, done. Pushed away.
Yeah. Actually, looking at it now, it also says that there are other major organs, no notable abnormalities. So...
I can understand that one. She's an older woman, like a grandma age, and as a result, I can understand.
Cover all the bases here.
Because
another thing that the Wraith said, not that this exactly matters to us, considering it's not really our kind of realm of reality.
It kind of does a little bit.
The Wraiths, all of these people make Wraiths, which I don't think is that common. I don't think every single body makes a Wraith. I might be wrong on that.
As far as I know, I'm going with that.
They say, apparently the Wraith says all of the Wraiths that are made from these bodies, there's about 4 or 5 of them here, have to go somewhere immediately. So she can't say, hey, you're dead, here's how all this stuff works.
As if
they just say,
they know that they're dead, they know everything's good going on,
somewhere.
I gotta go. There's something I need to do, and they just leave. Not at all troubled about what's going on at all.
Explain where they're going?
Nope. As far as we know, they do not. Possibly.
Somebody summoning Wraith. Yeah.
Potentially through the disease, they're kind of forcing them to go to a certain location.
Possibly.
Maybe you can ask, like, one of the Giovanni Wraiths to kind of follow him. Potentially, if another body shows up.
I rented that.
Do that with...
do like necromancy.
Potentially.
If the woman in, what's her... I'm bad at names, out of character.
The nurse?
Nope. Pumpkin's character.
Alicia.
Hello,
Alicia. If, Alicia does have someone in quarantine that they're studying a little bit for this. If that person does perspire, perhaps a Wraith could follow them. That would work.
You too, Doctor.
That would work, yes.
I appreciate it.
Evelyn, howdy, good evening. How are you?
Doing well.
Have you heard about the disease going on?
Yeah, no, that's...
They're going to need... sort of getting caught up.
Mm.
We're going to need institute a quarantine among the world populace. Get them to start isolating, distancing from each other, wearing protective gear.
Here we go again, I guess. Sorry, it was a dumb joke about a thing 30 years ago.
I think it might need to be done, just in general, just to keep them safe for the time being.
Anyone got contact with the mayor? No? Okay.
Well, not directly.
Can't say that I do.
Potentially indirect notice is how we're going to need to do these things, and subtly shift pieces.
Well, I understand.
So 6.
Did the Wraith in the hospital earlier mention if this one has become a Wraith already?
Yes, apparently they have already left. And apparently them twitching... Oh, wait. Out of character, would I have heard that kind of part of the conversation where twitching without having a wraith is unnatural?
Oh, I don't remember who said that. I think that was after she manifested. Yeah.
Okay, alright. Apparently, yeah. Twitching without having a wraith or soul or whatever it was, not natural, so...
So there's something
I'm just
that
going off
impacts
what I
the
know, like,
body,
biologically. I don't know anything about the soul stuff.
but it doesn't need access
Spooky
to the
stuff.
rest.
Oh, yeah.
At least in it, anyway.
Yeah.
He also said it doesn't have his story in it still.
Sorry?
I'm doing
Who's
alright.
to say that it still does?
Getting caught up a little bit.
Well,
the Wraith
it
lapses.
still does have his soul in it,
How are you?
but it's just
No,
camouflage.
apparently not.
Well, I was asking if you had any
No,
questions
the-
in particular.
Oh, if I had any questions? Oh no, I'm not really. Sort of getting caught up.
I suggest
Don't worry
you,
about
of all people, also
reiterating
stay
everything.
safe,
Sort of get
considering,
caught up as I can.
you know, Evelyn.
As you wish.
I
It's a
suggest
good
you kind
question as
of
to
go
whether or
along with...
not I. Yes.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that, like, I don't really get sick like normal people do, but of course I'll
Well,
make sure to take extra precautions.
I know
It's
you're
affecting
not
ghouls,
a ghoul,
so
but
it will
it
probably
does.
be
Yeah.
affecting you.
All right.
Overpowers Vitae, at least in some capacity.
Whether or
She's gonna
not it
take
will
out,
kill
a little
ghouls.
baggie that has like gloves and a mask in it and stuff. Looks like a forensic bag, and she's gonna
Yeah.
put a mask on.
Whether or not it kills ghouls is something we've not seen yet. But I mean, with Domina's ghoul infected, perhaps we'll see on that front. Hopefully we don't. But
Hopefully, yes. Just to be safe.
Is Domino aware?
She's aware that having a ghoul sick is unnatural. I think she's not fully aware of the disease going on. I think I should
might
inform
want
her.
to make her aware.
That's something, yeah, you should probably do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
probably be like priority number 1 there.
Helping a kid learn to
Like,
shoot.
hey, by
Talking to
the
the
way.
ratkin. Talking to. Yeah.
well, talking to Domina
no,
shouldn't
actually,
be
it
too long. It's just a quick message of
No,
hey, you're
obviously.
ghoul.
Email or whatever the
Yeah.
hell happens. I just. Yeah.
Wait, another question: does the fact that you're a ghoul not actually affect the contamination rate of the virus?
Yes, a ghoul has a significantly better immune system thanks to the Vitae.
So
They should not
No, I meant-
ever be getting sick.
Yeah, no, I meant for this virus. Like, does it at least make them last longer than a person?
It seems to, yes.
it depends on when Domina's ghoul.
just looked like she had a mild cold.
It depends on when Domina's ghoul got infected. I mean, from what I
That is also
understand,
true.
this takes a few days to take full effect.
We'll see.
That's
I'll
my
have to
personal
ask her as
guess.
well. Okay, alright. Oh. This is great. This is
Probably
wonderful.
figure
This
out how
is...
this spreads.
That is definitely important. Whether or not it's from air, water, bacteria, if it's even virus-based or anything like that, who knows?
That's true. It would be difficult to
Actually,
institute
I mean-
protocols without some sort of evidence.
If... Could potentially get a blood sample, just do normal tests on it. Can't find anything about the body. The disease.
Good. It's a good thing I still have that small little vial of blood that Alicia gave me.
Right, yeah. You are a doctor. I mean, I think this is kind of your territory.
Technically, I've not worked as a doctor, but I am good at medicine.
Okay, alright.
I'm a doctor in chemistry. Huh?
Clarification.
How's that work?
Yeah, close enough.
You are technically a doctor.
Kind of have to. Well, you generally just become a bit of a polymath when you get to be old, I guess.
I believe at one point my medicine was a little bit better than my chemistry, but we're not going to worry about that.
Yeah.
Do you know anybody with meaningful control of the government that might be able to help us keep this in check in the meantime?
I do not believe so. I'll have to. The only government control that I have is police, and I don't know exactly how that help carrying out.
It could help in the long run, eventually, but it's not going to get
yes.
the ball rolling. Yeah. So, we'll have to figure that out. Well, we'll also have to be aware if we start seeing animal deaths at all, but so far I haven't heard any, which doesn't mean that there aren't any.
Spooky.
Again, worst case scenario,
Very.
like I believe Havoc was alluding to, is that a worst case scenario, somebody released something on the island, kind of similar to the abomination. We just haven't found out what. But, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, we easily figure out what it is and deal with it.
Is anyone going to keep a hold of this one to see if it keeps moving?
That would be wise.
Might be an idea.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably
it
a
could
good idea to
get
hold
up.
on
I
to
don't
that
know.
body for a bit, just
Do with
to
the
kind of
grandma.
observe it and see what it does.
Not a terrible. Don't know exactly how the clinical feel with one of their bodies just disappearing, but that can be explained away.
When the Malkavians have control of that?
Probably, yes. No one here's a Malkavian, so I'll have to contact. Really don't want to contact Wrath. Probably Beatrice, actually.
You could also talk to Warning.
Oh, yes, that's true. I don't want to disturb the guy. He seems to be sleeping.
He enjoys his sleep. I
Elder,
understand.
he is. He's. Yeah. Though, maybe. Probably.
It would probably still be a good idea to inform him of what's going on. Just to,
Likely,
or
yes.
perhaps ask if. I'll see if I can't inform Domina and have them try to do an actual formal report on what I know. Or if you would like to do that in your information that you're giving it to the Domina about her ghoul.
Yeah, it's a few things that, yeah.
If you would like
I'm
to do
already
that,
doing
feel
it,
free.
contacting her in the first place, so. Yep. Okay. Toast, out of character. Do I know where Warning's, little hobbit hole is? Or whatever it is.
No, not really.
Okay, shoot. Okay, so
In the Shire.
no clue how I'm actually contact him. Yeah.
California.
True. It
Probably.
is somewhere in the state of California.
Wait, seriously? Damn. Okay.
California.
That'd be hard to contact him. Then I can't get off the fucking island.
I mean, there's ways. Build a catapult.
Okay.
Likely I mean, if I can't find a warning, I'll probably just see if Beatrice can't be bothered. I mean, I know she's kind of focused more on her shop, but this is still Malkavian territory.
Well,
Well, you are the prince,
gonna
and
need
I'm sure
somebody
the
to keep an eye on the
Malkavian
body.
under the prince will listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Apologize.
Yeah, I'll let someone know. I did. Okay. All right. Well, I got it.
Is there any other need for any other information that needs to be known? The Primogen is warning.
Warning. Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's
Still learning.
He kind of.
It's all good.
Shows up and does whatever he wants. He's a swell guy, certainly, but like he's a little erratic in appearance. I think my controller just died. Shit.
But
Malkavians are fun.
any information about the disease or the body that you would like to know, or any other questions or comments
Whatever
about?
you know.
Yeah.
No,
like
I've
full-
told you what I
full
know.
story.
I'm asking if you need anything else.
For future investigations. Well, we're gonna need to know if it gets up, and someone's going to need to be observing it in the meantime. So even before we get Malkavian permission, I mean, it could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, never. So.
Yeah.
That's true.
Place has cameras, doesn't it?
No.
I know there's one at least out in the lobby. No, there's one
No.
at least out in the lobby.
There's not one in the lobby.
No?
No.
Okay.
What about its surrounding businesses or any other domiciles?
Yeah,
Anything facing the street?
Surprising lack of cameras on Caliburn. I thought there was a place to be. Bless you. Oh, it does spread to kindred.
I feel like that's probably
It may-
intentional. Wouldn't surprise me if
I'd
it's
imagine.
something that's been set up for a long time.
Probably. Who knows?
Some people to settle.
Again, worst case scenario, that somebody did
It's another
something.
released thing.
I believe I mentioned possibly it was a possibility of, hey, or Havoc mentioned, Leto would know where the things are on this island, and then I mentioned, well, Leto can also just get people still loyal to her to come to the island and do stuff like this, giving them the information of, hey, go do this and then leave. So, it's possible. Which is a very scary thing.
Yeah. Why do you think the Blood Hunt's been called on her in about 18 different domains?
Exactly.
Sorry, if you were not aware, I recently called a Blood Hunt on Leto Morningstar, and by extension, the Imperial Prince of Boston, who was gracing us with his presence at the time, called a Blood Hunt on every single domain in his fiefdom, I think would be the relative proper term. So, Triad doesn't like her all that much. Yes.
Or have you invited all the
it
sects
is.
to your blood hunt?
You are absolutely welcome to.
I don't know. I heard the Anarchs have a nice place for Leto Morningstar.
Right, no, yeah, you kind of extended a direct Elysium for her.
A nice
It was
wooden
straw.
structure with straw. Yep.
According to Boondock.
I do hope Reggie is somewhere in that vicinity near that safe haven.
No, he's just hanging out inside, just waiting.
Ah, good, perfect.
Inside. Ooh, risky.
He'll be
Does
fine.
he intend to court her?
No, he likes to be a little bit on the wild side. Alright. So we know that somebody's going to be watching over the body to see if it does anything else, gets up and walks around or anything of that nature.
I mean,
Right.
Alicia left her
Contacting or
people,
somebody
so
else. Domina.
maybe
Actually,
we
yeah,
just
no, she did, didn't she?
leave Alicia's guards here, because I mean,
Her people, or, you know, the
I don't think she would not have left them there. But she definitely didn't not leave them there. No way. She definitely took them with her. Well, we'll need somebody to do it.
Yep.
draw straws.
Are we drawing straws now?
Are we?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, sure. What the hell?
Does anybody think of a person who really wants to just, watch a dead body?
fine.
I'm honestly surprised that Giovanni aren't volunteering, but not that I'm attempting to impose a responsibility on you by any means. I would give a volunteer forte.
Well, talk about
Isn't that how you want to
stereotypes,
spend the rest of your evening?
I apologize if I offended you with that stereotype. That was.
But Alex, I did see your hand go up. Are you volunteering?
I'll do it if nobody else does.
Oh,
I'll keep you company. If you want.
Humans are not my specialty. I must.
Out of character, I would switch characters, so you don't need to stay with me.
For watching the body.
Oh, okay.
I unfortunately do kind of have to get to business. Out of character. I'm very tired. I'm going to bed. Good night, people. You are all very nice. I love you.
Fair enough. Take care, dude.
Charge your controller. But yeah.
I would volunteer, but I'm until I can be sure that I'm immune, would be best if I stay away.
Of course.
That would be wise.
As far as because we don't even know if the dead bodies can transmit it, so who knows? It's for the best, probably.
Always a possibility. Alright, well,
So
as
let's
long
see.
as
We got
Domina's
a
doing
no
it.
from you, a
I'll
no
probably
from
take
you.
off and I'll ask around. I'll keep my ear to the ground a little bit, but I'll probably take off so I'm a little bit out of the area here myself. See you all later. Good seeing you, darling.
I'll
See
be
you,
in here.
Talia.
Or more importantly, I'll probably just sit out here where I can see it on that table. Nice line of sight.
Before you take off.
Oh, of course.
But let's take off and then talk.
But yeah, I'll just sit out in the lobby so that we have a line of sight of it, and you're all welcome to do whatever it is you want. Go, enjoy the rest of your night. And then out of character. Now that nobody can see Alex, we're going right into Blindy. Ba-ba-da. Really, the one person I would like to talk to leaves? How's my camera looking? A little weird? I'm thinking a little weird. Yeah.
Nice. That's the good stuff. I was too, like right up until
What I
start,
do?
and then it was like, you have a ton of updates. Okay,
You
thing
know
isn't
me,
gonna work.
Evelyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
sucks.
unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Hey, it's Blindy.
Hi.
Hello there.
How are you?
Had a long night. Ended up getting into an Uber car, and he took me to the other side of the island, all the way over to Wiggum.
Mm-hmm.
That's why sort of late to the party tonight. They seem to have some sort of necrophage virus afflicting people of all walks of life.
I'm aware of a disease going
Caliburn right
around.
now?
Yeah.
Ah, you are? Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought I might enlighten you.
Yeah,
News
the
has reached your
homeless
ears
guy. I was one of the few people that tried to get him to the hospital before he died, and eventually we went back into the hospital, found out that he died, and all of that.
It's tragic. Have you ever seen anything like this before? No pun intended.
Not really, and I haven't necessarily studied anything like this before either, so who knows?
I mean, I know my family's known for dealing in things of this nature, but it's not really my forte. I'm built of different clay. But if I can help in the investigation in any way, I'm more than willing to.
Well, I'm not too much in the investigation myself.
That's fair.
It seems interesting, so I'll definitely be keeping tabs on it, but I don't know. I might do my own little investigation, I guess.
I noticed that
I was gonna say it definitely gonna be annoying because it seems to be related to raid, and don't want to see the Arch such Giovanni. No offense.
I mean, yeah, that is a key point, I think. What do you mean by that? Do you want to explain?
From what I heard, it's the fact that they apparently become wraith and they apparently already have a gold in mind. So unless you're a Giovanni or somebody that can see spirits, you're not really gonna get much clues in the other world.
So it affects wraiths, is what you're telling me, too.
Well, from
That is
humans
extremely odd.
Apparently the process results in a wraith being created that is then on and
I think he says,
he's on a mission. Yeah, apparently they generate wraiths after they expire. Yeah. I mean, I can see him. I can talk to him.
Hi.
Like,
I've been kind of... We haven't been really seeing each other as much, but I do have a relative report about the plant stuff that you wanted me to look into.
Oh, that's fantastic. I would love to read that. That'd be wonderful.
I don't really have it
I don't know that I'm
on
a
me,
layman myself.
but
Of course.
I can kind of tell you a little bit of what I found. So I figured that prayer plant, it's from the Calathea family. It's one of the best houseplants that you can have for absorbing CO2. It takes in about 14%-ish of carbon found within the container that it's placed within. And plants that are usually long-living are the best that are good at holding onto that carbon dioxide instead of releasing it into the atmosphere. Salk plants, or Salk ideal plants, are that which was a line of genetically modified greenery, which was created 2032.
Yes.
It's also that using that is also super effective with the whole global warming thing and all of that. And I did a little funny math calculation that and I figured it would also be funny if I included Egypt in this. But if you were to plant enough, if you were to plant enough Salk plants in about the size of Egypt, it would cut global emissions by around 50%.
Well then, Seems like soft plants release their derivatives.
And if people just start keeping prayer plants inside their house, well, it would also help a little bit just here and there.
Now, I'm able to find the resources if needed. Do you happen to have the resources at home to do the gene splicing yourself?
Gene splicing for... But, no, I do not
Or
have the
you're simply
resources.
suggesting... I see. That's fine.
I believe...
Well, we can start out with the knowledge of that particular plant. If you can just give me a report, I can take it from there.
I can definitely give you the report on the Salk ideal plants, and the little bit I did on the prayer plants and all of that. So you have a house plant option, as well as you have the options of a lot of the longer living plants, as well as the Salk ideal plants.
I'll take anything you have to give. Thank you.
Of course, of course.
You can always take it from there. When I lack in knowledge, I do make up my resources. Oh, of course, you're always welcome. And you do have my apologies for the assumption about your clan earlier. That was inappropriate of me. And I'll try to avoid it.
I'm not one of the soul stealers. Not my job.
Well, in my experience, the Giovanni do have resources for keeping and maintaining corpses, but it was still inappropriate of me to make
100%.
that you might have a hand in that. So
I mean, in Salerno, we did have very interesting ways of keeping the streets clean, and I mean, a few corpses wasn't beyond that, which I'm sure you guys know. And you've seen some of the denizens who work for my family walking around in this town.
I can't say that I have.
Would either of you have a good way for me to get in touch with Georgiano Crivelli?
That's true.
I mean, I could get a hold of Georgiano.
I just need to send them a message about a little thing that I researched on my own. It's about Eleonora, so I figured it might be a little relevant, at least to what's going on there.
Oh, interesting. I imagine that must be confidential, right?
I don't know if it is. I mean, as far as I know, it's not. I just wanted to give it to them first and see what they want to do with the information, if it's just a thing that I keep between me and them, or if it's not even needed. So
That does make sense.
I flip open my phone, I hit a speed dial number, and then I let it ring once, and I hang up.
Okay.
He gets back to me when he has the time. When he does, I'll
So, if Georgiano wants to
extend
call him
the fact
back,
that you have
I
this
can do a conversation with him real quick.
Out of character, he's going to call him back in 45 minutes.
Gotcha.
He never calls people back right away. Always 45 minutes.
You gotta wait. Georgiano has his ways. Yeah. Don't worry, he'll call me back. Do you have contact information?
Yeah, I have a phone. Also, I can use my computer really well. So, if you'd like my number, you can have it. I don't mind giving it away.
Yeah, sure, please.
He'll reach in his little pocket and pull out his phone, tap a few buttons, and he pulls up the little contact number thing and just, here. If you want to copy down the number and put it in your phone, feel free.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure you already have my number, right?
I do. Thank you very much for offering it.
He puts his phone back.
I appreciate all the labor you've done, and I very much look forward to it.
Yeah, if anybody else needs any information or investigation or even computer knowledge or medical knowledge, or I'm going to stop myself.
I imagine they will in time.
Hey, I know the horticulture is what you were talking about, sock plants there, that's fascinating, honestly. Is that how they did it?
Yeah, I know a lot about botany as well, so that's kind of also a fun thing to research for me. I think the only person who truly knows everything that I can do is Nocturne. Because, yeah. I just trust them.
That's a good judgment call. She's trustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
The Anarchs, I mean.
Well, I believe that most of the individuals on this island are trustworthy.